60 million people. Australia's what? Like, how many people are there?
27, I think.
27 million. That's not even fucking New York.
Yep.
That's the same way Israel. Israel, you know, everybody in Israel has free healthcare. They got free education because America pays for that shit.
We don't have.
America says 150 billion a year. They get free healthcare. They get all that shit, and they tell Americans, "Fuck you. We can't afford it. Fuck you. We can't afford that shit. We're gonna cut into your social security that you've been paying into since you was 18, 16, whatever, since you started working." That's the difference with what a lot of us do. Now I gotta go into my 401k. Fuck that. I'm gonna be penalized. That's the shit. Because your country is a lot smaller compared to a whole country that's ran by a corporation. We know that shit. A lot of us do. You can lie all you want. You know this country is ran by corporations. You know that shit. We get what we get. We make money when we can. We make it happen. But in reality, we are all essentially pawns. That's why they can start these wars. That's why they can make this shit. Now diesel and gas is $3.50, $4, $4.50 a gallon. If you got premium, $5, you know what I mean? Who the fuck goes to do that? But your country is completely different because you are operating on a much smaller scale. You can do it. You're operating on a much smaller scale.
Into this station, I'm not the fucking battle. I don't give a fuck about Australia. Like,
but California has a higher GDP than you. California has a fourth high.
I don't give a fuck. Like, I genuinely don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. Apparently, I don't give a fuck about that. I matched it up. That Ibrahim did. So, like, you're trying to, like, prove something. I really don't.
What I'm saying is this, you're bragging about a lot of shit, and you can do that shit.
It's not really bragging. It's not really bragging if you ask for the benefits of living in Australia.
Shit. I actually don't even give a fuck about Australia to think about it. You question Australia got to bring Australia got to offer. I was just being funny. Now,
I love that.
I really don't give a fuck. Y'all are weirdos.
I get it, but you sounded like you did it initially. What I'm saying is that's okay. That's a great thing to have. All that shit you name, that's a fucking great thing to have. That's what you strive for. That as a country, that's what you strive for. To have that shit.
Whatever.
You just can't compare a country of 27 million to 300 million.
No one did. Literally no one was trying to compare Australia to America. That literally never happened. You asked a question about what Australia has to offer. And I said the fucking question. At no point did I try to slight her when I answered the fucking question. Nor did I try to compare Australia to America. Ibrahim tried that. Tati responded to his fucking question. I don't give a fuck about comparing America and Australia. You literally tore the wall at trying to bring you up to scratch in terms of like the actual conversation that's happening and was happening before you got here.
Golly. Hey, sorry. Okay, so where's your list? You said quality of life.
Yes.
We're discussing the metrics that we are going to measure.
Well,
quote unquote greatest by.
after infant and maternal mortality as part of quality of life for citizens, guess what the next one was, Tati? Healthcare. Access to healthcare.
Like a text.
Yes, so I think that one's just a write-off, right? When it comes to America, do we even need to?
Yeah, we know it's fun. Pharmaceutical companies fucking us over here and medication sky fucking high.
Wait.
We need.
To be fair, if you have money, America has the best healthcare in the world. Or none. That's fact.
Okay, so if you have money, so not for poor people, basically.
Yes.
And so on the list, it doesn't say healthcare blank. It says access to healthcare.
Yeah. And if poor people don't have access to good quality healthcare,
Yeah.
We might, but still, America as a whole, no.
Do you ever think universal healthcare is going to be a reality?
It's a reality for others, so I can't.
I know. And the thing is, because why? Because the insurance company. They make too much money off of us. Why the fuck would they want to give us a break? Think about that shit. They make so much money off of us. If you pay your premiums, your copay, whatever it is, they make too much money off us to ever fucking give us a break. This country runs off of breaking people. And it's a fact, because everybody wants a piece. Whether it's your mortgage, whether it's your rent, whether it's whatever it is, they all want to maximize their profits on the account of everybody else. That's what fucks us up. And that's why we fight each other for no reason, man.
There's two comments in the chat that actually have both very valid opinions. So one, Seth pointed out that Serena Williams almost died after having a child because no one believed her. So even money doesn't beat America's misogynoir within its medical system. So thank you for pointing that out, Seth, because that is an important distinction. And actually, in terms of like having the best healthcare, not access to healthcare, but the best quality and innovation, etc. in terms of healthcare, Singapore is actually the leader. America is not. Singapore has been for the last few years.
No, there's no debate that. Even Brazilian doctors are better. Or Cuban doctors. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the United States is well ahead of anyone, including Singapore, when it comes to...
Yeah, no, I knew.
Technology.
Yeah, I knew what you meant, and that's exactly what I was responding to.
Well,
the point was access to healthcare. So we're moving on from healthcare because we know that America's access to healthcare is horrific. So the next one, this is also a good one.
What if your access to healthcare is poor?
Excuse me. We're moving on, sir, to the next question. What was that question? The next point is education quality and literacy rate.
America wins education quality.
My favorite.
Literacy rates?
Puppy.
You can't say that.
All right.
We literally have a wrestler at the head of the Department of Education. At the head of the education, we have a wrestler.
That is so funny.
We're gonna have more dumb people like Harry.
You are not. Look, I'm sorry. Look. You're not gonna speak about Tati like that. Not in my presence. Not now. Not ever.
But that's who Harry is. These are the type of
No, I know,
things
but I'm well aware of that. But my boundary is you're not gonna talk about Tati like that. That's the specific boundary. Okay.
anti-teen?
We know that there is a literacy crisis, which is happening in many parts of the world. It's not just America that's being hit by the literacy crisis, but America has its own specificities.
Do you know that 9 out of the top 10 poorest states are led by Republicans? You don't know that shit because you're not in America. But a lot of these fucking immigrants keep trying to come up and say that, oh, low IQ, these are the dumbest fucking people on earth, and they love Trump. I'm sorry.
I know.
I know that. I have to drive outside to see you.
Yeah, no, these are things that I actually am aware of. A, I just don't care, and B, we're not talking about that right now. So, yeah. Right now, we are looking at the measures for defining the greatest country in the world. And so far, we've looked at life expectancy, we've looked at infant and maternal mortality rates. We didn't look at access to healthcare because there was no need to.
We're great at spending money.
Well, we'll talk about that. Now, we're talking about education.
Great at being consumers.
What do you think about the literacy rates, Yoels?
Okay, so according to the National Center for Education Statistics, the key findings are 21% of U.S. adults perform at level 1 or below in literacy. That's very basic reading skills. 4 to 5% of adults are functionally illiterate. According to the U.S. Department of Education, 54 million adults read below a 6th grade level. About 130 million adults read at or below a basic literacy level.
What are these people more inclined to vote with? If somebody's illiterate and they can't think for themselves, or they look for a vote, they're more inclined to vote a certain way, based off of feelings and ideology, right?
Okay, and according to the National Assessment of Adult Literacy, 14% of adults scored below basic literacy, 29% scored quote-unquote basic literacy. In comparison to the rest of the world, we would sit in mid-range. So we're not the worst, but we're not the best. U.S. students score slightly above the global average in reading and math. We score below many developed countries. In science, we score above average, but not top tier. Notable top tier countries would be Finland and Japan. And then we got Canada coming in high, with us being mid-range. Italy is an example of a lower range country. So.
Fascinating.
How are you going to compare 340 million people to Finland?
Wow.
That's where we're at.
So,
Finland has like 5 million people.
Do you know how stats work? Do they have
Yeah,
for us to compare?
It's really not a fair comparison.
Okay.
Okay, so we've dealt with that. Should we move to the next one, Kat?
Yeah.
Income equality.
Ah, shit.
Tatiana, where are you from?
Chicago. I'm American.
Okay.
I mean, income equality. Is this another do we need to?
It is.
Yeah, compared to countries of similar size.
Income is what you make it in America.
Well, we're not
To a
actually.
certain extent,
What countries would you
what you make it.
What countries would you like to compare it to, Alex?
I don't know, compared to Russia.
Like China. No, actually, that's
Can I just add something? So, none of this was ever about comparison, just so we're clear, right? We're just looking at measurements and even how America measures against itself. But if y'all need to do this like dick swinging, let's see whose dick is bigger than mine, we can.
Hold on, it is.
But I just want y'all to know it was never about comparisons. But we let's go, Cassie. Fine.
the source really quick so I can check. This is from the Congressional Budget. This is from the Congressional Budget Office, right? When it comes to income distribution, right, the top 1% holds 20% of the total income. The top 10% holds 48 to 50%. The middle 60 holds 40. The bottom 20 holds 3. Okay. Let me drop this for you.
We knew that. That's nothing new though. CEOs have always made more. It happened during Reagan. That's when it happened.
Okay, economic mobility. Research from Harvard University shows that children born into the bottom 20% of income have a 7 to 9% chance of reaching the top 20%. The key takeaways is that the U.S. economy produces very high income at the top, moderate mobility, but greater inequality than most developed countries. Okay.
Which is true, which means you gotta be born in it, right? A lot of them are legacy kids.
In comparison to Indonesia, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Brazil, this is the ranking. The U.S. comes in first at a high inequality level. Brazil comes in second and very high. Nigeria is moderate. Indonesia is moderate. Pakistan is moderate.
Nigeria could be doing so much more.
Doesn't look goofy in America, but they don't. So, income equality, Tati, the consensus is?
Yeah, we're fun.
Okay.
Do you think the middle class is gonna be evaporated?
We have our average income levels in comparison to those countries are higher, right? Obviously, but we have a higher inequality. So we got a lot of money hoarders here.
And that's such a beautiful lead into the next one, Tati, which is cost of living versus wages.
Cost of living? It all depends.
That's too subjective.
It depends
Cost
where you
of
live.
living versus wages. So how that's measured in economics is like based on averages.
You can't compare it to house and
In different tax brackets based on people's,
We can
tax
pull from the
income.
U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics census.
yeah, but if you live in LA, Chicago, New York, Miami, some of these places where DC, where the rents are extremely high compared to if you live in the Midwest, it's so different. Even though that shit is climbing.
Yeah, so averages on state level versus averages on federal level, right? Averages.
That shit happened after COVID. That's when they started raising shit after COVID. And they kept on.
It sure did.
Okay, so according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, right, the median hourly wage is $23. The median annual wage is $59,000. The median household income is $74,000. The average monthly expenses for a single adult in the U.S., including renting a one-bedroom apartment, utilities, groceries, transportation, and health insurance, the typical monthly cost is $2,800 to $3,900 a month. According to the National Association of Realtors, the median home price in 1998 was $123,000. The median home price in 2000 was $165,000. The median home price in 2024 was $412,000. Median wages did not increase at the same rate. So the rent to income ratio, right? According to the Harvard Joint Center of Housing Studies, about 46% of renters spend more than 30% of their income on housing. About 24% spend more than 50%. these households are considered house burden.
What changed? Nothing. The house didn't change.
Since 1980, right? The average wages have grew 18%. The housing costs have had 100% increase. College tuition 200 to 300% increase. Healthcare costs 250% increase. That means the cost for essential services grew much faster than wages. So, housing is the largest expense. We have supplies, shortages that increase prices. Healthcare, private insurance, increased costs. Education, college tuition rose faster than inflation. And then child care is among the highest costs in developed countries.
And that's why you gotta get in. You gotta buy a house. Hopefully a lot of people bought the house early. Because you'd rather fucking pay mortgage than pay somebody $1,800, $2,200, $3,200 a fucking month to pay their mortgage. That's what people do in America is fucking own something in this land. Because this shit is relentless. You gotta be paying taxes regardless of where you're at.
So the bottom line is the U.S. economy provides higher earning potential, but basic living costs, especially housing, healthcare, and education, is still a large share of your income.
You said what?
The bottom line is the U.S. economy provides high earning potential, but basic living costs, especially housing, healthcare, and education, is still a large share of that income.
It does, because the dollar is a global currency. So people want to come here to make money. But what does that do? That drives up the price.
So basically, what I'm hearing is that in America, if you're a bum, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I can live with that.
No, I don't, personally. Access or lack thereof is a systemic issue. So, being a bum or not doesn't matter. Various factors could still lead to you not accessing the resources that you need at any given moment because somebody else has taken it upon themselves to organise in a way that calls themselves government and is going to be responsible for the development of resources and the distribution of those resources along with the production of them, etc. So, no. Whether you're a bum or not has nothing to do with it. The issue is systemic, cultural, historical.
Is it though? Because I don't know any people who work really hard who are complaining about shit like this.
Yeah, no, there is, and by the millions, actually. So, yeah, like the way, let's just take healthcare, right? Medical bankruptcy. Someone could work like a fucking dog their whole life, and then they could come up against an unjust, unfair, unequal medical bill that can wipe out all of that hard work and then leave them in a negative position. So, and that is just like the most like basic bitch answer, right? Like the most basic of basic, right? Like step one, healthcare, boom, like how many millions wiped out because of the inequality from the healthcare system? That we didn't even make it off step. We didn't. The first one and basic level of healthcare inequality that is, just almost not seen anywhere else in the world to that extent. So, yeah, no, actually, you would have to have less than a P for a brain if you didn't actually understand what I just said and how very valid, justified it is to understand that it is a systemic issue in every which way, and that the system is actually working the way it was designed to work, which is to create a permanent underclass, so there is a permanent ruling class. Again, you would have to have a P as a brain to not know that. So either you have a P for a brain.
So American health.
So I mean, your example, you brought up something that hardly happens today. You brought up something that happens like very rarely to most people, if ever at all. Which is going medically bankrupt. But that tells me
medical bankruptcy
American
be
healthcare
rare?
is a scam.
Why would medical bankruptcy be rare in a country that has the highest healthcare cost? It doesn't
Medical
make sense.
bankruptcy is
That
rare
doesn't make sense.
anywhere.
No, they're charging
No.
$400 for juice.
When women are getting $40,000 bills for having a miscarriage, I don't think it's.
Yeah, the thing is, it's a hospital that's charging as much. You understand that? And then when they know that you have insurance, they're gonna double your shit. So whatever you pay
Well, let me
for,
ask a question.
they
Hang
will.
on,
It's
Joe.
just America. It's just.
Hang on. So,
No,
Alex,
the thing is, it's
hang
profit.
on,
Yeah.
hang on, Joe. Hang on, Joe.
It's a job.
Alex, what is not a lot per year?
What is that a lot per year? What do you mean?
What is hardly any? You say it hardly ever happens. So how many?
I'm just saying in comparison to the general population. I don't have the exact number, but I know it's rare. I know it's rare for people to
How
come
rare?
I just told you I don't have an exact number, but I know it's rare.
Well, then what would be considered? What do you consider rare? How many medical bankruptcies?
I don't know. I just told you I don't know. But I know it's
So you
rare.
have no idea. Okay.
I don't know the exact number,
So
but
then
I know it's
throw
rare.
fucking spaghetti at a wall.
But I know it's
and
rare.
put it up.
Because most people do
Pick
not
a
know.
fucking number. I'm asking you to pick a number.
Let's listen.
I don't know. You pick a number.
No, yo, I don't need your help. Pick a number, Alex.
Pick a number.
Insurance is
I'm
a scam.
asking you. Yo! Alexander, pick a number.
Alright, let's see. I would say 1 in 250,000.
Give me how many medical bankruptcies you think happen each year.
Oh, you don't want it per population?
Medical
Give
bankruptcy.
me.
How the fuck am I supposed to know how many medical
I
bankruptcies
said
happen per year?
you said
America?
correct. So how many bankruptcies per year then? I'm asking. That's my question.
1 out of every 20,000. Because that shit is like. I love this country, but goddamn, bro, the insurance company is a scam, bro. I pay over $200 every 2 weeks, and in the minute I need something, insurance is like a fucking, they hold the umbrella out when it's sunny, but the minute it rains, they pull the fucking umbrella away.
Do you want the answer?
That's America.
Do you have the answer?
Insurance companies.
Yeah, I have the answer.
Okay.
Go.
Alex, what was your number?
I didn't give you a number.
Oh.
It said 1 or 250,000. What is the number?
He said
I have 250,000.
1 in 250,000, which would be like
It'd be like short of 2,000 or 2,500.
yeah, well less than that per year.
Yeah.
Last year was 550,000.
550,000 went bankrupt medically.
Yep.
Wait, 1 out of 550,000?
No, 550,000 Americans.
Yeah, we're medical related bankruptcies. Due to hospital bills, high out-of-pocket medical costs, loss of income due to illness. It says about 66.5% of U.S. bankruptcies involve medical issues.
No, that's true. But that's why Obamacare came.
So that's like majority of U.S. bankruptcies.
It was worse.
Okay, so this is
Yeah, so cool.
Hang on,
Prior to 2010.
Yo, hang on.
I'm just saying, you don't know what it was prior.
You thought it was 2,000 per year, and the actual, and that's.
But I do know. I know.
Y'all should. Talking about skewed data, right? Well, that's just like 550,000 cases that we know are clearly defined as medical bankruptcy. There's probably variations
just that it just kind of sounded wild considering how quick it was. But yeah, that's cool. We all make mistakes.
Wait, what? Yeah, some of us do, Tootsie, you're right.
Yeah, I was next.
Okay. Gee, we haven't even made it through one. We haven't even made it through quality of life, and it's given me 7 different categories, guys. So buckle up. So that was cost of living versus wages. Do we need to say anything else about that?
We know what's up.
All right. Next one. Housing stability. Oh, get row, baby. Here we go. Let's go. Housing stability.
In India, we have good housing stability.
Do you want to elaborate? Fine.
Yeah, it's a fast-growing economy, and we have a lot of purchasing power, and the policies are related to loans, mortgages are conducive to purchasing homes and all. So and also usually a home would cost much lesser compared to what it costs in USA. And also, yeah, the cost of living is very low over here since it's a developing country. And yeah, we have a 6.8% GDP growth per year. I mean, yeah, which means we have a lot of opportunities. It's a huge market. So yeah, I mean, so all of these factors, contribute to this, housing stability. Yes.
Does that count for all Indians in all class, and dare I even say caste?
Yeah, it depends on the area. Yeah, right now it is accessible to all castes, and regardless of which caste you are from, you can afford a house right now in India. But then there are
You're on mute.
Okay. All right.
yeah, like I was saying, there are few classes which fall below poverty, they can't afford housing, but governments, they is allowing places to live and provide them with daily labor, wages, so that they can fend for themselves. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for sharing. Tati, this one's interesting. I just looked up the numbers.
Yeah. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, using the home ownership rate, overall U.S. 65 to 66% own homes. Broken down into race between white, black, and Hispanic. 74% of white people own homes, 45% of blacks own homes, and 51% of Hispanics own homes. Richest versus home owners. We got homeowners at 66% versus 34% for the renters. When it comes down to cost-burdened households, according to Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, it shows that 31 to 33% are cost-burdened, meaning they're spending over 50% of their income on, over 30% of their income on housing. There's 15 to 16% that are severely burdened. They're spending over 50% of their income on housing. That represents about 40 million households. There's roughly 3 to 4 million eviction filings annually in the U.S. About 1 million households are formally evicted each year. Homelessness, we got about 650,000 people experiencing homelessness. That represents 0.2% of our population.
So 0.2?
Yeah. let's see, when we're comparing it to Europe and other developing countries, our home ownership rates come in at the top at 65 to 66%, in comparison to Germany coming in second at 50%, UK, France following, Italy, Indonesia, so on and so forth. But the housing cost burden, the cost burden homes that I mentioned earlier, we rank highest in that at 31 to 33%. So we have more homeowners, but we have more cost burden homes as well. And we also have the highest homeless population in comparison to Germany at 260,000 coming in second, following the UK, France, and Brazil.
What was their homeless population in Brazil?
In Brazil, they're at 220,000.
So then they have a higher percentage of homeless people.
They have a higher percentage of homeless people where than America.
In Brazil.
We have 650,000.
Oh, really? 650,000?
Yeah. We have 650,000 homeless people in
And you
America.
said 0.2%?
Yeah, that's 0.2% of our population.
Okay. Here, I'm gonna give a Brazil this one.
Are we
So it
just?
says the U.S. has the highest visible homeless rates among wealthy nations, largely due to housing costs and limited social housing supply.
Yeah, being a bum in America, not a good time. 100%.
Yeah, no. It's definitely just America.
So it says our structure.
United being a bomb. And Tati, look at this. You said 600 and something thousand homeless. Isn't it interesting that there's 550 something thousand people that have claimed bankruptcy due to their medical bills, and then similar numbers of people also happen to be homeless? Oh my, correlations.
Yeah, which makes it 0.6%. 0.16% of the population go medically bankrupt. 0.16%.
Look at that. Definitely.
Wait, where did you get that from?
That's how much her number was. If you do 550K, it's at 340 million times 100 to get the percentage. It's 0.16%, which is a little bit less than 0.2%, right? That's Tati.
Like, we're talking about people that have literally been spat out. This doesn't even look at people who are, just hanging on for dear life. Like,
I mean, a fraction of a percent of a
I
one.
wouldn't speak to somebody.
Are we talking bad about America, or what are we saying?
Yes.
She is.
Well, no, actually.
Are you Australian?
Excuse me, as the moderator.
Okay. All right. Okay. Powerful. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. So, we are actually working through a list of measures that could possibly define a country as the greatest country in the world, okay? And we've been working through that list, and we've been looking at statistics that Tatiana is providing and has graciously been providing us with links, okay, to credible sources, namely, Tati, most of your sources have been from the government websites, is that right?
Yeah.
Fabulous sources. And then we're discussing that data. Now, it's unfortunate that it happens to almost always be in the lesser realms of like good and positive and great. But we're just reading the actual statistics on, at the moment, quality of life for citizens in America. So far, we've talked about life expectancy rates, infant and maternal mortality, access to healthcare, education quality and literacy rates, income equality, cost of living versus wages, and now we're talking about housing stability. Welcome. why my accent is slightly different.
Let's talk about the good things of America. Yes, we got troubling people.
No, I'm sorry.
Immigration.
We're not necessarily talking about good or bad things. We're talking about quality of life, and we're finding the stats. Yeah. If the stats, if you interpret the stats as bad, then hey, that's your personal opinion of the stats. But the stats are the stats, you know. So that's all we're doing. You can form your opinion about it, but we're just looking at the data.
Why does everybody want to come here? Can we figure that out?
Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's go through and break it down and see why people want to come here.
But we gotta remember one thing. Canada is also America, so we just gotta.
We're only measuring the United States of America.
Okay, well, on paper, it's not America, but it really is.
Okay.
What did I wake up to?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Welcome to hell. Welcome to hell, Kirko.
I'm sorry.
It's
Trying to
like
stimulate everybody.
a teeth boy.
Oh, baby.
We lose one, another one grow in. We lose another one. Like, what the hell is going on? I feel like we just got rid of the same nigga like 5 minutes ago.
What did I do? I'm just talking.
I know you're not him, but you sound just like him.
Wow, that's crazy.
Huh? Tuffy?
I know T.
Is it too late? Too early?
I don't know. It is a big subject for the morning for America. I track the conversation versus topic versus actual discussion that takes place. So this is a little big. It's structured. I can understand how that could be.
I'm waking us up.
In the morning.
I'm waking us up. Isn't it like nighttime?
We're awake, and right now we've been talking about housing stability. So where did we land with that, Tuffy?
So the bottom line was the U.S. housing system produces high housing quality and infrastructure, but also high housing costs and greater visible homelessness than most wealthy countries.
Wait, and also that
So
the United States are the number one homeowners out of any developed country.
Yeah, but we also have the highest number of cost burden homes as well. So
Okay, that's fine. I mean,
it's like a real
Thanks for the house, yeah.
yeah.
So some of the stats that I found that I thought was quite interesting was it says there's a shortage of 3 to 6 million homes, which is one of the drivers, right, of the increasing cost, yada yada.
Yeah.
Then I thought, I'm interested to see what the vacancy rates are of homes, and it's approximately 15.1 million vacant homes versus 3 to 6 million. So there's also there's a correspondence between those two, because it's the same here in Australia, and how those homes are held and why and from who is a big part of that discussion. So yeah, I thought that was quite interesting, and that feeds into that lack of social housing. Okay, so the last one in the quality of life for citizens measurement, the last one was social mobility, so the ability to improve life outcomes across generations. So yeah, and so what we've covered is life expectancy, infant and maternal mortality. America, like, it's not the worst, but it's not the best. Access to healthcare, probably one of the worst. Education quality and literacy rates, they sit somewhere in the middle. Income inequality, I think they have, well, what I heard was they are the worst for income quality globally, but at least top 10. Cost of living versus wages, we didn't go in that too deeply, but with the income inequality coupled with the housing stability, you can already see that that's...
Wait, the housing is very stable. What do you mean? And then on top of that,
we did look at...
America has the best education university system.
I'm atrocious that there is no way quality of life for citizens as a measurement for America could define it as being the greatest country.
Yeah, right. How about technological innovation? How about your military actually? How about being able to protect yourself? How about that? How about
Right now we're talking about America, and we're walking through this list. There's 7 different categories of measurements for quality of life. We're measuring America right now, and right now we're just working through the first category, which is quality of life for citizens, with the data that Tati was sharing. Why is it so hard?
But I mean, what other categories?
Why are you trying to compare it to Canada?
Because you're trying to frame it by picking and choosing certain topics.
No, I'm not. I literally put into ChatGPT what are some measures that could be used to define the greatest country in the world, and it's given me a list of 7 different categories. Okay, P-brain.
All based on the same quality of life.
This is the first one. And then for the those are the subcategories of just.
So we're on category 1, so sub.
Yeah, so we're in the last bullet of quality of life, which is social mobility.
I see.
Oh,
Okay.
someone give me picture cards.
Okay, so we kind of spoke about this earlier, but that Harvard University Opportunity Insights Project, we're pulling from that, and then also the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So from the Harvard Opportunity Insight, it shows that if you're born into the 20%, you have a 7 to 9% chance to reach the top 20. Or if you're born in the bottom 20%, you have a 7 to 9% chance to reach the top 20%. You have a 40 to 45% chance to reach middle class, and you have a 30 to 40% chance to remain in the bottom 20.
That's pretty good, actually.
It says according to the OECD, about 50% of the parents' income advantage is passed to the next generation. This indicates moderate to higher persistence of economic status. But we all know that wouldn't apply to everyone. In comparison to other countries, Denmark ranks the highest with only 2 generations. We're measuring how long it takes for a family in the bottom income group to reach the average income. So Denmark is 2 generations, Canada is 3 generations, Germany is 4 generations, United States is 5 generations. Obviously, there's going to be regional differences. Regions with higher.
The generational. What was talking about? I'm sorry.
Okay, so the OECD measures how long it takes for a family in the bottom income group to reach average income. So in Denmark, it's 2 generations. In Canada, it's 3 generations. In Germany, it's 4 generations. In the United States, it's 5 generations.
Oh, wow. Dang. What is Australia, out of curiosity? Does it? I guess we have it.
It's non-existent. It's an island, by the way.
5 generations is insane,
Insane. That's fucked. That gives a nigga no hope.
Oh no, have hope, guys.
I got one forever, but hearing that kid.
Most of us are all well into like our 4th or 5th generation right now.
Still live in the hood, man.
So in Australia, it's 3 generations.
Wow.
So I think that's similar to Canada.
This is not all accurate, though.
I mean, again,
What in saying that?
Okay, hold on, let me drop this.
You could hit the lottery or some shit.
Comparing small population sizes to men, it's just not.
We're actually not. I know everything. When you got a little dick, I know everything is a dick.
You don't mention it this time.
Right? But we actually am not doing comparisons. And Tati, will you tell this loser I've not seen his dick? You didn't show me.
Yeah, she didn't see it.
Oh, okay. So everyone's
Thank
popular.
you. Thank you.
What's wrong with that? Why are you showing? Do what? I'll show mine. It's small. What's wrong with that? I'll tell you the truth.
Countries and shit.
Oh, shit's wrong.
Wow.
What are we saying?
What the fuck was that?
It's not crazy, it's more like
God, can I unhear it? Hold on. Wait.
Sometimes the content writes itself, you know?
Everyone, just take a moment. Look at my PTR really quickly.
You're quick at that. That was good. I gotta add you. Oh, good.
Oh my god.
Okay. So summary, basically, chances for the bottom to reach the top 20%, 7 to 9% generations to reach, or how many generations it takes in America to reach average income. We got 5 generations. Whoa, wait, I didn't see this. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, this was where I was on. Regional differences. So regions with higher mobility tend to have strong public schools, less residential segregation, higher employment growth. Areas with higher mobility include parts of the Midwest, the Great Plains, and certain western states.
What? That can't be right.
Come on over. We got states.
Nah,
Wow.
we definitely got it.
If you want to make some money, come to the Midwest.
Nah, come to Texas.
So, social mobility also a no?
Yeah, weed. I mean, 5 generations is pretty good.
Yeah.
You got a 79% chance to reach the top if you're born, in poverty. Like, that's fucked. That's fucked.
Yeah. So, that first category was based on indices used globally within the United Nations Human Development Index and the World Happiness Report findings. So that was the framework for that. So category 1. So quality of life for citizens, not the greatest, right, Patty?
Yeah, it's not good. No bueno.
Not bueno. So the second one is economic strength and opportunity. How productive and economically dynamic a country is. First measure GDP and then GDP per capita.
That was racist, by the way. No bueno.
It was racist? I thought it was inclusive. Maybe I was wrong.
Hang on, what did you say?
You say it was racist.
What
No
was?
bueno. No bueno.
Oh, no, I mean, I was speaking my language.
Right, technically she, yeah.
We say no bueno in Italian, so, huh? Please.
I thought I was being inclusive.
You have my permission.
No.
That was actually not bad.
Okay.
Sure. Let's talk about Australia now.
No.
Okay. So we're gonna use
Talking about America.
the IMF World Economic Outlook database. Okay. So United States total GDP we got 20 trillion. GDP per capita we got 81K. This represents about 24 to 25% of the global economy. In comparison to other countries, countries with major economies. China is at 18 trillion for total GDP, at 12K for GDP per capita. Japan is at 4.2 trillion total GDP with 34K GDP per capita. Germany is at 4.4 trillion with total GDP with 53K GDP per capita. India is at 3.7 trillion total GDP with 2.7K GDP per capita, according to the World Economic Outlook. What drives the U.S. GDP is 77% is services, 11% is manufacturing, 11% is the government, 1% agriculture, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis. The U.S. GDP is larger than the European Union's largest individual economy, Germany. The U.S. economy is roughly 7 times larger than India's economy.
The biggest GDP, but it sits at 11 on the GDP per capita list. Okay, well, median household income.
You said median household income. I think we discussed that earlier.
Did we?
Yeah. It was.
Wait, what is it per capita compared to what, though?
The rest of the world?
Rest of the world.
So per capita as in per 100,000 people?
Standard GDP per capita.
What does that mean, though?
I'll show you the one that I use.
People making this judgment, or is it a research firm? Because generally people feel about a country based on how successful they are. So it is based on some sort of survey or something. Success is one of the biggest determinations on how people feel about the country. If you're poor in a country, you give a damn how great the GDP is or where you live, or, you know, like for instance, you don't think there are people in Paris, France, that hate Paris?
Oh my
There are people
god.
people that love to go there and
You
hate
could
Paris
just
and
ask
shit.
us what we're basing this discussion on, and we can bring you up to date without all of that. So
Oh, what? I did ask a question. I didn't do all of that.
yeah, so what I'm saying is you've just joined us, so you can literally ask us what we're basing this off of, and then we can tell you just that simply, like, oh,
Yes,
what are you basing this off of?
say, where is the research?
I know, but I'm saying all the everything.
The Bureau of Economic Analysis, so the BEA, the U.S. Federal Statistical Agency, is where the numbers came from.
So, median income.
Oh yeah. You just checked.
So this is 83,730 in 2024 was the median. 2024 is the last data I can find.
Yeah. Yeah, 2024 is the last one. Let's see.
So it has one of the highest median household incomes globally. But yeah, cost of living versus wages.
So we're good. Okay. Look, there's another one.
But however, median
Don, are you Sudanese by chance?
I'm Italian and Greek.
So you're Sudanese, okay.
Sure.
You just want to make things up.
I mean, we don't want to go back in like history. Y'all talk. I just asking.
Yeah, there's a little E1B1B sprinkled in there somewhere.
Okay. So, according to U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? Employment to population ratio. All adults 16 and over, our employment rate is 60 to 61%. Prime working age, they're defined as 25 to 54. So 80 to 81% are in the prime working age. Obviously, prime age workers have higher employment because the group excludes most students and retirees. Our unemployment rate in 2023 was 3.6%, 2024, 3.7 to 4%. That was considered very low unemployment, historically very low unemployment. Obviously, that's changed since then. Labor force participation, we got 62% to 63%. Labor force participation measures the share of adults who are either working or actively looking for work. The rate decline of the pandemic, but has partially recovered. The U.S. economy is dominated by service industries. That's 80%. That's 80% share of the jobs. Government coming in at 15%, manufacturing at 8%, agriculture 1 and 2%. Employment by education. Obviously, that increases with education. So the employment rate, if you have less than a high school diploma, is 45 to 50%. If you have a high school diploma, it's 60 to 65%. If you have a bachelor's degree, it's 75 to 80%. Graduate degree is 80 to 85%. The median unemployment duration, so the average time unemployed before finding work is 20 weeks. So yeah, the U.S. labor market currently shows high employment and relatively low unemployment. So I think we're doing fine.
I wonder, because they do this thing in employment data where they say, well, unemployed people are people that, just strictly don't have a job, but then there's all like underemployed people.
Okay.
And they consider like people who are working or don't have job security as employed, whereas technically they're not because they're underemployed, But they do it to skew the data and make it look like there's a really low unemployment rate.
Yeah, okay, so I see here, for official unemployment, we're at 3.7 to 4%. For underemployment, at 7 to 8%.
Yeah, bad.
You have to double that because drug dealers, scammers, entrepreneurs.
So it says about 40% of
Americans are underemployed.
yeah, it's recent college grads specifically. All the college graduates that are underemployed, it's about 33% because of overqualification. It says younger workers experience higher underemployment.
Yeah, cool.
Between ages of 20 and 24, they had a 10 to 12%.
Shame on you, America.
Hey, be nice.
Never.
We're bullies. We'll take
Why be nice?
Venezuela.
No, why can I be nice when I can be naughty? Okay, this will be an interesting one. Economic mobility.
extra income. Yeah, so.
Now this next one, this is what's supposed to make America great, or at least try and make it great again. Entrepreneurship and innovation.
Are we done? We're done with economics?
No, this is economic strength and opportunity. So
Yeah, it's in the same topic, which is subtopic of the same topic.
I'm surprised they didn't talk about international
You said entrepreneurship
economic
and
mobility. Yeah.
yeah, and innovation.
okay. Okay.
I mean, it's a no-brainer.
So we're coming from the U.S. Census Bureau and the U.S. Small Business Administration. International innovation rankings. Okay. Okay, so the United States is one of the most active entrepreneurial economies globally. Number of businesses. Total businesses, we have 33 million. Small businesses, 32.5 million. Large corporations, 20,000. Small businesses represent about 99.9% of all U.S. businesses. There was a surge of the COVID pandemic. We have a startup ecosystem. According to the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, about 17 to 18% of U.S. adults are involved in early stage entrepreneurial activity. This includes starting a business, owning a young company under 3.5 years old. The United States has the largest startup ecosystem in the world. Venture capital investment, the U.S. leads globally in venture capital funding. For the venture capital investment, year 170 billion, 2024 was 180 billion. Major startup hubs include, I guess we all know this, Silicon Valley, New York, Austin, Seattle, Boston. Where do we rank? The U.S. ranks among the world's leaders in innovation, according to the World Intellectual Property Organization Global Innovation Index. Switzerland ranks 1.
Yeah.
With Sweden coming in second, the U.S. coming in third. The U.S. consistently ranks near the top due to research universities, venture capital markets, technology firms, intellectual property development. Patent production. According to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, there's 350,000 patents issued annually. The U.S. is one of the largest patent producing countries globally. Entrepreneurship by demographic group. Since the data shows entrepreneurship increasing amongst women entrepreneurs, minority business owners, and immigrant founders. Immigrants start businesses at higher rates than native-born citizens. Wink, wink. Okay, so the summary is total businesses, we have 33 million. Small business share is 99.9%. Annual new business applications of 5 million. Venture capital investment, 170 billion. Global innovation rank, top 3. So, we got that one.
Yay! You go to school, America.
Go Star!
I'm decided I'm actually going to school. I'm gonna give a point or 0 out of every single one, or like 0.5, right? Life expectancy, what was that 0 or what, 0.5?
0.5. There's places that are better, but we're not the first.
And infant and maternal mortality.
We're fucking there, though.
Yeah. And then the rest of those were fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. And now, alright, so GDP and GDP per capita, I'm giving 0.5 because y'all got it for GDP.
That should be a 1. Easy. What are you talking about? California has a fourth largest
0.5. And then median household income, that was 1, wasn't it? Yeah. Employment rate,
something?
America's crumbling infrastructure.
Yes.
Oh.
Can I say something, Mahans?
Yes, you may speak.
Thank you, my Australian friends. If Texas was an independent country, it would outrank Australia.
California is fourth in the world. I don't know how.
So I don't know.
It's crazy.
Can I
Tell me Texas, Mahat. I'm done.
I actually don't. Again, I'm gonna say it once more. I know that y'all love to sword fight with each other, right? Y'all love when the tips rub up against each other. I know you do, and that's why y'all love a dick swing contest, right? Who's got the biggest dick? I don't give a fuck about Australia. I don't give a fuck about this country. Okay?
I told you mine. Why am I fighting with another man's sword?
I'm saying that's what y'all love to do in general, but that's
But
not.
who am I fighting with?
I'm saying in general that's what y'all love to do.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I love you too, Mahat. Okay.
Okay, infrastructure quality in the United States. Pulling from American Society of Civil Engineers Infrastructure Report Card and international comparisons from the World Economic Forum. The American Society of Civil Engineers evaluates the U.S. infrastructure every 4 years. The latest national grade is a C-. Ooh. This grade indicates the infrastructure is functional but aging and in need of investment. Moving to road infrastructure, we have road networks are extensive and require repair. Total road miles, 4.2 million. Roads in poor condition, 40%. Poor road conditions cost drivers an estimated $130 billion per year in vehicle repairs, according to the Federal Highway Administration. Bridges, we have a total of 617,000. Structurally deficient ones, we have 42,000.
Whoa.
Yeah. Public transportation, obviously the quality varies widely by city. The major metro systems include New York Subway, Washington Metro, and Chicago Transit Authority. Airports, U.S. airports are among the busiest globally. Our major hubs are, we all know, Hartsfield, Jackson, Atlanta, Los Angeles International, and O'Hare International. Energy infrastructure, the U.S. has one of the largest energy systems in the world. Sources include natural gas, oil, nuclear, and renewable energy. The U.S. electricity grid serves over 160 million customers. Water infrastructure, water systems face aging infrastructure challenges. There are 240,000 water main breaks per year. And there's millions of miles of pipes older than 50 years, according to the Environmental Protection Agency. Broadband and digital infrastructure, there's 92% of households with internet access, so that's great. And then 90% have broadband coverage. However, rural areas sometimes still have limited high-speed connectivity. So our global infrastructure ranking, somewhere like Singapore and Switzerland are considered top tier. The United States is considered top 15 to 20. It scores highly for air transport, energy systems, and digital networks, but lower for roads, public transit, and aging utilities. So I feel like we get half.
Yeah. I agree.
What do you think, Alex? Are you listening? Our country?
Yeah, I heard you about infrastructure. That's why I said I'm not confident in this one. C minus sounds about right.
Do you think we deserve half?
No.
0.5? You think we should get a 0?
greatest possible score was 8, and you got 0.5 on 8.
Damn.
And for economic strength,
Let's go.
you got 3.5 out of 6.
Hey, we come again. We come again.
Oh, sorry, it's 4. My bad. It is 4. So yeah, you got 4 out of 6.
Cleo might want to do this. 2.
Yeah, that was good.
Cleo.
All right. So
See why I was like, why can't I see the room? And I look on stage and I'm like, oh, Alex.
He ruins everything.
Oh, she blocked me. I blocked her.
So I'm going to create a poll. Okay. So welcome, Miss Cleo. We are talking about is America really the greatest country in the world? And it's because we just had like men sharing their opinion, which was like somebody drilling into our ears. I decided to look up what could be some of the possible measures that could define the greatest country in the world. So far, I asked ChatGPT and it came up with 7 different categories, and we've gone through 2 so far. The first one was quality of life for citizens. The second one was economic strength and opportunity. Tati is very graciously finding data when we kind of go through each category and subcategory, and then we're discussing the data, and then we're giving it a score whether or not we believe that America, genuinely has something going for it in each category and subcategory. So the score is like 0, or 0.5, or 1. And then there's a total possible score per category, and then the actual score. So that's what we're doing. Welcome.
All right. Somebody told me y'all were doing a lot of stuff with data, Obi.
Yeah, we are. We are now up to the 3rd category, which is political freedom and governance. How democratic, accountable, and fair the political system is. Now, surely y'all got to get at least half a point for this next one, which is freedom of speech and press.
Right now? Well, all is there is, it's pulling for 2024, so maybe we'll be fine.
Look, money buys you freedom of speech, free will, and all that, okay, in America.
That's how you
So
that don't make it great because the average person doesn't have money. If you have no money, you have nothing in this country. So I'm speaking on other men's money.
Well, we can
That's what
help
we
them.
all about.
We can be friendly, once we have all the money straight down the road.
You must be trolling because there's no concept of spreading wealth in this country. It's not. This country has never been great.
That's what
Country has never ever been great. Ever. From its inception, it's been riddled with racism. And this country ain't great. I know y'all gonna hang on to it right now. Iran is whooping our asses. They not saying it in the press. You have to go out and find your own news. But we fucked. We are truly fucked. We not great. We never been great. Get over it.
Have you lived in the box theory?
Live where, please?
The box theory, where we have a comfortable area right now. The evilness outside that they don't tell us about, like, they're not gonna tell us because us humans, regular humans, we can't comprehend or understand what's really going on in the outside world. We just see a little bit of parts like a chess piece.
I understand exactly what's going on in the outside world. All of us not losers and dumb.
I just want to tell Ms. Cleo, it's because of me. I'm letting Alex out for the day. He'll be back.
Hey, Bird.
What makes America good other than the military? I mean, because we got people in this country that's homeless, starving, and sick. If this was truly a good country, there would be no homeless in this country. There would be no hungry people. There would be no people who are fighting to get health care. This is not a great country.
It's not realistic.
Our education
education system suffers. That's fucking stupid people out here.
Do you believe in free will?
Do you believe in free will? Wait, stop interrupting me, please. Be polite. I thought this country was so great. Did your mama teach you manners in this great country? I see not. But how is this the greatest educational system in the world? You got people who don't give a shit about the Constitution.
Stop interrupting Elegant.
Yeah, I can see both here.
Shut up, Alex.
Once she mutes up, you'll already chant it.
There's people on here that I've heard say about Kamala Harris, but when she was vice president, she didn't do nothing for people. What the fuck the vice president supposed to do? So how is this a great country that produces people to think that the vice president of this country can actually play a role in changing stuff? How is that great? How is this a great educational system? People here are dumb as a fucking box of hair. And proud of it. Proud as fuck to be dumb. I guess that's great in a way, I suppose. You can be dumb as you want to be and get to be president of the United States of America.
Well, the total possible score in quality of life for citizens, which included things like education, healthcare, blah, blah, blah. The total possible score was 8 and America scored 0.5 in our evaluation. So 0.5 out of 8 for quality of life. Not great. Not great.
Yeah, the university system is still the best in the world.
So what we're talking about now, political freedom and governance, freedom of speech and press. Tell us what you find.
Okay. So, I pulled from Freedom House, the World Bank, and Economist Intelligence Unit. For number 1, democracy rating, Freedom House rates political rights and civil liberties worldwide. Category political rights, our score was 33 out of 40. Civil liberties, our score was 50 out of 60, so our total was 83 out of 100. This classified the United States as a free democracy. 2, Democracy Index. The Economist Intelligence Unit publishes the Global Democracy Index. Overall democracy score, we scored 7.9 out of 10, but our classification is a flawed democracy. The reasons cited include political polarization, declining trust in institutions, and electoral disputes. But yeah, we're a constitutional republic, we all know this, separation of power, checks and balances, blah, blah, blah. We have presidential elections every 4 years, congressional elections every 2 years. Civil liberties, these protections include freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of press, right to assemble, due process protection, blah, 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 rule of law. Rule of law means that laws apply equally to citizens and government officials. Courts operate independently. Legal disputes are resolved through judicial systems. The World Bank governance indicators rank the United States highly in rule of law compared to most countries. Political participation includes voter rights, political organizing, advocacy, public debate. Typical voter turnout during presidential elections is 60 to 66%. Midterm elections is 40 to 50%, according to the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. In summary,
Quickly, because because rule of law and civil liberties are 2 of the other subcategories. So which is good. We can kill many birds with one stone. Freedom of speech and press, and then rule of law and civil liberties, I guess, is what I heard from what you said.
So civil liberties we rate high. We have strong constitutional protections. Rule of law we rate high compared globally. Political participation, we have a moderate turnout. Our democracy index, we have a flawed democracy according to that ranking. And then the Freedom House ranking rates us as a free democracy. So the bottom line is the United States maintains strong constitutional protections and democratic institutions, though international assessments often describe it as a flawed democracy due to political polarization.
pick so far, America. It's not the worst.
I don't like Australian demand things here. That's just
Aww.
we're gonna take over.
You hear the stories that any of that. And I don't know what so D is that y'all be talking like y'all really with the shit. Y'all be sitting at home, nigga. Chill out.
I respectfully, Mom, I don't know who or what the fuck he just said, nigga.
Nigga.
But you look, alright, look, nah, I'm not gonna start with you, bro. Don't be disrespectful. I will cook you like a dry cigarette in the desert heat, nigga, but I'm not gonna do that to you.
Funny. Like,
I'm not trying to make nobody laugh. What are you talking about?
cooking like a dry cigarette. Like, you're gonna cook something.
Yeah, you thinking about it, huh? Look, that's what I wanted.
Like the whole point.
Marinate that fucking brainy or no. Alright, I'm gonna stop because this guy's obviously triggered.
Yeah, I just hate stupid.
Okay, can we go back to party now?
Yes.
Okay, so the assessments are pulling from the Electoral Integrity Project and the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Systems. So for our electoral integrity ranking, out of 100, we have 75 for our electoral integrity score. In comparison, Canada is at 86, Germany is at 85, Australia is at 84.
Okay.
So the U.S. places below many Western democracies, but still within the high integrity range.
Higher.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you got 0.5 for electoral integrity. Now, judicial independence.
Yo, who's slurping on something over there? Is that you, Kirko?
Oh, yeah.
Yo, chill, bro. That's crazy. I can hear it.
Hear what? You put lotion on?
Yeah, so maybe, is that what we're doing here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You got an oil wrapped up with a lotion on, make sure nice and shiny. Type shit.
Okay.
Thanks for taking the poll. Sorry, Tassie.
Yeah, so according to the World Justice Project and the World Economic Forum, we rank in the 20 to 30 range. So high globally, but below some European democracies. It says that we maintain strong structural protections for independence, though political debates surrounding judicial appointments have increased public scrutiny of courts in recent years. Because okay, so judicial independence protections, we have strong constitutional safeguards. Our federal judges have lifetime appointments. Rule of law, global rank, top 20. Judicial review authority, yes. So, I don't know.
I'm leaning to 0.5, but I might be biased. So check me if you think I need to be checked. If it needs to be a 1.
Yeah, I think it's a 0.5 as well. Any other applicants want to speak on your vote? Do you need more data? Do you want me to drop it?
I don't know. I really don't know.
You got some more?
Okay, well, good. Thanks. What'd you say, Kirko?
Okay, some more data.
Okay. Okay.
You there, T? I don't think she
see right now. There's a whatever we're talking about.
Okay, just keep breathing. Deep breaths, real deep breaths. Nar. Yes. Right. Frank's gonna watch the nail and watch the paint dry.
I'm gonna start chipping off the paint, eating them.
Okay.
I mean, see, you know I struggle with that shit. Like,
I know, babe.
It is like, to make that effort, the crack of the joke, and it just goes flat. Just don't know how that happens to people so often. It's so, oh man, that shit hurts.
This shit crazy.
They can't all be like you, bro, you know? Like, they came nowhere near. Not even close. So, I get it.
Is your name Pharaoh? I thought you were a guy. I didn't even talking crazy to you. My bad. I apologize. It's fine. I wasn't, it was just jokes. I'm trying to stimulate everybody.
Okay, read it again. Was Pharaoh your will cry?
Don't bully me.
I'm not, hey, you bully Kirko. Watch it. So my bully mode. Did you try to bully? So look, try. Oh yeah, you tried to bully. I'm sorry, bully is like in effect. Try to read it, bro. Like for real, a lot of people mess my name up. They have no idea why y'all do that. So
It's fro.
It's a good movie.
Look, guys, see?
You asked for that.
You just want me to say something.
You asked for it.
I've been nothing but respectful.
You had it coming. You are
Double team. I'm getting double, triple team, quadruple team almost.
Just breathe through it, okay? You'll be fine. Now, Tati.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Rob. We are at, okay, would y'all like a quick reset?
Yeah.
Okay. Currently talking about is America the greatest country on the world, right? Initially, like, it was just men talking about, like, sharing their opinion, and we didn't want to hear it. So, I was like, well, I didn't want to hear it. I can't speak for anybody else. So I asked ChatGPT what are some of the measures that we could use to define the greatest country in the world, and it gave us 7 categories with multiple subcategories, and we're working through them. We've been through almost 3 categories so far. And then I decided to score them. So now Tati and I are scoring them. Tati is finding sources on the actual statistics of each of these measures within America, and then we're giving it a score. Okay? First category was quality of life for citizens. We covered life expectancy, infant and maternal mortality, access to healthcare, education quality and literacy rates, income quality, cost of living versus wages, housing stability, social mobility. Possible score of 8, y'all got 0.5. Okay? Second category, economic strength and opportunity. We covered GDP and GDP per capita, median household income, employment rates, economic mobility, entrepreneurship and innovation, infrastructure quality. Possible score of 6, I got 4 out of 6. We've now been working through political freedom and governance, freedom of speech and press, electoral integrity, judicial independence, rule of law, corruption levels, civil liberties. We've gone through all of them but 1, corruption levels. That's what we're up to. So Tati, corruption levels. Out of a possible score of 6, you'll currently have 4 out of 6 for political freedom and governance. The next category is going to wipe you out, though.
I feel like you got some more points for the first category, though.
Oh, you did. Sorry, you asked. My bad. Judicial and the data. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was actually going back to the actual category, like the
Quality of life.
Quality of life. I think we should have probably got more than 0.5.
Oh, look, Kirko, you can't.
We can keep going, but we can come back to that maybe later. It's fine. Like, bring it back down.
Yeah. Okay.
corruption levels. Okay, they're pulling the metrics from Transparency International, Real Justice Project, and the World Bank. Corruption Perception Index, CPI. That ranks countries from 0 to 100, 100 being very clean, 0 being highly corrupt. We rank 24th globally. So the U.S. is above most countries globally, but below many Western democracies.
I'm going to give it 0.
Well, I don't see how you
We're 24th.
Yeah, like if you're
Out of 100.
if you're still towards the top, but like just not amongst the top of Western democracies, which is super specific, you gotta at least give me a 0.7, man.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, so
Well, you said I'm 0.5 on this motherfucker?
yeah.
Alright, I got 0.5. 0.5. Final score 4.5 out of 6.
But didn't you give a 0.7 earlier or point?
No, it's always been either whole points.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. Just a half, babe. Alright, 4.5 out of 6. Come on, that was pretty good. Especially for political freedom and governance in the context of America. Like,
Well, that's a lot of these data is from 2024 now. I feel like if they had 2026 data in these motherfuckers, boy. I don't know if it'd be the same, yo. I don't know if it's the same.
Yeah, these politicians, they are here to match it. It's crazy.
We kind of flow because we pulled from 2024. Just like that. But yeah.
yeah. Well, luckily.
Good question, please.
Yeah.
Hey, my question is, in the data you just quoted, right? How many of those nations have as diverse a group of people?
Yeah, I think you're in the Matrix. Is he in the Matrix? Start over.
Yeah, he's real deep in it. I can't hear him. Oh no, Anthony, I think
Can you guys hear me?
Oh no, I think it's starting to break up.
Try again.
I can hear you guys clearly. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good.
No, it's still in the matrix for me.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
We can hear you now.
What I was asking you, Tatiana, was of the countries that were quoted in that, the data you just,
The Corruption Perceptions Index?
yeah, the perceptions in that state.
Yeah.
How many of them have like as diverse a background as the United States? And
I don't know, but the United States ranks 24th in the global rank, with Canada being in the top 15. I feel like they're a little diverse as well. So.
all right, so when you compare Canada, for example, what's Canada's population as compared to the United States?
Oh, okay. I don't know. You're gonna have to pull out your stuff.
You know what? I promise you, what we're doing right now is really not that deep. It's not.
Yeah, because this is in my opinion. I pulled this from the source was Transparency International CPI, and I put that in check for you.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
And
And what we're doing is actually not that deep. Like it's really not. And so
there's nothing that's done on Clubhouse that's really that deep. Really,
that's
there's
right.
absolutely nothing
So
on
we
Clubhouse that's that
there's
deep.
8
So you're saying what is what? Literally, you're saying what is what?
Well, I think we should move on.
Don't shoot the messenger. I didn't make this up.
There's no shots being fired. So it's like we're just talking on a social media or an audio app. Like, this is crazy. So it's not just how deep, this shit out.
You're making is they might as well get back to what they were doing and go ahead and skip over what's happening right now.
That's it.
I think
that's the one.
I think that's all they're saying. Like what they were doing was just something that they wanted to do, and it doesn't really need to be questioned this deep. So they're gonna, hopscotch over top of number. I'm thinking that number 8, and they're gonna go back to what they were doing. It's that is what's no big deal. I think that's what they were saying.
All good.
Ka-ching, bingo, baby.
All right, I mean, it just make me.
Are getting filthy.
All the time. All the time. It's like, it comes naturally for you, you're a natural. So category 4 is really gonna fuck your up bad. Social cohesion and justice. How equitable and inclusive the society is. Yeah, so first one, now y'all might scrape by with this one. Poverty rates.
Yeah, but that's hard. If we're just getting like dirty money, like I know a lot of people that just. How are we filtering out the money? Through the banks? Like, is that where we're getting our statistics from?
Well, I don't know, but
So poverty statistics are reported by U.S. Census Bureau. They track the official poverty rate and also the supplemental poverty measure, SPM. So the official poverty rate in 2023 was 11.1%. That's 36 to 37 million people. 2022 was 11.5%. That's 37.9 people. Poverty line, single adult is $15,000. Family of 4 is $30,000.
You still going on?
Those are the thresholds. Supplemental poverty measure accounts for taxes, government benefits, housing costs, and regional cost differences. Supplemental poverty is 12 to 13%. Poverty by age, children 16 to 17%, adults 18 to 64 is 10 to 11%, seniors 9 to 10%. Children consistently have the highest poverty rates, obviously. Poverty by race, whites is 9 to 10%, Asians is 10%, Hispanics is 17 to 18%, and Black it's 19 to 20%.
What are we talking about now?
Households with income below, below 50% of the poverty line. Shut the hell up, yo. It's too early. Deep poverty refers to those with income below 50% of the poverty line. Population poverty, the estimate is 5 to 6%. This group experiences the most severe economic hardship. Long-term poverty trends. 1960, we had a 22% rate. 1980, we had a 13% rate. 2010, we had a 15%. 2023, 1%. Global comparison. Data from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development shows the United States has a 17% relative poverty rate. Germany has a 10%. Canada has a 12%. Denmark has 6%. Overall poverty rate, 11% people in poverty, 6 to 37 million. Child poverty is 16 to 17%. Deep poverty is 5 to 6%. So the United States has lower poverty than most developing countries, but higher poverty rates than many other wealthy democracies, largely due to differences in social welfare systems and income inequality.
So,
what do y'all think?
Not the best, not the worst.
What do y'all think?
America is in debt. That's what we think. But you scream these statistics. But what do they do for people who already know that they're here? If their life is good, what do they care about some statistics about something that don't affect them?
Okay, so I got you, but like we gotta kind of keep on with what the conversation is doing. The whole conversation for the second or third or fourth time is like we're trying to get a gauge on how great America truly is. So it's not about like individual anecdotal experiences. It's about like the data. So when they give you the
fails in a lot of fucking categories.
Well, if that's not the case, then like there's no point in asking about anecdotal experiences.
Yeah, because we're actually not debating anything.
Yeah.
We're just looking through the categories and providing the data.
Yeah,
Right?
the data are facts.
You can form your opinion afterwards, because we need that, right? And especially from American to so I'm not the only person giving my opinion on the ranking, and Dami's not the only person giving her opinion on the ranking. So we have a fair score, right? So we're all here. Can the voters participate, please? Thank you.
Okay, the voters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so darlings, the question was, what do you think the score should be for this one? Poverty rates in America, do you think it should be a 1, 0.5, or a 0? I vote 0.5 personally.
You can love this country and not love everything about it.
What do you think, Kevin?
I kind of missed it because that's where we're trying to catch up on things that need to be done. I guess a hectic night. So I'm just sorry.
That's cool. Okay, I vote 0.5.
Yeah, I think that was this. 0.5. Okay, the next one is access to justice. So, do people yikes.
What is the barometer?
The barometer is your thermometer.
Okay. Access to justice. Major evaluations are coming from the World Justice Project, American Bar Association, and Legal Services Corporation. So we know from the World Justice Project Rule of Law Index, we were 26 in our overall ranking. So we have that. Key strengths to U.S. access to justice, we have independent courts. Courts operate independently from political branches under the U.S. Constitution. Judges interpret law in a hierarchical court system. You have the right to legal counsel in criminal cases. Transparent legal system. Features supporting access include public court records, written judicial opinions, appeals process. This provides legal transparency. The major challenges are cost of legal services, of course. There is a civil legal aid gap. So according to legal services corporations, low-income Americans receive little or no help for about 92% of their civil legal problems. This includes issues involving housing, domestic violence, consumer debt, and family law. There is self-representation, so many individuals appear in court without lawyers. In some civil courts, like eviction cases, 80% of tenants are without lawyers. Family courts, 70% self-represent. Legal aid problems. Public legal aid is provided through organizations such as legal services corporations, state legal aid societies, nonprofit legal clinics. These programs help low-income individuals access legal services. So in summary, the indicators are rule of law global rank. The United States is at 26. Right to counsel. Criminal is guaranteed. So legal aid availability is limited and the legal costs are high. The U.S. legal system provides strong procedural protections in independent courts, but high legal costs and limited civil legal aid create barriers for many individuals seeking justice. I feel like we all do that, so. We got it, but it don't work the same for everybody.
Yeah. But proportionately speaking,
yeah, compared to the rest of the world, the real law global rank was 26, so.
it's a 1, yo.
Yeah.
That's one.
it should be a 1 or 0.5 because of the
America, hey, listen, it does.
the civil legal aid gap.
Tatiana, you
Yeah.
has
What does that mean?
it's filled with
Tati, I feel like you get the fun.
I'll give it a 1 because we need help.
I'll say 0.5. I won't hold you.
healthcare. Healthcare is a 1.
I feel like 0.5 is the more accurate answer for sure. I want to give it a 1 because we need the help. We need the help, though. But no, in honor of having a strong sense of justice, we're gonna go with Kirkland's answer, which is more accurate at 0.5.
Daniel.
So we don't have good health insurance plan.
What's the next one?
I mean, I'll be honest. The next couple are like no-brainers, okay? Racial ethnic equality indicators. Racial/ethnic.
Shit.
What does that mean?
How
Shit.
racist is America?
Oh, very.
We might slide, it's they plan for 2024, y'all. Let's hope.
My what? Slide.
Yeah, we might get this one, hopefully.
We might get this one crazy.
Yeah, we might barely make it to 0.5, barely.
Australia is racist to the levels type.
Nah, we probably got the shit.
For
Don't let them stop.
the 4,000th time, I don't give a fuck about this country.
Yes, you do. That's why you're comparing it. You're comparing Australia to America.
Okay, so
I've never done that.
She did earlier. I was here the whole time. Australia had Aboriginals and chains on their necks. What are you talking about? Look at these old photos. What are you talking about? Look at who the Aboriginals are. Not these fucking rednecks from Australia, from UK who moved to Australia. You can't compare. You can't say this shit and then.
No one was comparing. I didn't bring it up.
Yeah, I was about to say, I haven't heard Carmen do that.
Yeah,
That's what Tatiana did.
Oh my God.
Australia.
I didn't do it either.
You talking about
What's his name? Abraham asked about he asked me, how does that compare to Australia? And that was the only reason I entered the conversation. Otherwise, we're not talking about fucking Australia. We've been talking about America the whole time.
America's at the bottom of the barrel of every list. We get it.
The only time the comparisons to only countries is relevant is when we're doing global ranking to see where we fall. That's the only time it's relevant. Any other time we're not comparing America to anything else. We're going through and ranking America.
Yeah, but
This is all based on data. This is all based on data, right? And then your interpretation of said data, right? So if you disagree with the score, right, because we're doing the score, just say something.
What I'm saying,
And we vote. Like, it's as simple as that. That's exactly what we're doing. Everything else that you're doing is really unnecessary.
what I'm asking.
And if America is so great, go join the military right now to go fight that war we in. Go fight that war.
How do you win the ranking unless you compare it to other countries? Is what I'm saying.
She's not doing the ranking, she's merely reading what is wrong.
The global ranking that I'm talking about isn't my interpretation of the data. That's being pulled from international databases that have already ranked us amongst other countries globally, right? So when I'm telling you that we're 26 on the list or whatever, that's not I didn't make that up. That's an international.
Arguing with data that you're reading. Go take your
disruptions are happening because, there's this misunderstanding what's happening. Like, let them do what they're doing. If you don't understand, just sit right there. Blow nose or something. You got lunchtime, you can blow that motherfucking nose.
Get your ass out there, go join the military. I'm sure they recruiting. Go to your nearest recruitment office.
That you can pass the test first.
Go out there, fight in the ring. Go out there, it's like 5,000 years old. Go fight them.
I ain't do none of that.
You know, yeah.
If you ain't gonna do none of that, then shut the fuck up. If you niggas ain't gonna go blow yourself up, then shut the fuck up.
Yeah, y'all fight all day on Clubhouse. Go fight a war.
I can't even ride that damn
Arguing.
Sir, nobody's arguing, sir. You arguing with yourself.
You don't even want to argue.
Or you was arguing with this young lady about statistics created by another country.
Gaslighting us.
Go
Because I got a
fight,
friend from the paying. I had to
Get your drunk ass out there and go fight. Till you sound drunk. I'm sorry, girl.
It's too much, yo. I need you to chill. I'm trying to do stuff and be weird, consistent, like, I don't know what the fuck to call it. Like, lack of my control, like, control, bro.
Hey, man, y'all ready?
Ready.
You're ready, though.
Okay. So, let's see. Racial and ethnic equality refers to differences in economic outcomes, education, criminal justice, health, and political participation across racial and ethnic groups. This data comes primarily from the U.S. Census Bureau, Pew Research Center, and National Center of Health Statistics. Okay, so first category, income differences. Median household income. For Asian households, it's $110,000. For white households, it's $81,000. Hispanic households, it's $65,000. And Black households at $52,000, according to the U.S. Census Bureau. Wealth differences. Okay, so wealth disparities are larger than income disparities, according to the Federal Reserve System. White households have a median household wealth of $285,000. Black households, $44,000. Hispanic households, $61,000. Education outcomes, college attainment rates differ across groups. Asian Americans, 60% have a bachelor's degree or higher. White Americans is 41%. Black Americans is 28%. Hispanic Americans is 21%. Health outcomes. We already know. Black women, according to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, they have 69 deaths per 100,000 births. White women have 26 per 100,000. Criminal justice disparities. Studies show differences in incarceration rates. Black Americans, 1,200 per 100,000. Hispanic Americans, we have 500 per 100,000. White Americans, we have 200 per 100,000. Political participation. So with voter rates, we have 66% voter turnout for white voters, 63% for Black voters, 54% for Hispanic voters. We do have legal protections such as civil rights protections in the U.S. These laws prohibit discrimination in employment, education, voting, and public accommodations. So legal equality protections, we have strong federal civil rights laws. We have moderate income disparities. We have moderate differences in income disparities. We have large differences in wealth disparities. We have moderate education gaps, and we have significant criminal justice disparities. So the United States has extensive legal protections against racial discrimination, but statistical data continues to show persistent disparities across economic, health, and criminal justice outcomes among racial and ethnic groups. So, we got it, but it's broken.
fucking history. Okay, and president. No, I feel like it's almost blasphemy.
What do you guys think?
Well, we're not factoring so much the history of the current standing, right? Right, if you factor history in Germany would be like a negative 50. We're not doing that.
Rightfully
Yeah.
so.
We use the indicators we use was legal equality protections, income disparities, wealth disparities, education gaps, criminal justice disparities.
I don't know, I just feel like history deserves to be measured. And I do base that off something, I don't say that out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean,
Anybody else want to put their 2 cents?
This country ain't shit.
Okay, so I think the blacks are going 0. We going 0? We gotta talk to the blacks. Hey, y'all want Kirk? First of all, Kirk ain't never even seen Family Matters. Are we gonna trust this nigga too? He kind of partially right. So like, you know, what you think? I'm gonna factor in the ancestors. That's what y'all gonna do.
No, I'm only 11% of the European descent, so you know.
That's too much.
It is too much. I was mad as hell when it went up. It was 10% at first.
I ain't gonna tell me.
You discovered another guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see, I got quiet.
Right. You know how they do the updates for ancestry DNA?
They're gonna take long.
I got a 1% Roman gypsy. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about that. But give me my 10% European Islamic.
She got way more admixture than I do. I remember that from her. I was like, damn, how do you fucking... She does everything. Literally.
Let me ask you this. Do we complain about America or do we make it better?
Oh, God. Anyway, I think the blacks have fully do these. What do you think, Fro? Actually,
The blacks.
I didn't get your black
The
opinion.
blacks.
And be quiet. Talk to the blacks.
My black opinion, all the percentages of it that I won't disclose. Is America really the greatest country in the world? That's what you're asking me.
No. I'm talking about for the score for this last one. Racial and ethnic equality.
She makes white guys. So.
Yo, what did shut up? Damn. I think I asked about the scale earlier because I missed the scale. So
it's 0, 0.5, or 1. 1 being the higher score.
Okay. Oh yeah. I think we sucked at how we handled that. So let's see. I think I gotta give it a 0. I'm really disappointed. Yeah.
Okay. Dowdy. I spoke to all the blacks, including the elite blacks.
what was the outcome, babe?
I had 0. We're not gonna listen to Kirkle's white ass.
Right. You know what? 0 it is. Love it.
This nigga Black Card been up for review for like 3 weeks.
Don't be Kirkle along.
Look, I'm just the person that takes the score here. The final.
But every vote matters.
Huh?
I said, but every vote matters, so keep making
No. Listen, the deliberation was a 0. So, moving along. The next one is gender equality.
Actually, you know what? Based on legal protections, it might be a little. Let's see. I got one.
Gender static.
Oh, all gender. No.
No.
No. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Gender equality refers to equality between men and women in areas such as income, employment, education, political representation, and legal rights. The major data sources include the World Economic Forum, the U.S. Census Bureau, and the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Global Gender Equality Ranking. The World Economic Forum publishes the Global Gender Gap Index, which measures gender equality across 4 areas: economic participation, education, political empowerment, and health outcomes. Based on a recent ranking, the United States ranks 43. Iceland being number 1, Norway being top 5, Canada being in the top 30. Education, the metric being bachelor's degree attainment, 39% of women, 36% of men. Okay.
What's the population?
When it comes to graduate degrees, it's a majority women and it's a minority of men. According to the U.S. Census educational attainment data. Employment, women participate heavily in the workforce. Women's labor force participation is at 57%. Men's labor force participation is at 68%. Okay. So we're more educated, but y'all are participating in the workforce more. Women are strongly represented in sectors such as healthcare, education, and professional services. Gender gap. Women's earnings relative to men is 82 to 84%. For example, median male full-time earnings 63,000. Median female full-time earnings is 52,000. Political representation. Women remain underrepresented in elected office. 28% of women make up the House of Representatives, 25% of women make up the Senate. Legal protections, we have the Equal Pay Act of 1963. These laws prohibit discrimination in employment, education, and compensation. Areas where the U.S. performs well, we have high female educational attainment, strong legal protections against discrimination, high female labor force participation. Areas with ongoing gaps, we have a gender pay gap, low political representation, and low representation in leadership positions in major corporations. So, in summary, the global gender equality rank was 43. Women's earnings versus men, 82 to 84%. Women in Congress is 25 to 28%. And women with college degrees is higher than men. The United States provides strong legal protections and high educational participation for women, but international comparisons show moderate gaps in pay, leadership positions, and political representation. And that didn't mention other genders, just men versus women. Assuming cishet men versus, I guess. Or cis men versus women. But,
Yo, Ray, are you a fucking kid or what? Oh yeah, I'm straight shit.
what? The way you talking about reading? That's crazy.
I ain't just talking crazy and shit.
What do you think, Kirko? What's your score?
I'm gonna go 1.
Fred, what do you think?
For gender equality, I think America's made some advancements. I'm gonna go 0.5.
Yeah, that's good.
America is not getting a 1 for gender
Yeah,
equality. I'm sorry.
we ranked 43, so
And God is a
0.5.
It's not a 0. Okay.
Yeah, zero.
I mean, and look. Right.
I'm in the middle. I feel like we have legal protections, right? But and obviously like we're doing the damn thing, but we still have like this pay gap and yeah, I'm in the middle.
Yeah.
protections for like all genders. Like, and even the push towards more protections, like I don't really, maybe it's because I just live in America too, so granted there's that. But I don't even see like the push for protections as much as I see it in America. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Okay.
Yeah. No. No.
But when it comes to that global ranking, that global gender gap index,
Yeah.
measures economic participation, education, political empowerment, health outcomes.
Not right.
We rank 43. Canada's top 30. Norway's top 5. Iceland is number 1.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but when somebody wanna take your land, who you gonna call?
What the fuck, y'all?
I'm just saying, I mean, we the best at that. We go, either you need help, we're gonna help you secretly, like, come on now. Forget the poor people.
Wait, what you say, girl?
you should stay.
You know.
What he's saying is nobody's calling Australia when they need help. Nobody's calling Finland when they need help is what he said.
Leave us out of your wars. That's
Nobody's
literally
calling Switzerland for chocolates.
leave us out of your wars.
Oh, ask him.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Alright, yo, let me just stay on topic, bro. Like the random outbursts, just like childish. I didn't mean to say yo, I meant to say L. So I said my bad.
Shit, him too. He's talking about Australia again.
Yeah.
These guys.
We're talking about gender equality in America.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
That's actually super interesting. For 43, it's kind of hard for me to see 43 countries that are more progressive this area.
Oh, yeah.
Background noise is drowning her go.
The first 43 is hard for me to see 43 countries more progressive than we are in this area. Like the few that you name, like I can see it, but like
I mean,
two other countries.
even your abortion,
Yeah, because we just had a rollback and everything.
I mean,
yeah.
I get
That's
you.
where it begins. Like that doesn't even maternal mortality rates for women in America, specifically Black and Indigenous women. Like there are so many. There are
Gender equality thing.
Access to healthcare. Yeah,
That's-
definitely.
But that's more. I think that's more social economic. Like.
No, it's not. No. Medical misogyny is a real thing.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that, like, I personally think I could probably
Yeah, I'm
show.
personally not.
Okay, never mind that. You get it.
Kirko, do you talk just to talk, nigga? Like, just be honest. Like,
I don't know. Tati. Am I off? I don't know. I'm confused.
I was just trying to provide him with the source so he can go from there.
How many? Keep up with your numbers.
We're way down this category.
So my question is this:
Disability
what country
and
are you
inclusion.
Tatiana?
Disability inclusion.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a lot of services and stuff, so maybe.
I'm saying know what you know. Where would you rather live?
I didn't hear anything you said, and I'm not answering any personal questions about my opinion. If you have questions about the data.
It's not personal. What I'm saying is know knowing what you know from the data, where would you rather live? Would you leave America to live in these countries?
Asking somebody where they would rather live is literally personal. You're literally asking her where she would rather place her person.
But based off the data,
Where would she rather place her person?
based off the data, this place is terrible, this place is this place is awful.
Please, she says she's not answering it. Why would you keep it?
Who the fuck was talking to you, bro? Jesus Christ.
You right now?
Alright, this is the last time I'm gonna try to get this shit back on topic. Yo, and other guy, stick to the topic.
I was.
Yeah, that shit you called me a stud, y'all, cause I got short hair.
Who said that?
Nigga, I need you to go to war. Like I said, I need all you niggas to go to your military recruitment office in your local city and sign up so y'all can stop fighting women online. You got an actual target over there, overseas. Go fight over there. Get your ass over there. Use that mouth work that y'all do on Clubhouse and get out here and fight.
We're gonna try and get this show back.
It's taking way longer than it is to. We could have been doing this already.
Hey, I got you all again. I'm on friendly fire on Kirko though. I ain't gonna lie.
So you know
One mic on Kirko. But what the fuck is happening?
alright, bro. You got 30 seconds to air your grievances and then shut the fuck up or get back on topic. What do you gotta say?
You low key part of the gay agency and you need to keep out that, right? Like,
Alright,
I know I got 10 more seconds.
hurry up.
Alright, yeah. Shut the fuck up. Thank you.
Alright, man, there you go. Alright, back to the topic, y'all.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, disability inclusion in the United States. Disability inclusion refers to how well people with disabilities are able to participate in education, employment, public life, and civic institutions without discrimination or barriers. Major data sources include the U.S. Census Bureau, U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and National Council on Disability Population. Approximately 13 to 14% of the U.S. population lives with a disability. The estimates 44 million people with disabilities, according to the U.S. Census Bureau American Community Survey. Employment rate for people with disabilities is at 22 to 23%. People without disabilities is 65 to 67%. The employment gap is one of the largest indicators of disability inequality. Income, median earnings also differ. So workers with disabilities, median earnings are $31,000. Workers without disabilities, $45,000. Educational attainment has improved, but still shows differences. Adults with disability with a bachelor's degree are higher, 16 to 17%. Adults without disabilities, 38 to 40%. Legal protections. Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, prohibits discrimination in employment, public accommodations, transportation, and government services. Other key laws include Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, Rehabilitation Act of 1973. Accessibility improvements include wheelchair-accessible buildings, accessible public transportation, workplace accommodations, and digital accessibility standards. Political and civic participation. Voting accessibility has expanded through laws such as Help America Vote Act, which requires accessible voting systems for individuals with disability. In global context, compared to many other countries, the United States has strong legal protections, extensive accessibility requirements, a large disabilities rights movement. However, economic and employment gaps remain. So what do you guys think?
You're telling the truth. I became disabled almost 6 years ago with epilepsy. And I was working for the Circuit Court of Cook County, and I was treated like shit when I disclosed that I had a disability.
for reasonable accommodations because the medication I was on during that time was so rough, I could barely get up and go to work. So I requested to be able to take on work without penalty, without pay. And they fought me on it. I had a seizure at work, November 10th, 2022. Why they turned me down 2 weeks later? After having a seizure at work, could have cracked my head on that concrete ass floor. And they turned me down. Now, they gave it to me eventually because it's not a fault for me. But I learned in the past 6 years that this country doesn't give a fuck about the disabled. You on your own. I've been fighting for disability for 6 years. I received a letter last time I applied saying that although you have limitations, you can still work. But now I'm scared to disclose the fact that I have a disability because I might get treated like shit in the workforce. So yes, this country should be negatively wrong in regards to how it treats disabled.
Hey, Elegant, I'm gonna message you. Do you have any knowledge? Because I need something like that privately.
Sure.
Yeah, but this economy, America is bullshit. You gotta go through fucking loopholes just to fucking deal with all that shit.
And I know a man that was turned down for disability. He has one leg, one leg. So he can still work. He was supposed to hop around on that one leg and work, y'all.
Yeah, that's true. I'm dealing with something like that, but not for me. I'm taking care of somebody. And it's like, it's cooked, man. These people, I go to Switzerland if I could, but I can't.
What you gonna do there?
I'm gonna get the proper health care that I need, and people that actually truly care. Instead of getting all these Indians. Bro, can we talk, bro? We're having a conversation, man. We'll get to the topic. Everybody wants to talk.
We have said this a multitude of times. This is not.
Can you at least tell us something, please? Like, this is crazy.
Bro,
You're more female emotions. I'll pay your nails later, bro. I'll pay your nails later. Just wait.
One more time, bro. I'm actually being extremely patient.
Why is so disruptive?
All I'm saying is that we're going to get back to the topic because we don't need to hear about your specific medical conditions because that's personal. Not so nobody gives.
We're all humans. We all want to talk.
What the fuck? It's related to the
We're not though. We're not though. We're not though. Now you can say like, okay, because I have hold on, shut the fuck up for a second. You can say something like, due to my own personal conditions, I feel this way. Exactly. That. Like after, I gave it plenty of time after he was like, yo, Elegant, but we up the dam. Didn't say that, but we're going off into a tangent, which we're not gonna do.
I was be cut and dry.
All we need is your score, right? So that's really what I'm looking for when I ask you what you think. I'm mostly looking for your score, right? So you can say, based on my own personal experiences with the U.S. healthcare, whatever, I feel that the score should be blank. Okay, cool. And we can move from there. I'm really just looking for your score because I don't want to be the only person scoring. I don't want Dommy to be the only person scoring. Most of us are in America. We are Americans. How do you feel about your country in that area? Right? So right now the topic is disability and inclusivity. Right? So disability equality is actually what it is, right? So you say negative 0.5, but negative isn't on the scale. So you can be 0, 0.5, or 1. That's the scale.
2.
Right? That's not on the scale.
A 0.5 or a 1.
What about 2?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm assuming you don't want to participate, okay?
There you go. I'm gonna say a 1.
I'm going to say a 0. And I'm really sad that it took me actually to become disabled to understand how shabbily disabled people are treated in this country. I say 0. As a person who's also disabled, I say 0.
Yeah,
So what is your one based on? I know what their zero is based on. One based on maybe you don't know.
My one is big, like, I guess it's more like anecdotal. Like, for example, my father had cancer, and he couldn't go to work, and he got, like, short-term disability, but he wasn't, like, homeless. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I see, like, plenty of those types of situations. I mean, like, there's the dwarf who comes in here, he has medical benefits of being a dwarf. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got friends who have like kids who are like far on spectrums, and they get benefits for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, granted, like, there's definitely some bullshit that comes along with it, but like, I still feel like there's more countries that just don't get relief up than countries like us that at least have some measure. I'm not saying it's perfect though.
Well, to give it a lot of women, it's at least, pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's far above average than like most other countries.
Okay.
Can I say something about that?
Actually, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So, the thing is, it's like unorganized. Let's say like you're mentally disabled and you have nobody to try to help you, and you have to do phone calls and say, okay, I have this and prepare this, and they're like, well, hey, you gotta wait. There's a waiting list, or sorry, you have to go to this company. It's just like it's like a circular of just phone calls, and these people that you're talking to don't even know what they're doing. They're just hired off rip, and it just kind of shows the carelessness of being disabled. What you're going through. So I mean that's why. But I mean, hey, if it all depends, I guess.
I also was going to mention that the things that you named are things that those are people who usually don't struggle with getting disability for the most part. At least from my perspective, I don't have any data on hand to support this. But from my perspective, people with like terminal illnesses, they're more likely to get approved for disability. People with certain conditions are more likely to get approved. Autism didn't used to be the thing, but I feel like it's now that there's more research on what autism actually is, I think that's becoming a thing that people are more likely to get disability for. But certain conditions that are impairing to you and your health, you kind of got to struggle back and forth before you actually get in. And it can be years long battle for some people, like Elegant mentioned. So I think we do have like a lot of legal protections and a lot of like welfare systems in place for disabled people. So that is a benefit. But then also it doesn't always, just like most systems in America, doesn't always work to everyone's benefit the same. So I would probably meet you in the middle and go 0.5 versus 1. But that's just my opinion.
I think that's fair.
I think, there's benefits out there for a lot of people. So I guess maybe at 0.5.
Yeah.
But you gotta go through the ringer if you're really in the bad spot, and like the variables that are there.
Yeah, and that's like only when we're thinking about like the ability to obtain like disability, benefits to help your life, whatever. Like when we factor in all the other factors that they factor in, like accessibility, wheelchair accessibility, accessible devices and technology that we have here that some places might not have access to. I.e. the kids with autism who have these, access to tablets and electronic devices to help them communicate, communication devices that someone in a different country might not have access to. So, when you factor in the other things, I can give it a 0.5.
Can I ask you some? So let's say somebody that's living maybe a little bit more than paycheck to paycheck. Do y'all believe in really paying off like hospital bills?
We already passed that segment.
Okay, my fault. All right, my fault.
welcome back.
That's
Yeah, I feel like we should already know it's a zero. Let's see how we run.
What was the category again?
Crime and incarceration rates. So we're pulling from the FBI and the Bureau of Justice Statistics. So violent crime rates. Okay, so violent crime includes homicide, robbery, aggravated assault, and rape. Recent estimates, violent crime rate, year 2022, 380 per 100,000 people. 2023, 370 per 100,000. Homicide rates per 100,000 US. We have 6 to 7. Canada has 2. Germany has 1. Brazil has 20. Nigeria has 10. According to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. The U.S. homicide rate is higher than most Western European countries, but lower than many Latin American countries. When it comes to property crime, you have 1,900 per 100,000. That includes burglary, theft, and motor vehicle theft. Property crime has declined significantly since the 1990s. Now, incarceration. The U.S. has the largest prison population in the world. Total incarcerated population is 1.9 million. Incarceration rate is 530 per 100,000 people. This includes federal prisons, state prisons, and local jails. In global comparison, incarceration rate per 100,000 got 530. Canada has 104. Germany has 69. Brazil has 357. Nigeria has 34. That's interesting because Brazil has a lot of black people. Okay, so U.S. incarceration rate is the highest among developed democracies. Trends over time. So the year 1980, incarcerated population was 500,000. By 2000, it was 2 million. By 2023, it was 1.9 million. Recent reforms and sentencing changes have slightly reduced the prison populations and the recidivism. So recidivism measures how often released prisoners are rearrested. So by a metric of rearrest per year. So the recidivism rate is 60 to 70%. So the United States experiences moderate crime levels compared to global averages, but its incarceration rate is significantly higher than other developed countries.
Yeah, do we want to go down that rabbit hole?
What's your score?
0. Or, point 1 maybe? That's not
good. Yeah. Okay, so 0. Kirka?
You know, like, I really want to go 0, but like trying to be like objective and not like my own like kind of inner emotion into it.
Mm-hmm.
There is a structure how JD left that structure. There is a structure. You know, I'll still go 0. Fuck, that was bad. Motherfuckers be smoking people and then making it out and home for dinner is crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how much I do it. Elegant, bro.
I'm going 0.
I'm going 0 too. Alright, Dominic.
You know, 0 is my favorite score, so.
She said, I started it, so
Oh my god. Okay, next one. Community
Facebook.
Community trust
Oh, you are.
and social capital.
Okay, so community trust is social capital in the United States. Social capital refers to the networks, relationships, trust, and civic participation that enable communities to function effectively. Researchers measure it through indicators such as trust in others, civic engagement, volunteering, participation in local organizations. Major data sources of Pew Research Center, Harvard University Social Capital Project, and the U.S. Census Bureau. Interpersonal trust measures how many people believe that others can be generally trusted. Survey results from Pew Research Center show in the 1970s, 45 to 50% of Americans saying most people could be trusted. In the 2020s, we have 30 to 35%. This indicates a long-term decline in generalized trust. Trust in major institutions has also declined over time. Recent survey results show trust levels approximately, there's a 60% trust level in the local government, 20 to 25% in the federal government, 45 to 50% in courts, and 35% in media. Participation. Civic engagement remains relatively high in some areas. Voting in elections, we have a 60 to 66% participation rate. Volunteering, we have 23 to 25% of adults. Community group membership, we have 30 to 40%. According to the Census Civic Engagement Supplement. Volunteering and nonprofits. The United States has a large nonprofit sector. Registered nonprofit organizations, we have 1.5 million. These organizations play a major role in building community networks and social capital. The geographic differences. Social capital varies widely across. Research from Harvard Social Capital Project shows higher trust in parts of the Midwest, New England, and smaller communities. Lower trust levels appear in highly urbanized regions, areas with greater economic inequality. Factors affecting social capital: economic inequality, community stability, and digital media. In the global context, compared with many developed countries, the U.S. shows moderate levels of civic participation, declining interpersonal trust, but strong nonprofit and volunteer sectors. So
Yeah.
I could give us a 1.
Really?
Yeah.
we got strong nonprofit and volunteer sectors, and then moderate levels of civic participation, declining interpersonal trust. That seems to be the main.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the trust factor seems to be the main thing that's like affecting our school.
Yeah, I agree in terms of the social capital part. I do. But community trust.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the community trust is broken because we're struggling interpersonal trust and institutional trust as well.
So
For the
now
federal
you
government.
might understand my scoring scale a little bit better, because some of the questions some of the subcategories rather, have 2 parts.
Yeah, so I would say 0 for community trust, probably.
Yeah.
But a 1 for social capital. So I would meet in the middle on 0.5.
Yeah. Anyone else like to weigh in? Hi, John.
That's good.
You were saying the thing I was typing in the chat, Dom. Like, there's a split, but it's not an even split. Like, it's making it uneven. Like, it's teeter-tottered. because that we don't have any other middle, answers in the middle. I guess I have to go 0.5. But yeah, that community trust thing is shot out.
I think that's more like regional. Like when you look at like the certain communities, they tend to be a lot more tight knit than like.
Because you're from the Midwest, like me, and they said you have to hire a community trust.
That's interesting because like I was actually thinking different. I was thinking like in more segregated communities, like where president like those communities can be a lot more tight. And like you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just can't say it like that. I'm at work.
Yeah.
And with them being like the majority, like I kind of like made the assumption that the overall like community will be like a lot better than what we see it. Like I think also maybe it's because like I'm from the hood, like really ain't no community like that. You know what I'm saying? You got like the people that rock you like communities, but like when you look at like actual communal like setting, like ain't no fifties no more. Cause my father's been shooting too much. You know what I'm saying?
But it also.
I'm sorry, Rusty.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You can.
Even outside of that, like you look at places like Chicago, you still have these giant communal organizations where people just can come together and have a good time. Not to mention, like America's like the land of power. Like the social capital that you get for just being known is no bigger anywhere else in the world. My personal.
Yeah, but social capitalism, we're struggling with community trust because they separated us, right? So, social capital, we already kind of said that was, high. That's one. But when it comes to community trust, like you mentioned, right? They already said that the highly urbanized communities have low community trust, or communities that live in poverty have low community trust. That would make sense. That would check out.
Maybe in 2012, today, ever since COVID, I don't think so.
Hey, just one question for the group. Just considering where we are in the time in America right now, do you think things are going to get worse before they get better, or do you think we're just completely fucked as a nation, in the United States at least, or even on the world stage? Do you think everything's just quickly falling apart, or do you think it's just a cyclical thing?
I say the middle class is gonna get abolished. That means the poor people as well. I believe it's gonna. Those people have to live in like a compound, so like a rancher type of thing.
You do
Families will live with that to survive.
You do make a good point, because out of other countries, there is no middle class. I think USA may be one of the few countries that I know that actually has a middle class, but you go to other countries, poor and rich, and the way costs are being driven up and blamed on inflation and our business strategies, the way that everything seems to go up. And no matter who you elect in office, nothing ever seems to go down. I mean, you're making a real good point. Will we live in concentration camps, or not? Not concentration camps, but compounds. I don't know, but I can't say that you're wrong though, because of where things are going.
But yeah, congrats. I would like to say that what you described is basically what the Harvard Social Capital Project described when they were talking about geographic differences and trust levels, right? So highly urbanized regions, areas with greater economic inequality would have lower trust levels. They said smaller communities would have higher trust levels. So that's exactly what you described.
Yeah.
can't be trusted. We're at 30 to 35% of people believe that. And when it comes to institutional trust, for the federal government, we're at 20 to 25%. So that means majority of the population doesn't trust each other, and the majority of the population doesn't trust the federal government. So I mean that would. Okay, so interpersonal trust, right? It's America saying that most people can't be trusted, right? Only 30 to 35% of Americans agree with that statement. Only 20 to 25% of Americans have institutional trust in the federal government, right? So based on that, right, we would have to say that the community trust is low, but the social capital is high.
Gotcha.
But for who? The government or for us?
Americans who responded to a survey. Anyway, my ranking is 0.5.
I think 0.5 is fair.
0.
Okay, so we got 2 0.5s, you got 0. Kirkland said 1, right? And then who else? Fred, what'd you say?
Alright, I didn't vote. What was the category again?
It was community trust and social capital.
Oh yeah, I did vote on that one.
Yes, you did. 0.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm saying 0 to everything, well.
So we got 2 zeros, 3 0.5s, 1 1. So anybody else?
John, did John vote?
John,
Yes, I voted.
what's your vote? What's your vote for the ranking for community trust and social capital in America?
I didn't keep up with that. I just voted on the poll up top about what makes America the greatest country.
Okay.
I posted a vote on that.
Okay, you can join the next one. So 0.5.
Okay. Alright. So, that was category. That was overall social cohesion and justice. So, poverty rates got a 0.5. Access to justice got a 0.5. Racial and ethnic equality indicators got a 0. Gender equality got a 0.5. Disability inclusion got a 0.5. Crime and incarceration rate got a 0. Community trust and social capital got a 0.5. Together, we're at 5 out of 7.
Racial got a 0? Why?
I knew you would be oblivious to that. But we don't have the time to explain.
That's crazy.
Yeah, sorry.
Your mom is crazy.
What other countries has as much opportunity for any minorities?
Well, opportunity wasn't the only measure.
What's the next category?
So now environmental sustainability, how responsibly a country manages natural resources and protects the planet. The first one is carbon emissions per capita.
0.
Oh no, that definitely should be like, for our size, that's definitely probably close to a 1.
0.
Well, let's look at the data.
Okay, carbon emissions per capita in the United States. Major data sources. Good morning. Major data sources include the International Energy Agency, the U.S. Energy Information Administration, and the World Bank. Carbon emissions per capita. Recent estimates, United States. CO2 emissions per capita. 14 to 15 tons per year. China is at 8 tons per year. European Union average is 6 to 7. Brazil is 2. Indonesia is 2 to 3. Nigeria is 0.6. Pakistan is 1. So
Do they talk about anything about recycling or anything about offsetting emissions?
the U.S. emits significantly more CO2 per person than the global average. Global average emissions is 4.7 tons per person. This means the average American emits roughly 3 times the global average.
Yeah, so that includes like
Major sectors contributing to emissions is transportation at 28% share, electric power at 25%, industry at 23%, residential and commercial at 13%.
can you just look at industrial carbon emissions? Because I feel like including people who, like, let's say, travel internationally, of course they're going to have a lot of carbon emissions attached to them because they're traveling all over the world. But
So
industrial is like,
how they kind of do these things, they go with like cars, buses, trains, intercontinental, like inside inbound, like place to place in the country for travel, which is like legitimate. Then they go with like energy, so like the power plants. Then they go, what was the last one? Federal power, and then like corporations, so like your manufacturing. Like it's kind of like a big categories. I don't like think they really count like going from one country to the like America to Europe, because it's like not gonna compare between like the inner United States like travel. You know what I'm saying?
well, they would include shipping, right? So that would be one part of international trade. I mean, international trade is certainly a large part of carbon emissions. That's why I just want to see that, are they including travel? Because Americans travel internationally by far more than anyone else.
Even if you were to take like all the US to Europe flights, it's not going to move the needle as much as the Chicago to New York or the LA to Las Vegas transportations. It's not going to move the needle.
Really? Okay. I mean, I'll look that up. I'll check that out.
Yay.
Oh, you're done? Okay. So global ranking per capita. United States ranks among top 20. So in summary, CO2 emissions per capita, 14 to 15 tons. Global is 4.7 tons. Total emission, 5 billion tons. Largest emitting sector is transportation. The United States has one of the higher person carbon emission levels among large economies. All the emissions have declined over the past decade due to energy transitions and efficiency improvements. Okay, so what do you guys think?
One second.
Can some guys know the number, the right way, like if you're understanding it, even 0.
Yeah. It looks like we had a 2007 peak, and then we've declined since then, but we're still not the best. The declines were due to increased renewable energy, shift from coal to natural gas, and improved energy efficiency.
And then like the biggest thing on why I personally gave it a 0 was that like with the new administration, it was the stopping and the push for renewable energy and the push back towards like coal. So it's like theoretically trying to further increase our overuse of it. Whereas you look at like bigger countries like China, which biggest country in the world outside of what, Russia, and they're probably number 1 on renewable energy. Like it doesn't make sense.
I didn't Is that what's coming? Yeah.
Oh my, I've been talking on mute.
Does this have to do with like global warming at all or not?
We're only talking about carbon emission.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, it's a zero. It's a zero. So the next one is renewable energy usage.
Renewable. Zero.
Energy usage, yeah. So how much renewable energy does America do? American?
I feel like the only way you can give it a my bad.
Does renewable energy also include like the items that we recycle? You know, plastics, paper.
No, renewable energy is like solar, wind.
And hydroelectric power, geothermal energy.
It's facts. And like I would want to give us a 0.5, but then like a lot of the bills that were like making it like accessible, like by giving tax credits or you used to be able to like get like solar panels like installed in your house and like you wouldn't have to. I think when you get a tax credit, essentially equals the cost of the panel because they're expensive, right? It would end up paying for itself over time, but that's not a thing anymore.
Are Teslas considered renewable energy or just only solar?
Their cars, they got the energy you charge them with from a renewable source. We're not, when we say renewable energy, we're not talking about the thing that's using the energy, it's the thing that's like making the energy available. So are you burning fossil fuels? Are you using the sun? Are you using the wind or flat plains? Are you using like the heat from the ground?
I got you.
I would say we're pretty high, especially being in Texas where you have so many different farms. Kansas, you look it up, we're probably one of the top.
Okay, well, I looked it up. Cool. The data sources include the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the International Energy Agency, and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. So, share of renewable energy. Renewables make up a growing share of the U.S. energy consumption. Year 2010, the renewable share of total energy was 9%. By 2020, it was 12%. By 2023, it's 14 to 15%. Renewable electricity generation. Renewables represent a larger share of electricity production. Energy source being natural gas, that's 43%. Share of U.S. electricity, renewables is 22 to 23%. Coal is 16%, and nuclear is 18%. Types of renewable energy, breakdown of renewable electricity generation. Renewable source wind, share of renewable electricity is 40%. Hydropower, 27%. Solar, 20%. Biomass, 7%. Geothermal, 1 to 2%. Wind and solar have experienced the fastest growth in the recent years.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Leading renewable energy states. States producing the most renewable electricity include Texas, major source being wind. California, with the source being solar. Washington, hydropower. Iowa, wind. Oregon, hydropower. Texas produces more wind power than any other U.S. state. In a global comparison, renewable energy shares vary widely across countries. United States is 22 to 23% renewable share of electricity. European Union is 40 to 45%. Brazil is 80%. Canada is 65%. Countries with large hydroelectric systems tend to have higher renewable shares. Growth trends. Renewables are expanding due to falling solar and wind costs. Government incentives, climate policies, fuels still supply the majority of total energy consumption.
I wouldn't count wind, but definitely.
So renewable share of total energy was 14 to 15%. Renewable share of electricity was 22 to 23%. The largest renewable source was wind, the fastest growing is solar. So what are you guys scoring it? Coco from Gamma. Colonizer, if you're here. It's clear.
Are you going to 10 or from 0?
No, so the scale is 0 to 1. So 0, 0.5 or 1.
I'll go to 0.7.
No, so 0.5 or 1.
Or 0.
You don't have 3 options. 0, 0.5.
I'll say 1.
Okay.
Almost 0 goes 0 because what's that? 5 states.
It's more than 5 states.
They're just saying that those are the top.
Yeah.
They said those are the top states. They're leading.
So, fair enough. But at any given point, I don't think you can go to 0.5 with only 23 or 25%.
Yeah.
The power comes from renewable sources. Everything else
Yeah.
is power renewable.
Yeah.
And it's not even a push to make it more renewable at this point.
In 2023, 2030 was supposed to be projected to be on the top.
The projections won't make sense with this administration.
Well, I don't know about that, but they are really pushing it. So, but okay.
But we gotta base our score off of what we've done, not what we plan to do.
But what we've done,
I provided what we've done so far.
yeah. I'll put it in the chat.
Wait, but what? Okay.
That's still hearsay, but okay.
What? You? Yes, I'm gonna give it a 0 too, especially when looking at the global comparison. Like the European Union, their renewable share of electricity was 40 to 45%. Brazil is at 80%. Canada is at 65%. I feel like we could do fucking better. So I'm putting it at 0. Although Texas might be doing well, America as a whole can do better.
Yeah, I live in Texas. I identify as my home country. And
I think that's kind of a good way to put it. There may be certain regions that are doing all right in it, but it's not good enough to say that there's even an actual push for it. Because as I said earlier, a lot of the economic benefits for going in that direction aren't even a thing anymore. The Department of Energy is not what it was when we had Obama. You know what I'm saying? Whole different administration. The pushing for fracking, you know what I mean? All the
So 0.5.
go into no, I still don't think it's even that much. Or 0.5 would be under China would be 1 to me when it comes to renewable energy. And 0.5 would be somewhere you're approaching China. I just don't think I think we're going opposite direction.
How is China producing?
Yeah, I think Canada would probably be closer to 0.5 than we are.
China's not number 1.
Brazil would be a 1.
Brazil would be a 1 too. That says 80% of their electricity is from renewable energy or whatever. And Canada is at 65%. 65% in comparison to our 22 to 23.
That would be like a negative one.
No, I'm saying Canada
No,
at
okay.
65% would
Yeah.
probably be closer to the 0.5 than we are at 22.
Wait, what? Canada would be closer? No, Canada's a 1.
I guess.
China is a global leader in renewable energy with over 60% of its installed power capacity from renewable sources as of last year.
Really? Is it really? Let me see.
Ours is higher than Brazil.
Well, if Brazil's at 80, then like there's probably
Brazil is at 80% renewable share of electricity, according to the International Energy Agency.
Oh, at 60, they're calling China the leader, which is also where Canada is. So I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, like granted, I'm not saying like it has to personally be like above any of the others. I'm just calling it what we want. You know what I'm saying?
No, I wasn't arguing with you.
Oh no, I was just trying to like clarify my point. Yeah. It's all I was interested. So. Alright, well.
So look, okay, so final vote, yo.
Give it 0 to me, but I mean,
I'm still going to 0.
Yeah, I'm going 0.
Great.
Hello?
We going 0. The blacks have spoken.
Yeah.
I'm a black guy.
Oh my god.
I don't know what I can.
He lost it.
What'd you do?
He was on the review. He tried to give us a 0.5 for racial and ethnic equality in America. A 0.5.
No, it's probably a 1 almost, to be honest.
For gender equality, he tried to give us a 1.
Oh shit.
That should definitely be a 1.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, he tweaking.
Okay, so what numbers do we think we should have in some of those categories?
For racial and ethnic equality, I think I ranked 0. And for gender equality, I think I ranked 0.5.
Nah, I would put that as a 1 easily. And for racial, 0.5.
Which is interesting. Okay.
Okay. So moving along, the next category is air and water quality.
Air and water quality.
0.5. Unless you live in California. It's 0.
What? I don't want to hear it again.
Your air is terrible.
Oh, hair over.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, yeah, go outside and breathe it.
I ranked
No,
0.5.
for real. Go outside and breathe in as much of it as you can then, Alex. Really inhale the breath.
Fill up your lungs.
Air and water
Yeah.
quality. Okay, so air and water quality are measured through environmental monitoring systems run by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and international comparisons by the World Health Organization. First one is air quality. Air quality in the U.S. has improved significantly since the 1970s due to environmental regulation and pollution controls. Long-term trend, according to the EPA, pollutants, carbon monoxide, there's been an 85% decrease since 1970. Lead, there's been a 99% decrease. Sulfur dioxide is a 90% decrease. Nitrogen dioxide is a 65% decrease. Particulate matter is a 40% decrease, according to EPA Air Trends reports. These improvements are largely attributed to the Clean Air Act. Current air quality. Most Americans live in areas meeting federal air quality standards. However, some regions experience pollution from wildfire, smoke, vehicle emissions, and industrial activity. Major urban areas with periodic air quality issues include Los Angeles, Houston, and Phoenix. Water quality. Drinking water systems in the U.S. are regulated under the Safe Drinking Water Act. The EPA monitors more than 150,000 public water systems. Access to safe drinking water indicator, population with basic drinking water access. In the United States, 99%, according to the World Health Organization. Water pollution. Water quality challenges still exist in some areas. Common issues include agricultural runoff, industrial pollution, aging water infrastructure, and contamination in older pipes. According to the EPA, rivers and streams assessed as impaired is 46%. Lakes assessed as impaired is 47%. Impaired means water bodies do not fully meet environmental quality standards. Lead in drinking water. Lead exposure can occur in communities with older infrastructure. A widely cited example is the Flint water crisis, which highlighted risks from aging water systems. Global air quality comparison. Okay, so PM 2.5 level. United States, we have 7 to 8. European Union, they have 10 and 12. China has 30 plus. India has 50 plus. The U.S. generally has low. The U.S. generally has lower air pollution levels than many industrializing countries.
What is that?
So in summary, overall, the United States has relatively strong environmental protections and improved air quality, though challenges remain with water infrastructure, localized pollution, and environmental disparities across regions.
All right, that's a one.
That's definitely zero. Like, what did it say, like 40-something% of like water that are essentially contaminated?
They said they don't meet some sort of arbitrary environmental standards, but did you hear the arbitrary?
It says impaired means water bodies do not fully meet environmental quality standards. So rivers and streams were assessed as impaired is at 46%, and lakes were 47%.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're not like pristine. Okay.
No. So
No, they say that they have water quality issues. So.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
typically, how they judge these things, if they go and they say like, okay, well, what type of organism is find like a healthy system? And you can, it's a whole study. Like actually, I talked about this when I was in high school and shit. And it's like benthic and vertebrate. And like as you can see, as you go to dirtier water, the organisms change, and it pretty much changes the entire ecosystem. If they can't live on there, it changes our ability to use that because we drink. The less usable water you have, the less viable it is for everything around it.
But we have 99% viable drinking water, and then our parts per million, or whatever parts per whatever variable they were using is like 7 compared to fucking like even Europe is in the 13s, India is in like fucking 50, and China's in 60 or some shit like that. Like our air and our water is mad clean.
So the water that we use to like drink the potable water tends to be pretty good, right? Especially if we live in like big cities like Chicago, New York, and LA, and Los Angeles, Las Vegas. The issue though is that like, or it's an issue that another thing that helps with that is like the water treatment facilities tend to be pretty good. The issue though, and what we tend to find is that because we run off all types of chemicals and dump all types of chemicals in our body surface, they go through underground water tables, they end up in our potable water. These are things that you really just can't remove, like microplastics, like drugs, like all types of different chemicals. Like that stuff you can't take away. These are things that other countries don't have to deal with because they don't have the runoff and the dumping that we
What? India and China don't have the runoff and dumping that we do.
Oh,
They
no.
have it a million times worse.
No, they don't. Like, they have something chemical that like in certain places in China for sure. Like there's this one, I think the most polluted like river there is in famous in China. Like a Shang River. It's like the most polluted one.
The Yangtze River?
Yeah, the Yangtze, yeah. That's one. Like for us, from the Michigan, not the Mississippi, but the one in the Mississippi River that goes all the way from from Mississippi River goes all the way from up north down to the Gulf. It's not just like often. There's so much agricultural in the Gulf, it turns it into a giant algal bloom, which then kills everything that's there. That happens often. And that's just from people trying to grow crops. And the water, when the rain rinsing all of those agricultural byproducts and analytes off into the underground systems, which end up in the Mississippi, and it just flows right on down.
Okay. I mean, all right, that's fine. And all of that considered, yes, you're right, that all happens. It's still the fucking safest, some of the safest water, safest air in the world.
Look, just say it kills us slowly. Not as fast as India and some parts of Africa. The chemicals in the water just,
I think maybe a misconception some people are having is like you'll look at some place in Africa like, oh yeah, we got better water than them. Like sure, because we have no distance for it. But if we go to probably in Australia, and you do water tests there, you'll probably still find microplastics because it's everywhere. But you won't find nearly as much of anything else. You can check for air quality. They're gonna have way better air quality.
Alaska and
Air quality is like really
It's not as good. Depending on where you are, it can be good. There's reasons why when you go to manufacturing cities versus rural areas, you will find different levels of people who have asthma, different levels of people who experience environmental allergies. There are reasons for all of this.
Yeah,
It's not just, part of it's air quality.
sure, okay, but it's still really good. Did you hear Tatiana?
Our global ranking in air quality, the United States would be 30 to 35. The United States performs better than most countries globally, but lower than many Western European nations. When it comes to drinking water and sanitation, we rank between 20 and 25. The U.S. scores high due to near universal drinking water access and modern sanitation infrastructure, but lower because of aging water systems and occasional contamination issues, which is what Kirk was describing.
That's fine, but that's still really high. What do we compare to actual other first world nations? Not Iceland or Denmark or fucking Singapore, actual nations with a real population.
I mean, 30 to 35 and 20 to 25 out of 180 countries. I mean, we're not doing the worst.
No, but you're including all these little tiny, Switzerland and shit like that.
You mean big countries?
Yeah, countries over 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, you told not to drink the water in Canada. I mean, when you go to China, it's don't drink that shit. Model.
Yeah, same thing with Mexico. A lot of southern South American countries, yeah.
I mean, you would think Denmark and Netherlands and Iceland probably would have some of the best.
Yeah, I would assume, but
Yeah, Finland ranks number 1 for drinking water, then Iceland at number 2, and Norway at number 3.
yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Mostly Northern Europe is in the top 10. For the air quality, Iceland is number 1, Finland's number 2, Estonia is number 3. Basically the same thing, so.
Yeah, Iceland, there's 50 people in Iceland.
I mean, it's more than that, but I understand what you're
0.5. Cause Flint, I mean, that shit took, that's, come on now.
So that the one that's needed though, I mean, like,
But, girl,
Man, we got others.
bad, but it's one
and then, how many years, like,
Then we had
without fucking water?
Saginaw,
When it comes to production,
Jackson.
productivity, when it comes to actually like fixing these things, it's ridiculous. It's like we might as well just start all over with actual like sustainable energy, like the Taiwan we've been taking with the shit. It took China 10 years to have it took China 10 years to have like a complete infrastructure for like just like electrical vehicle charging. Like that's been a hot second ago. That was like back in like 2006 when they started. So like there's really little to no excuse as to why we don't have our shit together with this stuff outside of like economic benefits for the top 1%.
we do.
Text me back.
Oh shit.
Does everyone just drink tap water straight out of the tap, or do you have a filter?
Yeah.
You don't. Like,
You know, I do.
you know, you're wrong for it. I'm sorry, respectfully. Like, I'm sorry, but
Nah, I must have tripped on that water, I'm not gonna lie. But I do have a filter.
you know, I keep a filter because of the fact that I know there's so many like chemicals and stuff in the water nowadays, and then you're going to have a conversation like without talking about tap water. There is the microplastics, which has become a huge thing on the health front of things, and that affects people's like ability to even like just mentally function in the long term.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, hold on, we talking about microplastics, but fucking.
That's just everywhere, but like
Yeah, it's just everywhere.
so
It's stopping you from doing fried chicken.
looking at the top like 2 cities in the world. You got one in Pakistan, Delhi, India, Lahore, Pakistan, Dhaka, Bangladesh, some place in Nepal, some place in Vietnam, another place in India, you have Wuhan and Beijing. Then like coming like not too far under that, it's in the most polluted place in America. Would you guess it? It's Los Angeles.
Yeah, I can see it. It's hazy as fuck in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and it's actually not too far behind the most polluted place in the world.
Yeah, which explains why.
And it's still pretty fucking clean.
Explains a lot.
Not your air.
The air,
I was like, what?
Air quality.
Exactly. It's crazy. I'm sorry about that. We doing this just continue the conversation. Just saying, we're going to definitely continue the conversation. So we're in at 0.5. It's some consistency. Yeah, and I can give it a 0, which is why I'm going 0.5. It's 0.5 actually. 0.5 or a 0.05. That's the same thing. No, it's not. It says, bro, did you just say 0.5 and 0.05? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you saying a number is not an option. Sorry, I got phone. You said a number is not even an option. There's only 3 options. 1, 0.5, and a 0. And if Alex is the only one, he then becomes an outlier and shouldn't even drag the median over.
Yeah,
He's considered an outlier and continue with a 0.
yeah, true. It was just like, as we kind of went on with like the data, it does seem like there's like kind of a justification.
That's why I would believe it. I'm just saying, if it's one person, you shouldn't let that one person drag, trying.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Change her name.
Especially when that one person is rallying.
Right, that's probably what I was thinking, but
Good morning, this way.
good morning.
You know, since you said it.
I might fall back to sleep.
I have a question, to Tati. Air and water quality 0.5, yeah, that's what we're putting down.
Yeah. I'm taking
Yeah.
we should definitely put this stuff on my mind.
Yeah, take us out and pull it down.
Okay, gotcha. So the next one is biodiversity protection.
Dan.
Give me a second.
I don't know how you.
Biodiversity protection.
diversity?
Yeah, see,
Protection.
the first time I just heard diversity, and I was like, biodiversity. That's it.
I don't know, y'all gave that one a 0.
In my head, I'm automatically giving it a 0.
I don't know why.
What is the exercise? What's the exercise?
Okay, let me reset real quick, okay? So, the topic is America really the greatest country in the world? We decided to find a way to measure that, right? So I just threw it to ChatGPT. What are some measures we could use that would define the greatest country in the world? And it's given 7 categories, each with their own subcategories, and we're going through them one by one. Before Tati and now Kirko was pulling stats and data about these categories and how America performs, and then we're giving it a rating based on the data, with some of our own anecdotal, but primarily based on the data. We're measuring how America performs in that particular area out of 0, 0.5, or 1. There's only 3 options. And so far we've gone through quality of life for citizens. The subcategories were things like life expectancy, access to healthcare, cost of living versus wages, etc. There was 8 out of 8 potential score, and y'all got a 0.5 out of 8 for that one. Economic strength and opportunity, there were 6 subcategories, y'all got 4 out of 6 for that. Political freedom and governance, there was potential score out of 6, y'all got 4 out of 5. Out of 6 for that, and then the last one we did was social cohesion and justice, and y'all got 2.5 out of 7 for that one. Now we're currently measuring environmental sustainability, so we've worked through carbon emissions per capita, renewable energy usage, air and water quality, and now we're at biodiversity protection.
I only have one question about how y'all assess them. Are you assessing it against the all-flying target?
Let me get this question.
Yeah, I'm just
What's your question?
asking if are y'all assessing it against the almighty, or you're comparing it to
What do you mean by the almighty?
your perfect standard, your ideal standard? Because
Versus other countries.
yeah, correct. Because those are 2 different measurements.
Yeah, we're doing rankings. So
My ranking is we are extremely low in the United States. I think it's only 13 to 10% is protected.
What? Alright, so I'm gonna read this data. Alright, the U.S. ranks 10th globally in biodiversity, featuring diverse ecosystems from the Arctic tundra to subtropical swamps. However, 41% of the U.S. ecosystems are at risk of collapse, with 40% of animal and 34% of plant species facing extinction. Key biodiversity hotspots include California, the Baskets, Hawaii, Texas, and Alabama, with approximately 13% of land permanently protected. So there you go. Yeah, that was actually accurate. Top biodiversity states: California, leads in biodiversity, followed by Texas, Arizona, New Mexico. Areas with high concentrations of furrow species outside protected areas include the Asian Mountains, Sierra Nevada, California coastal ranges, and Florida Panhandle. Primary threats: the main drivers of biodiversity loss are habitat loss, especially in Arizona, Nevada, California, and Florida. Invasive species, spoken icons of climate change. Conservation status: roughly 13% of U.S. land is protected. State level initiatives, like the 30 Next 30 goal, protecting 30% of land, are being pursued in California, New York, Vermont, and others. Some protection gaps: almost 70% of impaired species in the continental U.S. are found on private land, which is often protected. International rankings: while the U.S. is 10th in overall biodiversity, it ranked 119th in 2024 Environmental Performance Index for Biodiversity and Habitat.
What?
Alright,
I didn't get that last part.
while the U.S. is 10th in overall biodiversity, so we have an extremely large amount of different organisms when it comes to
protect those, the habitats of those organisms, we suck.
Where are you getting this from? Because I don't even know.
All you have to do is look around, like when you travel outside of Los Angeles.
Yeah, dude, I've traveled the world.
No, hold on. I didn't
get the area is close to 15%.
So we are not.
Standard with the
Alexander, I was speaking, was I not?
Actually, and then you interrupted me, to be honest. So we set the standard with the Endangered Species Act. That's a fact. Close to 15% of our protected, we have close to 15% of our land as protected areas. 26% is marine protected. On top of that, we have the best endangered species program, tropical deforestation, poaching, and illegal wildlife, and coral reef degradation, countermeasures. All these legal.
Can I go on her?
And the national parks, of course, is also an American first.
So our coral reefs are down, but what we're doing is we're coming up ways, man-made ways to help them. But we don't protect them at all. I mean, all you gotta do is look at one of the largest rivers we have is the Mississippi. It is definitely not protected at all. You can start from Canada, work your way up from the top of the United States and work your way down. You look at the way our lakes, now our lakes are somewhat protected, but no. They're not. Okay. We do not protect our land. We are extremely low. We're a capitalist. We will throw a fucking house on a fucking mud pillar and keep it moving.
I mean, that would probably be true if California didn't exist.
We're not just we're talking about 50 states. We're not just talking about.
I understand that, but California is a big part of that 50 states. Here's the bottom line that I went to Gemini. I didn't go to ChatGPT, but
no, I'm talking about from facts. I'm talking about stats. I'm talking about the United States stats. I'm not talking about ChatGPT. I'm talking about, so tell me where the protected areas are in California since you live in. Can you name one? Besides national parks, which are protected.
The entire coast of California.
Mojave, you can still race. You can still race in the Mojave Desert. But that's not protected. It should not be. Nobody should be allowed to be racing and in the Mojave Desert. No.
You can have recreation at a responsible level.
But think about you're racing with diesel and gasoline fuel and droppings there in a supposedly protected area.
Right. And you can still have recreation at a responsible level.
Okay. I don't think you understand
I understand what you're saying.
One of the protected places you can't go is not natural. White sands. You can't go to white sands. You know why? That's just protected. You can't. You can go to white sands, but you can't be fucking driving around on white sands because it's protected.
You can't. Well,
that's the United States Air Force.
That's what they deemed necessary.
But what we're saying is there's not a lot of protected places in the United States of America.
Bro, that's not true. Like, you can go to John Muir Woods in Northern California, and you can't fucking chop down trees and shit. You can't do anything, actually. You can't chop down a damn fucking...
That's not chopping down.
You're giving examples of going to white sands and not being able to...
Just to be fair, I think you have to realize that what this is saying is that out of all the areas that probably should be protected, there's only about 13% of that. So if you include all of the national parks and so on and so forth, that's about 13%. Everything else is essentially free land. And that's because when you look at a lot of where some of this biodiversity is, it's already private property. So people can just do it with it's private property.
Okay, let me read you the area of land that's protected in some of the top nations, okay? First of all, the global average is 17%, all right? So we're 15%. Brazil is 29, quite high, even though they're burning down their fucking rainforest and chopping it down. Australia is 19, European Union is 18, Canada is 12, and global average is 17. So we are nowhere near the bottom. As far as marine protection, European Union is 10, Canada is 13, the global average is 11, Twain and other.
Why do we have a huge problem in the Gulf of Mexico?
What's the problem in the Gulf of Mexico?
Pollution. Marine life.
What's wrong with it?
Pollution.
I don't keep up with the Gulf.
No, I'm just saying. You say you visit all over the world.
Yeah.
I'm talking to you about
earlier.
I haven't been to the Gulf of Mexico in a while.
You know, Alex, here.
Yeah.
Here, I mentioned this earlier. What the problem with the Gulf of Mexico was when we were talking about water quality. Especially the Mississippi River, it dumps all the runoff from agricultural fields and it creates these algal blooms. And when it blooms, it pretty much sucks all the oxygen out of the water and it kills all the fish in the Gulf.
We have that right now, Kitover, in the state that I live. We have the bad algal bloom that's killing everything. It's so sad.
Yeah. Sebastian also has.
We have problems in the Rockies. What are we talking about?
What problems do we have?
When you go, the decline of animals in the Rockies is not just because of the population, it's because of pollution.
What? The eagle population in California, especially in the Sierras.
The Rockies.
Alright, some more.
Not the Rockies, but in the Sierras. California, in the Sierras.
We're trying to get some data.
Alex, again, what was the prompt that you put in?
1 second. Put in chat. Top 5 states at risk for each driver of the biodiversity crisis. When it comes to invasive species, that's Florida, Delaware, New Jersey, Ohio, and Connecticut. When it comes to climate change, that's Missouri, Iowa, Indiana, Minnesota, Illinois. When it comes to examples, that's Arizona, Nevada, California, Kansas, and Florida. When it comes to over-exploitation, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Florida. When it comes to pollution, Louisiana, West Virginia, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, Florida. So the most at risk from all these biodiversity, areas or crisis topics would be Mississippi 1, Florida 2, Louisiana 3, Louisiana 2, Georgia number 5.
The reason why I brought that up, Alexander, is because that's why when you go hunting, their restrictions are getting tighter and tighter and tighter because of that.
Right. And
that's why I'm asking you, like, I'm a hunter. So, like, when I go to Colorado, they're cutting, the seasons are being cut. And what you can get, they're arresting people. It used to, okay, well, whatever. Now, they're throwing people into a shit.
For hunting white-tailed deer?
You can only get so many.
Come to California, across the highway all the time.
Yeah, but go out there and hunt them and get more than you can and see what happens. There's a reason why you have wildlife fishing game.
Right. And that's part of why we're ranked highly, because that exists. They're doing it.
Okay. Alright. Well, go out there and get more than 2 and see what happens.
That doesn't mean that. Part of them restricting the amount of game you can hunt is literally why that's literally protecting it. That's literally what we're talking about.
No, because people have. Alright. Go ahead, next one.
Alright, so what are we gonna rank the ranking that you guys did?
It's negative.
Easily be a 1, in my opinion.
Well, Yams goes 0, I've got 1. Ephone, Dominique, folks.
I think a 0.
Yeah, I'm picking a 0 too. For as much biodiversity as that we have, we take very good care of the vast majority of it.
Alright, Don, let me give a quick reset for this thing.
Oh, hey guys, we're creating some measurements for how to measure what could make up the greatest country in the world, and we're currently working through those different categories of measurements. 7 different areas: quality of life, economic strength, political freedom, social cohesion, environmental sustainability, sustainability is what we're up to. There's categories and subcategories. At the moment, we're marking biodiversity protection. Coco's reading out actual data and stats for how America measures in these areas, and then we're giving it a score.
Wait a second, are we measuring it? We're measuring it compared to other worldwide.
Excuse me.
Average, right? And not just according to what it should be.
Excuse me.
Is that right?
And excuse me, you have 3 options for scoring.
See this bullshit. See, I'm trying to go with this bullshit. You guys aren't grading.
So you have 3 options: 0, 0.5, and or 1.
That's all I'm doing. He's left.
No, I moved him. I can't be bothered. I'm tired. It's not supposed to be compared to worldwide at all. It's not that serious. Some we've compared to others. Some we've just drawn a line in the sand based on our observation of America in and of itself. It's not supposed to be anything like, it's not that deep. There's no rule book. Literally chill. So what are we scoring the last one, Coco? 0?
Yeah, you have to go 0.
Okay, the next one is climate policy.
We'll bring it back up.
Maybe.
This is weird, but okay. Climate policy. I think we could be low. I think we're pretty low.
Yeah, Coco's gonna look up some data.
Yeah, we should walk a lot of stuff back.
Alright. US is currently ranked 67, making it amongst the worst performing globally. In 2026, despite growing renewables, US received very low ratings amongst greenhouse gas emissions, energy use, and policy. Actually dropped to 65th in 2026. US climate targets and policies is completely insufficient, indicating action towards 0.5 Celsius goals. That's like global temperature increase. So saying like you guys are really trying to reach that goals. G20 performance US is identified as one of the worst performing G20 nations, along with Russia and South Arabia. Our spots, despite federal volatility, state level policies, and market forces, have driven renewable energy to 17% until US election. Now, I guess maybe even when that was good, we got 23% now, with 17%. Renewables. Policy shift, better change, performance index, TCPI notes that while Biden barrier policies push for green tech, the incoming 2025 administration is expected to weaken these and to roll back regulations as supported by the New Climate Institute. Energy efficiency, while applying standards have been generally ambitious, the U.S. has begun revoking efficiency standards and is dissolving the EPA office to atmospheric protection. Damn. Well, there you go. 65 out of 67.
What the other countries doing? Because I don't do this.
I mean, shit. Nothing.
Give us a prize then.
No.
0.5 and 1.
Yeah. 0, 0.5, or 1.
What's the scale we measuring on?
Just yes, no. Not yes, no, I know.
Give it 0.5. fact that the president, and like on the federal level, we don't necessarily adhere to good climate change practices. There's a good portion of the United States that are actually making concerted efforts too.
That's a fair point.
Oh, that's not 0.5 and 1 out of 6.5.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Okay. So,
Quick context question. Are we talking about relative to other, comparable countries or like globally? I think it's still globally.
a bit of both sometimes.
Yeah, because if it's to other comparable countries, I would go 0. If it's globally, I go 5.
And I'll be honest with you, that's what's bumped up the scores many times in this little exercise so far. It's like, in the Western democratic countries, it's the worst, but globally, it's somewhere in the middle.
Russia don't give a shit about it. They don't care about shit.
Yeah. Okay, so that was environmental sustainability as a category, and you got two out of a possible score of 5. Wow, this one will be interesting. The next one is global contribution and responsibility. The first one is humanitarian aid and development assistance.
No, we don't have to do this. We don't have to. It just depends on what you're going to give us. I'll give you 2 fact check there. I think America. Yeah, now we're going to give it to you. But they can bring Alexander up now. Apparently, Thailand Burmese immigrants up until like a year ago were taken care of entirely by Americans. Then when they cut they really had no one to do. I said, why the fuck are you doing that? We be taking care of shit. People be like, huh? We got to do it just to get something. The United States is the world's largest donor of humanitarian aid by total volume, providing tens of billions of dollars annually. Followed by Germany, the European Union, the whole fucking European Union is crazy. Yeah, in terms of generosity relative to national income, Nordic countries rank the highest per capita. Although the U.S. still ranks after the Nordic countries per capita. But yeah, U.S. Gotta get that good press, baby. I mean, anytime something happens, I don't care what country, we sending something. By the way, I just think compared to the rest of the world, I don't know what motherfuckers get on.
But also, you know what I do think of, and like, you can't be mad at me for it. I'm like, okay, well, like, in some of who America is giving to, how much of a hand has America had in creating that issue to begin with?
Well, that's another subject. That's a different category.
Hello, as the person who came up with this motherfucking process, I know, okay? My point was, I'm elaborating on the actual subtopic, not on how we're measuring it, but just a comment on it in general.
I would say for a lot of those issues, America did. We gave a lot of hurricane, typhoon aid,
soft I think it's soft diplomacy. Strategic command.
Kitover, did you have any data?
My bad. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Humanitarian aid and developmental assistance.
I read the Google fucking word.
Yeah, we were being particular about sources.
Humanitarian what?
Development, assistance. Yeah.
I think someone did give stats actually. Yeah, it was.
Yep, he sure did.
So U.S. is the world's largest donor. 40% of global humanitarian assistance, roughly 30% of total developmental assistance. Despite being an African donor, the U.S. ranks near the bottom amongst developing nations, 5% being high regulated. That's what comparison person with the world with the massive largest donor with over 70 billion of aid in 2023, similar level to 2024. A type humanitarian aid, food, medical emergency, and security assistance. Percentage of the economy, while nations aim for 0.7 GNI US typical benefit equal to recent trends, global foreign aid is experiencing a sharp downturn with projections showing 18 to 26% drop by 2025, driven significantly by cuts in US funding. Funding mechanism like mediation can be directed to governments. A significant portion of US aid is implemented by NGOs, whatever that is. Is that sufficient?
The one. That's the same thing Zeus said.
So, you guys want one?
Yeah.
Alright, we got a one for humanitarian aid.
Yeah, you got a one. Okay. Peacekeeping participants.
I know we're gonna say something funny.
Look how fast he went on mute.
You had the smile ready to say before shit.
He laughed and went on mute, okay?
Nothing needs to be said. Let's move on.
Yeah, and there have been ones where we have got literally, like healthcare access, for example, we were like 0 next. Okay, that's it. For what?
He joking. He trying to rile me up.
I mean, yeah, I know what Kirko was about to say though. Like, we gotta keep some shit started.
Yeah, y'all getting the zeros apiece. Scientific and cultural contributions.
Wait, what? No, you get one for peace. Well, I understand what you're saying, Alexander, but no, we keep up the shit to make sure that we stay on top.
I mean, we tell you. You know what I'm saying?
We are the. Yeah, we are the peace.
Okay, we're moving along.
Fuck everybody.
Y'all got a zero. Y'all got a zero.
You know, niggas is zero.
Can we leave the points for
Science, one. I think it's an easy one.
Scientific and cultural contributions.
Oh,
Great.
easy. I feel like we can lie. You said 5?
No, I'm joking.
No, y'all get a one for that. Diplomatic leadership.
What's that?
Diplomatic what?
Diplomatic leadership.
Before or post?
Period.
Oh, you want it?
Period.
Yeah, But wait, here's my argument for 25, right? As much shit as they talk, do depend on U.S. military.
Absolutely.
Right? It's just the fact they do not spend a lot of their budget. They save so much of their budget because they're dependent on the U.S. military defense. I give us a 0.5. It's like our presence, up until now they started questioning is keeping their together. Even then, the world is reliant on the U.S. dollar, right? For better or for worse, to say we're not one of the biggest diplomatic influences in the world.
Because we got bases fucking everywhere.
Yeah, I would say, honestly, I'm convincing myself to go one.
Yeah, we'll reach out and touch anybody.
Okay, so what we're gonna
You gotta go 25.
If Trump didn't fuck up the game so heavy, I would have just sent him one.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do is look at the data, because we have for almost every single category, bar the last two that were too obvious. So, go.
Alright, what was U.S. diplomacy focuses on maintaining global leadership, countering rivals like China and Russia, strengthening alliances, to promote stability, often balancing military strength with economic influence. Now faces are shifting power dynamic with China and diplomatic presence in some areas. The key aspects of diplomacy work for the world. Strategy and goals. U.S. aims to be a partner of choice in utilizing soft power, foreign aid, multilateral engagement to shape global agendas. Challenges: rising authoritarianism, skirting alliances, and intense competition from China and Russia, and the developing world are major obstacles. Regional force: the U.S. actively manages crises, including the North Ukraine tension and the Middle East and competition in the South China Sea. Diplomatic approach: while traditional U.S. diplomacy is increasingly tasked with addressing non-traditional security threats like climate change, security, shifting power, with post-Cold War dominance of the U.S. is fading, requiring more agile and less unilateral approach to foreign policy. Trends, our focus is countering China's influence partly by alliances. We judge why 500 infrastructure, resource allocation, there is a recognized need for increased funding for public diplomacy to counter Russia and China's propaganda. Balancing U.S. less often balance competing interests such as supporting allies or managing economic ties with Russia. Well, they're doing a pretty good job. Yeah, I would say one. Especially compared to the rest of the world, now that I'm having to think about like the bottom 80 countries, we wouldn't be in the bottom 80 at all.
Yeah, because anytime some shit kick off, whether it's UK, I don't care what country it is, they're gonna call us, or they're gonna use our weaponry.
And I don't think, everything about what Trump is doing matters because of a large diplomatic influence. If Croatia wants to start a terror war, nobody would give a fuck. We're like, all right, okay. The reason why what Trump doing matters so much is because we have such a big seat on the global stage. I think why our presidents matter is because of that seat. We have a bigger responsibility.
Why?
By that nature.
And how? Brian? Was it really earned diplomatically?
Or is it just
Huh?
you're American before you're done?
You mean?
It cut off a little bit, but I know you said, can you hear me?
Oh, I just said the how and why did it get that position? Did it get diplomatically?
No, we traded. It was like,
Yeah.
y'all gonna take this shit, but we gonna do this.
Reliance on the dollar, global reliance on the dollar, as the world stands.
That wasn't done diplomatically, those things.
I think everything we've done was partially and in some way done diplomatically. I think World War II alone, so many of those pieces of
let's say, a bottom 50% country in diplomatic influence.
It's not diplomatic influence, though.
How would you interpret it? In what?
I mean, leadership, is it leadership?
Definitely
What defines leadership? Because there's a big difference between like being a leader versus being a leader.
Yeah, but what you gonna do?
If you say a leader, I would go even higher. I mean, definitely one, with no question. I got a little question mark. Asterisk number one. With the influence part. With leadership, I would definitely. Countries, for better or for worse, we look to us. For better or for worse. I don't think they should.
Yeah, but why though?
Like the question's on diplomacy, right?
Yeah. We have one of the greatest leveraging points in the entire world. It is what it is.
I mean, I just don't. I personally wouldn't call that being acquired through leadership. No.
What country would you say is number one for comparisons?
In diplomatic leadership.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I could not even see America as close to that. Like, and maybe I have a bias, but having lived in Singapore, for example, like, and I look at how Singapore moves, they've modeled a lot of their kind of political and diplomatic behaviors on a lot of the Nordic countries. That's kind of the standard that Singapore looks towards. Yeah, and that differs greatly to how like an America moves.
Yeah, but if some kick out, they call us.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, but there's a reason, like, what I'm doing.
Economically, diplomatically, very different.
There's a reason why, like, America's kind of put itself in that position.
That's leadership.
But I don't think there's so much leadership, just diplomacy. I just agree with the definition. It's like defined with managing international relations. So it's more.
America's great at that.
I think they kind of are.
Yeah, we are. We'll tell your ass up.
Like, the proof is with somebody being as reckless, as evil as they are, people still looking to America to make the first move. Like, I don't think other countries could get away with having like a Trump figure as the head. America can because of the good standing we have. Like, that's the only way you can do it.
Like, we have over 800 bases all over 80 different countries.
I'm well aware. I'm well aware. Like, I just want y'all to know, I'm not saying this out of nothing. This opinion is informed as a result of being quite critical, in fact, of like American imperialism, and how America has acquired that very status you're talking about through American imperialism, which has been disastrous. Hence, like, a lot of the behaviors you're talking about in terms of how countries relate to America, it's kind of like because America does shit like what it's currently doing in Iran, America does shit like what it did in Venezuela, like that's kind of why people are hesitant. They're not hesitant because they're like, oh, we respect America. They are hesitant because they're like, America is fucking heavily armed and unhinged, so like, what the fuck do we do?
But you get that sympathy, like, the fact that we were allowed to stockpile weapons, become, like, trial, use nukes, be able to write the contracts to stop other people from using nukes. You get that through diplomacy. Like, people want to come here because of our economy. We got the greatest scientific minds from all over Europe to come here and make our weapons, right? The fact that we were allowed, we were trading all this land that got us all this prosperity, right? Making deals with Russia, making deals with the French, right? To get all these huge chunks.
The land, the stolen land.
Yeah.
What country didn't steal land from the indigenous population?
And it's horrible in every
But everybody does that.
But right now we're talking about America. So,
but we're comparing it against everyone. So I would say every other country country.
You don't have the best economy, you have the
Oh, leave that alone.
We're not
largest economy, not the best economy.
We're not talking about economy right now.
I don't make that clear.
Well, he said the best. Just
No, we're not even talking about the economy right now. We're talking about how America ranks with diplomatic leadership.
But that's part of leadership is diplomacy. It's just like monopoly. Like,
I know.
do we do it? We do it with the look of the Caribbean.
I know what diplomacy is. I know what diplomacy is. I work in politics.
Okay.
So, yeah, I know what diplomacy is. You have talked of ways which America has achieved a certain position in the international stage, and like that has been achieved and acquired through diplomatic leadership. There is a leadership that has been involved in that process, yes. Has it been diplomatic?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Every type of leadership. I think one easily.
King, Alexander, I go 1, 2. What do you check? That's what it is. What's next, Simon?
Nah, that's not a one.
John, can I ask you a question?
Well, the next one is adherence to international law. So,
Adherence to what?
this will be real interesting. Let's see how diplomatic America is and how well it sticks to international law. Go ahead, King.
If Germany, Canada, the UK, Spain, Denmark, Finland, Mexico, and Slovenia all have traveled and moving to America, not from America, but going into America, which diplomacy is that when your closest allies are warning its citizens to the United States?
It's an amazing diplomacy that we could be that fucked up, and they would still all be counted as our closest allies with no foreseen breaks.
And you can see
Is that a real statement that she was saying?
Yeah. We get surprised. It's a great fucking answer, to be honest. Like,
Aaron's be quiet.
World, right? We're gonna be able to make some of the worst leadership in the world based on like borrowed legacy.
I mean, they're not gonna close and kick us out their countries.
Nor is our visa gonna be.
Okay, so
our passports will still be.
national law.
No, your passport's not just strong enough anymore.
Next subcategory, we're moving on. Next subcategory is adherence to international law.
0, okay.
0.
So this is, don't think you're diplomatic. So diplomatic, you score a 0 with your international law.
We just we're so diplomatic, we don't have to follow international law.
It's so diplomatic.
Anybody can do shit about it.
Okay, it is so diplomatic to not adhere to international law.
But who could do something?
Can y'all hear yourself?
Yeah, I hear it.
You went into a different country and stole its president.
And nobody's gonna do shit about it because everybody.
Okay, so let's have the baseline out. But that doesn't mean that you score well just because you could just kill for every single time.
I know I said we could.
So let's have the baseline up. But let's have the baseline about America could destroy everybody for all these metrics. Moving on.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said the whole is so diplomatically tied with America that they would not risk any conflict to slow us up because they see more benefit from being our allies than anything else. There's a reliance on the global, there's a global reliance on the dollar. People want to be our partner. They want to trade with our markets. Right? There's not just intimidation. People, these countries, these are not these ethical bastions that we're like trying to make them out to be. These countries see vested interest in staying partnered with America and waiting out America's horrible leadership at the current moment and waiting it out because they think the partnership with us is worth more than all the shit they let us get away with. And it's proof. They will let us get away with so much shit because they're that interested in being our friends. Right?
That is so deluded.
You do not become.
That's totally deluded. I mean, only 1% of these countries and the politicians want that type of
the world's most powerful countries through weapon stockpiles alone. Because if you didn't have a diplomatic representation, nobody's letting you stockpile weapons. In this way, we're not letting the Gulf countries stockpile weapons. We're literally not letting them do it. Right?
So what I said to begin with, just because you can blow everybody up doesn't mean you have to.
I never said the plan is to blow everybody up, so you just not listen to me. So
No, because then you can't give your repetitive response.
Hold on, let's kind of slow down a bit, because like, if I were to put this in different words, what he's saying essentially is that the diplomacy when it comes to like adherence to international law is the fact that we do whatever we want to do, but because of who we are, people would rather just not say shit about it. Like, I don't think that goes against any type of, I'm pretty close against any type of, okay, well, go ahead then.
Yeah, no, diplomatic leadership is built on fucking, like, trust.
Because you say so, nobody said that, nobody said that,
achieving outcomes through negotiations, like, that's what diplomatic. No. I'm just actually going back to the subcategory, right? The actual.
Which I was also just learning before you said no.
Diplomatic leadership. Nothing that Zoo said has anything to do with
What is diplomatic leadership? Not in some perfect world, but in actuality.
Well, that's what you adhere to. Within politics, that's what you adhere to. You adhere to ethical forms of leadership, right? Grounded in trust, cohesion. Says any chance of having some type of international order where you don't have countries like America running rogue, doing whatever it wants, alongside people like Israel, like
such as Russia,
that's why
China, and here we are.
Yes,
and here's what
all of them. We're currently talking about America because what's in the title? America?
You know, as a layperson, I think diplomacy is just.
I just don't get why you would bring up other countries if we've been talking about America. It's hard on the fact that I brought up other countries after you brought up other countries. It's not making sense, and I'm asking you about specifics. I'm asking you about specifics. You did say it.
And I'm pretty sure I know what
just said it.
I'm not saying
you're wrong.
I literally
You do wonders. No, I'm doing this on purpose. We gotta stop this. Like, it's not like, Stephen, hey, can I finish? I'm like, yeah, sure. Well, let's stop the over talking and butting in. People are trying to finish thoughts. It's crazy. That's what I was asking. I was like,
You're acting like an American. Go ahead, Marco.
Yeah, and you know what, James? James said in the chat, wow, the proof is in the pudding. Americans are the most propagandized people in the world. Like, you know what? Go ahead, America, the greatest country in the world. Like, literally, this started because I went, well, how can we measure this? Like, literally was the one who put the whole, everything that we're currently doing is something that I constructed earlier to have this conversation, but y'all have got it.
What we really need to do is we need to listen to what people are actually saying and not bring in other things that they're not saying.
Yeah, no.
Hold on.
Like, you want to go to, like, Coco, like, I don't know what me through the process. Literally started it.
It doesn't matter. I'm literally trying to tell you, I have one more sentence. Why would you then continuously try to stop it? As if I said something that's absolutely crazy.
We're doing hard diplomacy like the Americans, sorry.
Yeah, right.
Controlling me.
Anybody else?
What country do we think would be number one? Nobody answered that. If it's not America, what country would we say is number
That's
one?
not the question. Let Kirk go finish. Let Kirk go finish. Let Kirk go finish that. Kirk go finish, and then we can continue. You guys all want to respect Kirk, so let him finish.
Just trying to have everybody respect everybody.
Yeah, that's all.
The conversation should be a lot simpler than what it is. All I'm saying is that like we should be garnishing the responses off of what people are saying and what they're not. For example, when King responded to Zeus, she didn't respond to what Zeus was actually saying, and I feel like that's
I mean, I'm sure y'all better you. What disingenuous?
Yeah, can we let him finish?
Internet never learned that way.
Because I thought he was gonna actually make a point. I didn't know he was gonna give me a review on my response.
Literally.
You were example A.
Thank you. Continue. I can't respond to the repetitive. But Kirk, are you done?
Can we let him? We can't hear.
Sorry, Gamma.
No. I'm saying, I think here.
Yelp review, that's what you did?
All I'm
Okay.
saying is respond to the point. I'm still crying. I don't.
I'm not crying about it. I'm
You
very
literally are. All I'm saying is that Zeus's response was not responded to. Respond to that. Or just say you're going to make your own point. There's also
Okay, Kirko, what I'm experiencing right now is that in every metric that Dami has presented, he's given the same response. He said it differently, but he's given the same response. Now, we didn't even talk about what diplomacy is, because I gave you an example, right? Hard diplomacy of me and Dami interrupting you. Like, that's hard diplomacy. You can call what America's doing diplomacy, and then it's choosing that it's negotiation, it's threats, it's tariffs, or whatever. But that hasn't led to positive outcomes. I feel like, for me at least, if America's doing good diplomacy, it's going to have positive outcomes. It's not going to leave us with spending millions and billions of dollars in weapons that are still in Afghanistan. It's not going to leave our soldiers coming back from wars wanting to commit suicide at the high rate that they do. So if we could break these metrics down, but you guys are being repetitive with your response of we're the greatest, we're the biggest, we're the largest, we can do whatever we want. That's not, excuse me, that's not a response.
That's not what it is.
It's like really what I'm hearing is like, well, I don't agree that I'm being most diplomatic right now for this specific presidency, like just with this president in general. What I will say is the fact that shit is still together is proof of the diplomacy that has happened prior to. Like, in my personal opinion, from what I'm hearing, that's what they're speaking to more than like the diplomacy that's going on right now.
So one, also, I found a source. Let's say we don't always trust what each other is saying. I found a source that measured diplomacy by diplomatic networks and put China at number one and America at number two, right? And if you don't agree with measuring diplomacy in that way, tell me what country you think would rank the greatest in diplomacy, and let's see what standard you're measuring that by, and see if that standard can be applied to America.
We don't need to do that.
I don't need to do it because we're to another country. What I can
Measuring America.
We're comparing the USA.
No, like I'm literally telling you how we've been doing this since it started, because like Tati and I started it. We're not, and I've said a million times we're actually not doing comparisons. Like that's not.
We're
literally. I actually said sometimes we are. Like that has not been a definitive thing at all throughout this whole process. At all.
So only when you feel like it.
Y'all have literally made this so unenjoyable. It's not funny.
For example,
Nah, like,
it's education, it's correctional system, it's literacy rates, it's diplomacy with other people. Diplomacy would be beneficial for the American people, not the 1%, right? Has diplomacy worked for you? That we can have that conversation without making a comparison to other countries.
They're ranked. So initially, like, I read that it as defined was with international, right? So like it's hard to say that America isn't a one if it's ranked like how Zeus stated two.
I get that, Kirko. But imagine how diplomacy works for you. Diplomacy improves your safety as diplomacy improves your military.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm gonna forget my train of thought. God damn it.
I'm not trying to aggravate you. I'm not trying to aggravate you. I'm sorry.
It's not like I just forget my train of thought. It'd be hard for me to get it back.
You okay?
You need some
I'm not
insurance.
frustrated. I'm good. It's just I be forgetting shit.
It's not just healthcare system. That's probably why you forgot. And
No, what wasn't talking about?
the climate change is why it was at.
Diplomacy that we weren't talking about.
And now you're
We talked about as a world. Well, I mean, she'll be okay.
I'm probably leaving anyways. But like, those are different categories. I'm not like the biggest American fan as well. Yeah, America. Like when the Americans started to zero, we all gave that shit a zero. Like nobody's caving for America. I don't live there no more, right? But we're talking about diplomacy. I'm going by influence and diplomacy that works. By that margin, we're going to be in the top 10, whatever the fuck you look up. That's a one.
Right? Also, I don't know. So 2 seconds. When you're done, go ahead and finish up. I'm gonna cut you off, but 2 seconds when you're done.
All right. And I don't get this idea that we're not comparing America to other countries. The title really says greatest country in the world. Anything that is a rank, anything that is a superlative is a comparison. Greater than what? If we're the greatest than what? We're trying to set out to prove something, is going to automatically be comparative. You cannot top out and say this is, because what is this even, what is it relative to what? We're not
You can make it relative to another time period. You can make it relative to the experience of American populace.
Another
Like,
time period in America?
you know, yes.
Is America the greatest country in the world versus America in the 40s? Like this doesn't make sense. The title itself tells you what you need to know.
Well, I hate the title, but I'm just saying, you know, it starts the conversation on. Also, conversation can evolve too.
We're doing the title.
No, I got off mic because you kept up.
But we're doing the title. Like,
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, Mod. Sorry, sub-mod. I didn't realize.
Oh, wow.
I appreciate that.
Ghost Mod. I love the Ghost Mod.
You know what? You benefit right now from us. Do y'all understand what diplomatic and diplomacy? Look, it's not all peaches and cream. What I don't understand. This is the diplomacy. Look, when you go into countries, it's called the pedal. And ask me a question, so I'm answering. So it's called in the military. Sometimes they use the pedal and the sword. I'm gonna give you the pedal. I'm gonna ask you, and then if you don't do what I ask you, I'm gonna give you the sword. That's part of diplomacy.
And has
Countries do it all the time.
Right, I understand that, but has that been effective?
We're gonna try and get somewhere today. But first, quick timeout. Just got this report. So the chick who shot at Rihanna's house, of course, she's from fucking Florida. Florida woman strikes again. All right, back to the conversation.
Why we don't want about her?
What was that?
Why do we need to be worried about her?
She knows people for life.
Florida, because you know they have Florida man, they got Florida woman too. It's a Florida woman story. Anyway,
Are you from Florida?
No.
I live in Florida.
Oh, that's a Florida.
That's okay.
Damn, dude, yeah, come on, it's unbelievable. So back to this diplomacy.
I live in Dallas, so no.
Okay.
Back to this. Hey, Tati.
Hi, I'm back. Hello, Kirko.
God.
One mic on Kirko, please.
So initially, when we discussed like the diplomacy, we have to be talking about U.S.'s ability for diplomatic relations with other nations. If you're going to say that they are anything below one, you have to be saying that there has to be some substantial number of countries that are better how does the diplomatic relations of the United States affect us as individuals? Because then you can build your scoring off of that. That's completely fair. But then you just have to list okay, well, these things affect me in this way, which is why I'm getting this score. Does that make sense?
Kirko, the reason why I said that, I mean, diplomacy is part of the military as well. I mean, we have 800 bases throughout the world. To say that, what other country could you say is top? China and the United States of America. Okay, China. There you go. Okay, where would you rank the United States of America? 2.
I would still rank us number 1.
I still rank us as number 1.
I think China makes us push for number 1 because their diplomacy extends beyond the military to
they do more economic.
It's crazy how they're trying to move with it. It can really take number 1. I can see.
Yeah, they're moving closer and closer to the Philippines and trying to encompass certain countries. But when shit goes, even Africa, when shit goes wrong, and I know, look, I am not a fan of, our president. But when shit goes wrong, what other country, Australia, I don't care who it is, guess what they're gonna call? They might not like our ass. They might not be like, yo, they can stand up in front of the UN and be like, what y'all doing is wrong. But when some shit go, look how much we export in military defense.
So, very quick, what we were doing when I got in the room and they can decide if they want to change it, they were going through categories and we were ranking with 0.5 and 1 within the very specified categories that we were going through. To my knowledge, there were categories that appeared like healthcare that we did rank America as 0 for. Okay? So, right now we are at this very specific category that is diplomacy.
But where's Dominic?
She left.
America won.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it was based on the categories that she had listed in front of her. So, sounds like the scoring system is over at that point. So.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I have to go through the list.
Well, she left. You can't stop anybody from staying if they want to leave.
Yeah, but I'm saying we can't continue to do something that her did because we don't have her list in front of us, and you don't know how far we got in the list. That's my point that I'm making, Gillis. Although that may be true, there's nothing we can do at this point, right? And that's kind of the point that I'm making. Right, so since she's not here and we don't have a list in front of us, that we can either continue to talk about this point, someone can introduce another subtopic to go along with the main topic of the room, and we can just move forward in conversation.
Yeah, that's what this was.
Okay, cool.
So, yeah.
Thanks.
Clock it.
I look at diplomacy, I understand what you guys are saying about the use of military as a negotiation tactic, right? But I honestly just look at it from, has it been a net positive for the American people? I mean, the U.S. passport is declining in its powerfulness. The tariff situation the last year and a half has not been positive. The approval rating of just America in general, not just the president, has been poor. The rest of the world looks at us like idiots. And yeah, you could negotiate and have diplomacy through fear. But I also think about the increase in military spending. And also, like I stated earlier, as someone who cares about mental health and how it interacts or whatever with other systems, I see military soldiers coming back and unaliving themselves at a high rate. So that's why I said, yes, I understand what you're saying about how diplomacy works. There's more than one type of diplomacy. Diplomacy isn't just tugging hands and eating sambusa, okay? I get that we have to use military force, but, I don't think it's a net positive. People, the cost of crude oil has gone up so much that it's impacted other industries. How is that diplomacy for the American people?
But I like what you said. Can I go one second? I want to speak on when people talk about suicide, right? In America, when it comes to military. Most Americans say that.
As a clinician, so don't play games with me.
You can say that's clinician.
show, I'm talking about people that deal boots on the ground and working at the VA and sitting with these people. A lot of people, most Americans don't care. They will stand up and they will say all these things because it went from 21 per day when my brother came home to now it's 23. So if we really cared, wouldn't we be on the decline?
I wanted to say.
But that's still a net negative. That's still a net negative for our country if people are killing themselves.
Even if we believe that, right? And I think this is the piece that matters a lot. If we are ranking the country, we also have to look at all the countries we can compare it to. And it turns out, by nature, most countries just being shitholes. Like, we're always going to rank around the middle at worst, right? We're competing with a world of countries that draft still, like military draft.
Y'all want to draft here?
The competition just ain't that stiff.
I would be disqualified. Shout out to narcolepsy.
You still go. That don't mean shit. You still get your ass to do that. There's a lot of further.
Yeah, so wait, I wanna be able to.
Nigga passing out on the PT.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Department of War is spending more money on lobster tails than it is on healthcare for people. It's just we're bleeding money. We're bleeding money.
And
who's impacted? How's that a positive for us though, as the American populace? Like, since we're no longer using Donnie's metrics, can you tell me how has diplomacy improved the lives of American people? Can you?
We don't have people on our
See, this is why Downey left, because all three of you want to talk at the same time at the person as opposed to one person responding.
Only one really said anything, but hey.
right.
All three of y'all.
Yeah, this is
So I would say number one, easily, we have one of the strongest passports in the world. It ain't the strongest, but it's in the top 10% portion without a doubt.
If you travel in Europe, your passport is literally going to put you in the line with everyone else. It doesn't assist you.
You ain't stopping her team.
All right, let's look up the top passports, the best or most high value passports. I guarantee the U.S. passport will be in the top 10% of passports in the world. Okay, I guarantee.
It literally doesn't help you if you're traveling.
Does anybody want to refute that? Does anybody think the U.S. passport is not the top 10% of most powerful passports in the world?
To the 10% though, and the best part about all of this is the United States Embassy has. It isn't yes, but I'm telling you, you know what you're doing.
You asked for the material benefit.
No, but earlier now, I would say that we're 20 or 30%.
Wait, sir, you know the irony? Listen, the irony is during this. But wait a second. You can't get your own American citizens. Our American citizens are stuck in other countries. The British
So their ability to get in or out of the country is also different.
I think we're also like facing an issue in which the country that we are attacking is dealing with issues that we're dealing with at home, but we don't want those in the headlines. So now we're gonna attack another country to get it off the headlines. Like literally right now in the US, we are at a worse state we've been in my lifetime that for people that are older than me, like they've already dealt with this shit. They're getting censored. They're getting attacked based on their view of the government. Some people have lost jobs. Some people have been jailed. Some people have been deported. And not all of those people are actually from other countries. They're from the United States. They were born here. And still, they've faced these issues. So until we get our own house in order, I don't want to be in a, big stuff in a foreign war.
We've always been.
Can we guide this conversation, please? Or it's gonna start getting emotional, and I don't want that. Can we go back to the countries, please?
No, because Donna's not here. We don't
Y'all
have
ruined it. They ruined the topic.
We don't have them. So now all we can talk about is our personal opinions and emotions.
No.
That's all we can talk about. Come on, tell us.
All I know is when I go to Trader Joe's, the cost of avocados is up.
Oh my God, are you serious?
I just, you know it's how you feel. You know, I feel really upset that my tampons cost more as well. I kind of.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
We're not talking about the songs and shit.
One micro comment really quick. What'd you say?
Can we get a room reset since we've been all over the place for like the last 30 minutes at this point?
Yeah, so initially when the room started, obviously see the topic at the top, Dami decided that we needed some metrics to really measure what the quote-unquote greatest country would look like, right? And so she broke it down into like 7 categories. Those categories had subtopics. We were going through and pulling the stats for America and the global rankings for America, and coming down to our own scores, individual scores. Then we use those to determine the final score in each category and rate each category. And we were supposed to go through the entire thing and then rank us in the end, but we weren't able to. So now it's become an open discussion where, everyone's just giving their opinion and telling us how they feel. So that's what we are doing.
I don't think it was all people giving how they felt. People were actually giving facts that people just didn't like the facts that were being said.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about where we are now in the conversation. Because we weren't talking facts just now. Like, I didn't see anyone drop any data. People were just talking about how they feel. So, we can do that now, though, if y'all want to. So, moving forward.
I think that would be good to get to a specific idea or specific thing that we're talking about, since the conversation kind of shifted a bit.
Yeah. So what's the new scope, guys? Y'all got it.
There's left.
So we need them to have a scope.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the new scope, Ken?
Are we still with America's greatest country?
Yeah, let's go back to that.
Yeah, we got the greatest country in the world.
Let me set this a little bit more.
I guess.
I got you 2 seconds, Ken, right after. So there's a poll to the top. It may help, answering the poll, and you have the scope of what you want to talk about.
Yeah. We already discussed economy and infrastructure. We've already discussed social justice and welfare. And were you guys talking military and geopolitics?
They're talking diplomacy.
Okay.
Yeah, there was the discussion of passports, and if you travel in Europe, you're basically in the line of the every other. It doesn't get you any
to Zeus's point, saying that he said that he claimed that the American passport is in the top 10% of passports in the world.
But is that what he said? The credit card in the top 10% because
Yeah, he didn't say, he said top 10%, and
Okay.
What you know how to go to Europe?
And then you brought a child in Europe, you went in line like everyone else. Okay.
yeah.
So even if that is the case, how I don't.
You're literally in line with Russia and the Chinese.
Would that mean it's not in the top 10%, like he said? I'm not saying what he said is true. I don't know if it is.
No.
I'm just saying, does your point actually refute his?
Yes.
Okay.
If you were the top here, then you shouldn't be waiting in line with all of the rascals of the world.
What?
If you think,
Is there like so there's supposed to be like an American like VIP line or like?
no, I'm saying
Like are we supposed to get like fast track?
What does being in the top 10% get you if not like VIP entrance?
VIP entrance.
I didn't know they had a.
So let me read something here when it relates to this, and we can kind of go for it because everyone's going to state their opinion. So this is what it says so far with the research I've done. It says that as of early 2026, the U.S. passport is ranked 10th most powerful globally, allowing visa-free or visa-on-arrival access to 167 to 179 destinations, depending on the index. I'm not going to get too much more into it because it is.
So 167 out of 180.
So they said about roughly 180 countries in the world. America has access on arrival.
267.
Right.
Right. So that's the majority, right? So why would waiting in line in Europe refute that? Is what I was confused by. But okay.
But Tati, she's trying to have like a class conversation. But waiting in line anywhere already shows you that you probably bought the wrong ticket to the airline. Or you probably just want to shit the airline.
Global entry, like okay, cool, whatever. Point is, his point of where it brings globally can't be refuted just because you wait in line in Europe. So it's still 167 countries out of 180. That's like majority of so whatever.
Yeah, and do you see that number expanding or declining?
There's only so many
I don't think that's relevant for what we're talking about because we're talking about
I didn't know there was a special one.
the current state, right? So
it's a special one.
That's only
jurisdiction. So we can expand to your jurisdiction.
If you're traveling in the Middle East, yes, there are special lines based on the airline, but not in civilized.
So there's not a first class in Europe. So you're telling me there's not a first class? I just was in Europe. Europe has first class, right?
No, I don't think we talking about the
I'm
entry
talking about the
line.
actual entry lines, and only if you're in the Middle East, yes, I agree with you. Like if you go to Dubai, yes, there is like based on the class of your airline, you're gonna get like top tiers, whatever. Like you're gonna be shown like a limousine and or whatever. But that isn't the case in most countries, including the United States. You still have to go through a line based on where you are coming from, sir.
Is there a special line when you go to the airport here in America?
Wait, she's lying. Like, I was just in London. No, they have clear. Stop. Like, she's trying to have a classic conversation right now, but she's the person standing around. Yes, they do have clear fucking London. Stop. Like, Heathrow definitely has it. Stop. Like, what are we doing? You just freestyling? Like, you think just because you're from, like, Europe, we don't know how to get to the airport, man? I'm off here. He was right. You can't refute it. Let's move on to something else. Synchronism, whatever your name is.
all right, new metric. What else should we measure the greatest country by?
We did almost everything.
Yeah, we did almost everything.
that's pretty much everything.
Is there
We did.
You did education. Wait, did y'all actually dive into yeah, we did education.
Yeah.
And access to education and
Water.
entertainment and
Water.
Yeah, we did all this stuff. Wait, but did y'all discuss the military?
Did you discuss healthcare?
We have
Yeah, we discussed that.
voluntarily military. So I think we skipped over military because we was like, okay, it wasn't gonna even. They recruit everybody. Like you're drafting the time. In America, we have. I think this was a. We still have selective service. You know, we have the only 100% voluntary military.
I saw this like it's 17 and 24, or it's 18 and 24.
Yeah, it's 18 and 24. I think the UK has it too, but for sure, most you gotta be drafted, even Norway and all them other places. They make them male and female. Yeah, you have no choice. But I don't think Americans would go ballistic if we had a draft. I got one too, Tati. You can be poor in America and still live better than most of the world. Like I see homeless people with cell phones. Like shit is fucking free. Crazy, like this nigga's on the bus, they're on the train, like.
Hey, Journal, I gotta pull it up. That's a New England Journal report that said that even our wealthiest, their health is the same as some of Europeans' poorest. I gotta pull up the journal though. I'm driving right now.
I think that is just because Americans we're so far ahead of other people with this lifestyle. I think that it's laziness and unhealthy. Living at home.
Our government has literally invested more in the research. It goes into healthcare solutions in the future, and yet we are still facing enormous problems, and the costs are much higher. So if you were to need to go to a hospital anywhere in the world, the United States could bankrupt you. But if you went to the hospital in London, for example, you're not going to get bankrupted by a hospital bill.
Yeah, we already discussed healthcare and medical bankruptcy.
She gotta win there, y'all. She gotta win. One time.
Yeah.
Woo!
That factored into one of the reasons why healthcare ended up being ranked at 0.
Well, it's not 0. Who are we comparing it to? Just say, not 0. There's other places that are far worse.
Well, that was the vote at the time. Now you can make a determination.
Very definitely, yeah. If you go to a countryside hospital in China, you're probably not going to survive whatever surgery that you need if it's literally a medical emergency. Yeah, if it's a medical emergency, you're far more likely to survive because there are diligence and requirements to operate a hospital in the US. So you can know that even if you go to the, Bangkok place in Tennessee or something, that you're still going to get quality healthcare. That isn't the case in every country. So you're right there.
Not too much of Memphis.
You saw that tornado in Kankakee?
Yeah. Even in Harvey, people got what you call it, hail, breaking windows, tearing up trees, and Did you guys go over infrastructure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the infrastructure was 0.5.
Did we go coolness? Or fucking just badassness? What do you mean?
We did community trust and social capital. We got a 1 in social capital, but we got a 0 in community trust, and then a 0.5.
But Hollywood,
Is it kind of we're like they were from Memphis, bro. Like, come on, give us a win.
Well, what came first? The dudes from Africa or the dudes
The dude from America. We're not from Africa.
You're not? Where are you from?
I'm from
You're from America?
America.
He was born in Memphis.
America. Can you explain this? I think a joke scam.
Okay, hi everyone, good morning again.
You can believe it.
I know that we've gone through a lot of these metrics already. If possible, again, if you don't mind, we should try to go through it again since we have some more people on the stage than we had earlier. Let me go if anybody wants to come up to try to be part of the discussion. As long as it's cool with all the sponsors that's active, I'm cool with it too. Let's go through the metrics again for some people who seem to really hard. Come on.
Yeah, Tati, someone we skipped over because we was like, is it even close?
Yeah, I want to talk about the literacy of America because in the United States, the populace is illiterate.
Here we go, man. We making money.
Alright, so
But y'all down to the
I
motherfucker.
apologize. I'm coming back in again. I apologize. Let me just verify.
Here's like,
Hold on, I'll let you go. Are we comparing against ourselves again, or are we comparing against the rest of the world?
I think we were going against the world.
Against the rest of the world.
So we're tomorrow, man. It's the original list.
Let's do that, and then after we kind of get a consensus, then we can kind of talk about ourselves. Alright, I'm out of here.
So we are not smart compared to the rest of the world, sweetheart. Very delusional if you think so.
Do you not hear other people talking big?
Who wants to go?
People don't even speak that.
Do we need a queue?
Can't read a book.
Yeah, you got to go to Tati.
Okay, so it sounds like Sync was trying to go. Who else wanted to get in?
I would like to get in.
Pedro.
Okay, so Sync, Elegant, Pedro, Candy, you want to be added? Yes, please. Okay, so Sync, that Pedro, Candy, I'm in the chat.
in terms of the literacy debate, I would question, for example, like what are the statistics in different countries? Because if you look at countries like China, where you have like a vast population, or India, you also have a class of people that never get educated, and that isn't the case in the U.S., where we have like a requirement that people of a certain age must go to school. We mandate that, and so the numbers will be sort of less. The averages will be reduced based on the fact that we require that. And in other countries, they don't ever even have to deal with that because you don't go to high school unless you are able to achieve.
Here in America, you are required to go to high school, and they are graduating students. They cannot read, cannot write. When I went to college in ancient times, I had professors telling me they had students straight out the Chicago public school system that cannot write a paragraph. They were in college, freshmen in college, but they could not write a paragraph. They could not write an essay. And usually those students drop out of college. So I personally think the educational system in America is atrocious. People are very ignorant of the history of this country. They show it every time they get online and say things about history that is not true. And I personally think America we fuck with a zero, in my opinion, for this whole damn country. This country enslaved my ancestors. This country has never been great and will never be great. Ever. Ever.
Okay, so yeah, I got the opposite take. This country is great for my family. We've never been slaves. I have paperwork to prove, but that's another conversation. So now, let's get to the literacy level. This is why I do not like people that pretend to be like smart because they like don't want to look into things that are just Google down at this point. So I'll do it for them. Quick Google search says the United States is a high functioning literacy rate
assessments, right? So that's just math, science, different little things. But there's 190, let me confirm this. There's 195 countries. So us even ranking at 36 is still good. But people have a disdain for America. So even Americans, like, we could believe in the hype that people say Americans are illiterate. Like, no, like, your professor, think about this. The lady just said, your professor said these people can write a paragraph, which is bullshit. A paragraph literally could be 3 or 4 sentences. But people just try to make it grandiose because in America we live in a super hyper fixated on school because it's a pipeline, because they actually get money from it. Other countries, they don't even get the fucking high school. There's 196 countries. I've been looked up how many of these people even have a high school system or college for the lack of for the lack of a better term of what higher education should be. I bet it's low. So now we're sitting here saying that America is so stupid, we're dumb. No, we're not. People are functional. There's other places that are still underdeveloped, but people have a disdain for this country here in every essence. Like, how could America have a 0 across the board? That is showing your hatred. That is actually showing that you're not a competent person in making a valid decision based on your biases. I'm gonna let you.
A valid decision based on your bias. You can already see in that statement the educational system is deteriorating. Now, the question, it was in fact regarding literacy, and there's multiple reports, Pedro, in your Google search, and it says between 14 to 36. So out of the world, yes, that's decent, but given our ability, given our access to education, and given our tools, our technology, like, our literacy rate should be higher. Like, our literacy rate is lower than some third world countries.
Was that the last person in the queue?
You know, real quick, on this literacy thing, I did some movement. So I was kind of curious, like, you know, like, literacy in America, most Americans, it's kind of shitty. But versus the world's not terrible. So it may be a situation where really the world is just gonna say,
Right. We don't ever talk about that, right? And then that's incredible. That's how I can spot people that just have a disdain for America and not well traveled. Dude, even when I go to Mexico, y'all know how many people can't even speak the basic language? I'm over there with like fucking interpreters and people that take me around to the guys. Bro, they tell you like, yeah, a lot of people here can't even count. It's like, what? Yeah, that's why they want you to use singles. It's not because it is because our money is more than it is, but a lot of those people can't even count. It's sickening almost. These are full-grown adults, but in America we have this hyper-fixated thing about school to where people that went to college and went to fucking the heights, they got triple degrees, BAs, and ass. I went to college, so I'm a graduate. But you have some people that even look down on me because I have 1 degree. You know what I'm saying? But then you have those people looking down on people in high school in America with a high school education. But around the world, if we had to compare, a person in middle school would be a top tier person in another country, or most of the countries around the world.
Baby, we are very illiterate. It's really sad. I was at a homeless shelter doing a data entry project, and they had to do an intake of the clients, and I'm looking at these test scores, and I'm like, wow, my people can't read. And these are test scores for all ages of people. People cannot read. They are barely functioning illiterates in this country. And we can pretend that it really don't exist or it really don't matter, but it does, because in our culture, literacy is financial. If you cannot read, how are you going to keep a job? How are you going to read paperwork? How are you going to exist if you cannot read? Okay, whatever. But how are you going to live if you can't read? Your lot in life is going to be hard.
Yeah, and you're at a homeless shelter. Think about this. You're talking about the bottom of the society.
Not the bottom of society. It's people that have lost their jobs. If I'm in a homeless shelter, that is not the bottom, sweetheart.
I didn't know it. But that is the bottom. I feel bad for people at the bottom. But that is the bottom. That's like me going to a prison and saying, hey, bro, these bros got horrible math skills. Like, come on, I'm in a prison. Like, I didn't go to fucking Harvard. Yeah, I didn't go to Spelman. Like, that's like me going into a fucking pace girls from school and saying these girls make horrible decisions. Duh. Like,
test scores dropped since COVID. When they homeschooling, they reading and math scores dropped to lows from the 90s. So the children made bad decisions. They can't read.
If I can finish, reading a book in certain countries, knowing how to read is a feat in certain countries. I really don't understand how you don't understand that the rest of the world is highly illiterate. But just for you to harp on America is crazy.
But Pedro, being in the school system, I understand what you're saying, both you and Elegant. But a lot of parents here in America are sent to jail, or they kind of force education on a lot of these parents too. A lot of these parents don't really care about education. Like, we have several cases going on now where they have gone in and arrested. CPS is coming in and they're forcing these children at a certain age to be in school. And a lot of these kids don't want to be in school. We have to change our education system. Like, everybody's not going to be a scientist. Some states are coming up with CTE programs and these, HVAC and plumbing. A lot of people look down on those things, but in other countries, if you don't pass certain tests, you are put in certain programs where you're going to be plumbers and electricians and things like that. We do have to revamp our education system. I just don't believe that kids should be pigeonholed in a certain study program. Okay, well, you got to take biology. If you don't like science, why you don't make them take it?
But I
don't see why you do that.
You don't see. I think people are incompetent that don't make good decisions, right? So I hear everything you're saying, right? But to use a plumber as somebody that's not highly competent or has literacy, it's crazy because the plumber makes more than some of these people that are teaching, right? So it's about how you slice the pie. I mean, the literacy rate has nothing to do with the conversion of success. Some of these people that we see in high offices, they're not the fucking most educated person.
It's nepotism.
This is the most successful person. Well, the smartest person at Microsoft. You're crazy. There's somebody working under Bill Gates that's crazy smart. But Bill Gates had the money. He has the riches. Look at Donald Trump. You think Trump is the smartest person working at Trump Industries? Hell no. Like, come on, bro. Like, sometimes we chalk it up to just being book smart.
But I don't
have to have talent.
But I don't want to go to. I don't want to go to like celebrities and shit like that. I'm saying grassroots. I think they make kids take classes that they are not interested in, and then sometimes they don't let them take classes that they are interested in. And I think that is really part of the problem. If a kid is fascinated in drones, why are you making them take biology? Why don't you just focus on mathematics, coding, and all? Why don't you just focus? Now, when you get to some of the other schools, they do that, but public schools, it's certain shit for the money that they have to take these classes, and that's bringing the numbers down. I believe so as well.
They also need to bring back the trades. I think that me and you are part of the last generation that actually had trades in the high schools. Because I haven't heard nothing. They didn't say nothing about trades when my oldest daughter was in high school or my middle child. They took that out in Chicago. I don't know about others.
Yeah, no, they bringing them back.
They are bringing them back.
Like, you got HVAC, you bring in construction management, you bring in construction engineering, you bring in auto mechanics, solar power. You bring all these things back because a lot of the industry, that's what they want. Like you got CTE is robot. They got a class strictly for robotics and drones. That's all they do. Now, do they have to take math? Yes. But a lot of them don't have to be on that course outlet for taking biology or sociology or history or anything like that. Now, when they do take history, they have to take the history of that set study. Like how did drones, most people don't know, about autonomous drones and codings and things like that. They do have to take the history of that as part of the curriculum. But some states are doing it, but majority, hell no. They just giving them the basics. Like, creative writing should be brought back. That should be brought back because they've shown that helps with the smallest hemisphere of the brain when it comes to creativity. Whatever you're doing, just like with Ray, you know, like people don't really understand like the different planes of building a house. Like you can't do this, you know. How can you can't always put a California house in Texas on certain grounds, and there's a lot of creative stuff that has to go into it. And I think in our education system, creativity is being extremely pushed out. Now, some places you have it, some places you don't. But I believe it is being pushed out. It's being more streamlined, and this is what we want.
Yeah, because the stigma of not having a degree pushed on people. Like, hey, man, you didn't go to college. Like, you have people that think that college, and I went to college, right? But then I found out that I kept calling my granddad that didn't have a sixth grade education. And I always thought my granddad was stupid until I got older and realized, yo, this dude was brilliant. He put all us through college. Like, I don't have debt thanks to my grandfather. And it was like, I'm sitting here going to work at a job that I could just go work for my granddad and make this money. I could just go into construction like my family and make more money than I was going to make as an entry level guy. And I said,
okay, so everybody can't do that though.
But everybody can go get a trade. So listen, there's engineers at my company, right? They get here. They're like, damn, how the fuck am I making less than this person? They don't understand that degree can afford you better pay.
Hey, girl, now you know everybody ain't sitting out in the sun picking up concrete and all this. Look, come on now.
No, but so listen, hold on, Gamma. See, I like that you said it, right?
Everybody ain't doing that. Ain't built for that.
People picking up concrete that's making more than the goddamn dude with the blueprint.
Everybody's not built for that, though. Everybody doesn't want to do that.
It doesn't matter. I don't care what a man does. All I'm saying is, when you make your educational level, a piece of paper, I'm not gonna say education, you can be educated in anything. I think when people don't do something that they love, learn how to do it, and learn how to get money from that, that's when people become like slaves to the system. You can be a slave to the system of work, or a slave to the system of fucking just trying to be like a brainiac. Oh man, I got these degrees. That guy that's picking up motors in the sun, yeah, everybody doesn't want to do that, but he does. If he's getting $30, $40 just in the union, I mean, he's great, he's successful. I mean, like, who are we to judge? I think we don't give people the broad range of choosing what they want to fucking do. I mean, just holding the stop slow paddles that people drive by and think, oh man, this guy is fucking, he's
motherfuckers are making a bunch of money.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Even like plumbers, people will look down on a plumber, but like, oh, wait, can't look. That nigga making bank, and it's consistent, and you need him. And you find out you need him to come to your AC. You need him for the heat. I just think sometimes we don't put enough shine at that field because it's looked at as, oh man, you're dumb if you have to go do that. It's like,
but that's part of the education process. That's part of it. Like, I think you have to find out what a kid likes. When you start from grassroots, find out what they like and jump on that and kind of push them in that way. You know, because right now, I mean, kids are rebellious, and that's always been that way. But if you show them, like, look, this is a tool that you can use. Like, I teach science, right? But I love fucking working on cars and building shit. I should have went into that shit, but I didn't. I went to college. But those are tools that I could still use. Like some shit break like I put in a dishwasher, I put in the sink, I did my countertops. I can do all that shit, yes. But some people ain't built for that shit. Some people don't want to get their fucking hands dirty. It's a bunch of dudes in here, we talk about it all the time, don't own a fucking toolbox.
And that's sad. I thought the goal was money. Like, being raised by my father and my grandfather, like, I thought they were like losers when I was little. I didn't say like outright losers, they took care of us. But I thought the teachers or the professors, I thought they were the winners until I started seeing this shit different. I'm like, wait, my granddad got a sixth grade education. How the fuck does he have more than my professor? How the fuck does my uncle, he's just a military dude, he's more financially stable than my teacher. My teacher got a summer job. So then I started seeing the fallacy. Then I read a book by Robert called Fate. And I understood that, wait, no, none of the science teachers at my school were scientists. These niggas just knew the curriculum. It's just like, it's like a whole fallacy. Like, we tell kids to do things that most of the people that are teaching them, they're not doing. I mean, being a starving professor, it's not that appealing to kids. You tell them that, hey, yo, man, I'm here sitting here grading you on this scale, but
teacher in Dallas area, you bringing in 60,000.
That's not enough money. And then
What I'm saying, hold on. If you're single, you don't have no debt. You mean to tell me you can't survive on 60 and you get a pay raise every year?
Let me talk about this point. Nowadays, I did this when I was trying to finish this point. It's all good, man. Like, university professor, like what Pedro last mentioned, they all typically make, like, if not super close to 6 figures, over 6 figures, especially when they're tenured. Teachers on the other hand are typically always, like, consistently pushing for them because they are underpaid, to be truthful.
Oh, hell yeah, you're underpaid. But, I mean, if you, look, you gotta think about the life that you want to live. You know what I'm saying? Like, principals right now in DFW are making, what, 120? That's like below 120. See what I'm saying? So, I don't know.
All right. Does anybody else want to jump in the conversation about the education and literacy rate of the United States? Anybody else want to contribute to the conversation?
You know what, Conway? I don't think really people really fucking care. Because if you go to some of these PTAs and board members, the only time they there is when some shit go wrong. Volunteering and all that. I'm talking about people who kids are going past school. You get people, ask people to volunteer. You get people to, hey, can you participate in the spelling bee? We need monitors. Teachers, you know what teachers make a lot of money at? Monitoring fucking testing because nobody fucking wants to do it. And you ain't doing shit but sitting there. So I hear people talk about we want this education. Well, fuck it, you can't even get them to come to the fucking PTA unless some shit happens.
Well, so I think there's two parts of it, right? I do think, or two parts, I think that people care. However, I think that people who know that they can't do shit about it and like understands that the literacy level in America is at a mid, right? I'm not gonna say that it's at an all-time low. I think that we've reached the climax about like as smart as Americans are going to be, and it's just not improving. But I think that people that have come to that understanding are just sitting in it, right? There's like, and secondarily, as a childless person, there's also nothing I can really do. Like, I mean, there is, but I'm also not negatively affecting the literacy level by having a child who will also be illiterate, right? Like, that's one of those things that there's really nothing I can do as an outsider looking in. These are one of those conversations as a childless person I kind of do sit back from, because you motherfuckers are the problem, because y'all keep having these kids while also being illiterate, raising illiterate children. And it's just like, what the fuck? I don't blame teachers. I don't necessarily blame them for wanting to only have to do their job. I think what happens is that parents also relied on teachers a lot in past generations, and this generation of teacher, which is also this generation of people, millennials, Gen Zs, all of those people who are coming out of teaching school, are going to work and going home. They don't give a fuck about giving your child an extra $50 out of their paycheck so that they can have a pizza party because your child read a 10-page book, right? That is just not happening, and it is okay, because what happens is that those people are only at work. A lot of it has to do with the fact that parents are kind of not doing enough with their children and relying so much on community, relying so much on other people, and at this point in generation, it's kind of hard to rely on someone other than yourself, especially
Americans, right? That's not the bottom of the totem pole. Like, y'all gotta stop just making up facts that y'all think are facts. It's not. You may think people are illiterate, but when it comes to the world, there's still grown people around the world that can't read at all, that can't count at all. Like, we gotta have a better conversation.
So I hear you, but however, with the technology and the resources that we have, the fact that we are 36 on that list is actually not great because of the audacity that Americans have about their literacy. If we weren't so audacious and weren't so bold and weren't so better than about our education level, then us being 36 would not be so bad. Like us being 36, we're like, niggas like, they're not running around saying that they're the best, so like that's okay. But the fact that America has the resources to make sure that everyone is literate in this country, us being 36 is a problem.
I don't think America runs around waving the flag that, hey, I think we're. Have you ever been international? I got you, yes, but America does not wave the flag and say, hey, we're the world's smartest. That's not the reason why we think we're the best. We think we're the best because of other things. The education wasn't ever.
So what are the other things?
We think we have the best military. We think we have the best culture. We think we have life. What is it? Living arrangements. I mean, we kind of do in some of those regards. There's just other things that make them. And we're just assholes, right? Quality of life. Yeah, quality of life. And we're just assholes. America, we're pompous motherfuckers.
Education is one of those things that is on that list for the pompous assholeness.
Yeah, like
good morning, niggas and niggas. Oh, 1 second, let me really get this shit out. Good morning, niggas and niggas. Hope everyone's doing well this morning. The arrogance that we have when it comes to education doesn't just stop at our borders. It's even, we encourage other countries to come here and learn about medicine, to learn about technology. And when other countries come here, we're gonna make sure we put our fucking flag in their quote-unquote soil, for lack of better terms, to say, hey, you came here and learned this. So I'm not understanding how we don't try to proliferate ourselves as, the best at everything. I'm not just gonna say it's military, it's infrastructure, it's literally everything across the board. Americans have hubris to think that they're the best.
Also, I think on top of that, when it comes to literacy, we know that the best, like all of those people are typically international. But in America, very specifically, we can turn a doctor from Istanbul into a cab driver simply because he does not speak English. And oftentimes, that speaks to audaciousness of Americans to discredit someone's education because there is a language barrier is nuts to me, right? Like a person can learn English, but you can't really learn a steady hand. And that kind of thing is the reason why I say our education system oftentimes puts us in a position to think that we are better than, and oftentimes we are not. Especially because a lot of that it is the fact that like the 36 is made up of your 5 biggest cities, and those 5 and the audaciousness comes from Middle America, who also puts their pride in the 5 cities who are more literate than they are, right? It is that idea that men walk around saying, men build cars, men built a country. However, those men did not have anything to do with the building of a country and cannot change an oil in their car today.
Yeah, I get you, but those Christians you speak of, they don't have privacy.
Hold on real quick. I want to give some room for somebody new to talk on the stage. Lamar, I appreciate you. Let's put some chat there. I'm going to give you a little time to kind of say something about that. And see where you're going with it.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we're talking about when it comes to education, which I kind of spoke on, was that these kids don't retain shit anymore. It's not like a lot of us were in school. ago. So it's like, I think more or less they are now learning more about like how to quickly get answers and not retain information the way we used to. So that was one thing that I wanted to like point out. The other thing that when you guys are talking about money that I wanted to like ask of the room is this. Do you think that when we talk about like homelessness all the way to billionaires, is the gap that wide, right? Like why is the gap that wide? Because what you're doing, it would be that more important than what anybody else is doing because we're all technically contributing to society. So we were to shrink the pay band across, you know, everything, no matter what you're doing, as long as you're doing something, and we all live between lower middle and upper middle, would that, you know, fix some of the problem? Because I don't understand the purpose of a billionaire, just like I don't understand the purpose of somebody being homeless. Like, neither one of those things should really be happening, because both of those things are detriment to everybody else in the middle. So why don't we shrink the pay band?
You just invented communism, right? Like, whatever.
Well, I mean, so I think again, like literacy does point to like your finances. A lot of what we know about this country, very specifically, the most illiterate people are oftentimes the poorest as well, and that's how this president was able to do what he did. Is because the literacy level of the places that he actually voted for him is at an all-time low. We can actually look at these things and point to states in this country in comparison, the red states in this country in comparison to the blue states in this country, and understand that a lot of that has to do with, and a lot of how people vote and how this the literacy and education, finances, and all of those things tie into it. We can literally just look at the states in this country. I don't think that the literacy level is where it should be, again, because we are America, and we believe as Americans that we are better than everyone else, so we should be, and we are not. Us being 36 and not top 10 is an actual problem based in the audacity that we have.
China has the literacy rate of 97. America has 99. I mean, no, it's a good conversation to have when we're on Clubhouse, but when you actually got to go into the world and do the numbers, a lot of the fucking countries around the world, their people are illiterate.
So I have a question.
Because we're in America, hold on. If you go to these places, you talk about the 5 cities in America, which there's more than 5 major cities in America. But these other countries don't even have 5 major cities.
So really quick, hold on one second. I just looked it up. I just looked it up. I just want to argue this point. I just looked it up. So that 99% literacy level that you're looking at, of that 99%, only about 46% of those people have a literacy level above 6th grade. So it's not even counting what the literacy level is. It is a basic arithmetic and reading skill. Well, it is not about comprehension. It's not about being able to retain information. It is literally saying the problem is again, even though that 99% is there, 54% of those people only have a 6th grade reading level.
Because literacy rates are not about your effective reading. If you even look at what you put in the chat, it says that while China has higher reading performance scores, right? And so that would be that they could probably read a little bit more proficient. Literacy rate is literally the percentage of people aged 15 and older who can, with understanding, read and write a short, simple statement about their everyday fucking life. The sky is blue. That would put somebody within that 99th percentile of literacy. So to sit here and act like, proficiency isn't more important of a topic, this shit's asinine.
But that also speaks to the audaciousness, saying that 99% of Americans are literate, and it is the bowstring that I'm talking about. You believe that 99% of Americans
Americans are literate, so that's okay. And me saying 54% of those people only having a 6th grade reading level is a problem. And all of those people being adults is even more problematic because most of those adults have children who will also be illiterate. And when it comes to my personal standard of what literacy is as an American. Yeah, I don't necessarily, for me, it's not, it's that against other people. It's about the audacity of Americans. It's about even Americans in this country don't even know how bad the literacy is because the average American feels like all of us being able, or 9% of us being able to read at a 6th grade reading level is okay, and it's not.
Like I said, I don't think a lot of people care. Well, yeah, it's a topic, but I mean, shit, they still looking for teachers. People are quick to say it's the teacher's fault when most of the time the kids spend is with their parents.
So, when we talk about the last 6 years, it's been an increase, right? Like, I feel like the pandemic was really a show of how illiterate parents make illiterate children. Because those illiterate children who y'all are complaining about are in schools right now, or with their fucking parents, 99% of the time, from 2020 until 2022, and that's where the literacy problem really picked up. I blame the pandemic.
Yeah, they just had at that time too.
I blame the parents.
I blame the parents, but the parents during the pandemic. Like, it's a hand-in-hand thing. Like, that 2020 to 2022, where children were at home with their parents, who also couldn't read, who couldn't help them with their homework, who weren't on top of their schedules and all of those things, absolutely was detrimental to what we see in schools today. Because a lot of kids sat at home with their illiterate parents.
And I saw it firsthand because I was a teacher's assistant from November of 2020 to February of 2021. And I was a teacher's assistant to 2nd graders. And the only parents I saw that was involved online were older parents. They were probably children's grandparents. Because these were 2nd graders. You're supposed to be lurking around while they was on that laptop.
But also, how can a parent teach a child to read because preschool is closed if they also can't read? So you're sending your child, if you had a child who was 3 at the top of the pandemic and they were just about to go into school and you can't read, that means from 3 to like 6, those children never had an opportunity to actually learn how to read. And now they're turning 7, 8, and 9, and they still cannot read because of the fact that they were at home with their parents during the pandemic when they should have been at school with people who could help them.
I don't think it's that because, I mean, I think about it, you know, a lot of our parents, well, some parents did not go to school. My dad went to the military. My mom wound up going to college later, but my grandfather, high school, and that was it for him. So I think it depends on the parent and what they want. Like some people, their parents don't even speak the language, and they're some of the top learners in the world. It's about what you want for your child. That's, you know, parents will, you know, like I said, all you gotta do is go to PTA, and it'll tell you how invested and who's invested. Schools talk about it all the freaking time. PTA will sit there for hours. We know the parents that are invested. Well, okay, one day, yes. But every time you get to see which parents are invested in their kids' education and what they want for their kids. Most people will tell you, well, I have to work, I have to do this, I have to do that. And then when little Johnny or little Bobby is having an issue, then why aren't you doing your job? Like, oh, okay. Well, we tried to have that conversation, you know, before grades come out. So it's both, but I think a lot of it falls on the way you parent and what you think is important for your child.
We have to bribe parents at my daughter's school. We don't call it PTA anymore in Chicago. We call it local student council. And I was the co-president. And we literally have to bribe these parents to come up to the school by offering them food and gifts. Because we could not get these parents to come up there for the meetings. And so many parents didn't work. I see them going to buy a bag of weed, but you can't walk your ass up there to that school and see about your child.
So we having this conversation. I mean, some people don't have kids, but there are a lot of teachers who don't have children and they still teach. So I don't think it's a matter of not having children. It's what you want best for your community.
People don't care about community anymore.
I didn't know you had to pay. There's no fee to go in the library. If you want Wi-Fi, I mean, Starbucks got Wi-Fi. It's places for people to learn. How do you invest in it?
Question: during the pandemic, there were I don't know, it was maybe like 2021, 2022. I don't know if y'all see it, maybe I can find it. There was a man who was maybe like a mail delivery driver or something, and he was on TikTok documenting him learning how to read as an adult. It was some black man, I'll try to find it. The most heart-wrenching, I guess I'll say, video was when he read a really sad book, and for the first time, he actually felt what it meant that ignorance is bliss, because his entire life he never understood that sadness because he had never been able to fucking read. And I think, and he made it through 6th grade or something like that and quit after 6th grade, as most people do. But a lot of people do, apparently. 54% of Americans actually stop learning after the 6th grade. So I just think it's rather important to mention that, like, it really is the adults, right? Like, while we are talking about the children and all of the things, it's really the community of our peers who are the problem, because illiterate people, 54% of us, can't help raise a generation of people with literacy. And I think that is more of the issue of, it's really hard to be a part of the 46% trying to get this country up to the standard and the par, because again, the 54% of people think that they are literate because they can write a sentence that says, I woke up today.
Well, that was a great conversation.
Also, a long time ago, I had posted in the chat, it's an Instagram link, it's right up there. It's this really, really funny video. We talk about this topic a lot when it comes to people getting in and out of trucks and short men. It's hilarious. Terrible times. I just remember.
Well, we got one more day before spring break, so y'all can have these badass kids back. No, they're good kids, but yeah, spring break is almost upon us.
I found the perfect. Sorry, Deviant, my bad. You just so happen to be a small man in a big truck. I just posted the video where he's talking about why he doesn't know how to read. And when you listen to him speak, you would not think that that young man did not know how to read at all.
can form a very coherent sentence, but he knows he can't read. We don't, and a lot of Americans go through life just that way.
Everything I learned when I was in the military that you can not know something and it's fine as long as you have the willingness to want to learn.
Yes.
A lot of folks don't know to and don't have any willingness to learn. Like you see what you were talking, the guy you were talking to, he didn't know that he wanted to learn. He probably wanted to learn a lot of stuff. If you get somebody like Cash yesterday, it didn't matter what we were told him if he didn't want to learn shit. He had no kind of open mind and everything like that. Feel what we feel, or whatever you think you know everything, you don't know nothing. And that's the main problem. It's just that stubbornness to not want to learn shit and you feel like you know everything already. Are we still on topic or pivoted?
You know, if you don't know how to read your life, it's going to be hard. Y'all remember what happened to R. Kelly nasty ass? He lost a lot of his money because he was illiterate. He didn't understand the contracts he was signing. Because you can know how to read, but you got to be literate. Reading comprehension, you got to comprehend the words that you're reading out loud, or you're going to be lost.
John Hancock is called the John Hancock because people just signed John Hancock because they didn't know how to sign their name.
You could be signing your life away.
Alright, so what are we in the conversation?
They brought up metrics for what makes America the greatest, or what would make a country the greatest country in the world. Education was one of them, and then they went into literacy rates, and that's where they are currently.
So are you guys using literacy rates as a major determinant for like education, or are we squaring that?
Well, I think we've decided that the percentages of literacy actually doesn't matter when you dive into what makes a person literate. In this country, having at least a 6th grade reading level makes you literate, and about 54% of the country have that. And based in American standards, us being 36 and having the audacity that we do around the world is kind of crazy.
You say like only 60% have that 6th grade reading level?
54% of Americans read at a 6th grade reading level.
Or higher? Or at?
At or lower. Or no, at or higher. Sorry, 54% of people read at a 6th grade reading level or higher. So about 46% of Americans can't read at a 6th grade reading level. It's about half.
When I look it up, I got 2 big numbers.
So,
no, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. I was looking something else.
Yeah.
This is right 50% at or below. Yes.
Yeah, and someone was like, we're number 36 on the list. And I was like, 36 out of 196 countries as America, when we have the resources to at least be number 25, is crazy.
So here's a question, man. Like, how limiting is it in reality, that 6th grade reading level? Like, can you go and get a college?
It's not. says over 86% of the world's population is literate. And that goes back to being able to, with understanding, read and write a short, simple statement about their everyday life. So now when you trump that up to 6th grade, by then you should know math and arithmetic. You should be able to story, problem solve via reading, like all of these things via reading should be adequate enough for you to, transverse this world. And I honestly think that's why the 6th grade is when it actually stops. Because at that point you should, again, have enough tools in your tool belt. Motherfuckers are okay with just enough. It used to be a high school diploma was just enough. Now it's shifted to an AA was just enough. Now it's shifting, it looks like, to a PA being just enough. So what's the need to go in, like, the masses aren't going into the higher levels of education. The masses are getting that simple standard and moving the fuck on.
Yeah, I think to the top of it all, I would say America is the greatest country in the world, given a combination of all the things that, again, are in the poll. So when I combine the economy, infrastructure, the military, even the geographical location of the United States, and then the welfare programs, the laws, all that in combination, I would say that makes America the greatest country. And I think reducing it to certain issues like just education, like sure, the United States is on education, fine, but when you combine all the things that can produce, I guess, positive outcomes, I think the United States is number one.
Yeah, I think earlier we went over diplomacy. Sorry, that school of music background. I apologize. We went over almost everything.
And I guess I'll answer it because I haven't answered the question directly. But the only thing that makes America the greatest country in the fucking world is our military might and geographic location. Everything else, I think, across the board can be argued one way or another for another country. So that's that on it.
And aside from the U.S., I mean, if we were to say honorable mentions, then probably a Scandinavian country. Like I can't, outside the U.S., you pick it, maybe Denmark would be a runner-up. Given, again, the collection of metrics we can use for economy, welfare, laws, social and economic mobility, I think that's the term, the ability to kind of move up in class. That would be like a runner-up country aside from the United States.
We actually suck in that area. We talked about that earlier.
Suck in what?
Socioeconomic mobility. If you're born poor, you're more likely to stay poor in America.
Well, I guess we're gonna tell them to let the poor people from other countries don't come here. It's not gonna blow up.
Yeah, we have the money, but doesn't mean that everyone has access to it. So.
I mean, everyone doesn't have access to money in every country.
Yeah, there's other countries that don't have as large of an economy as we have, but they have higher socioeconomic mobility within their programs in comparison to ours. Yeah.
That makes sense. Well, God bless America. I do think America's kind of reaching a tipping point that I don't think it's gonna topple because of like external forces. Because again, I think that's where we have the luxury of having our defense and the two bodies of water kind of protecting us. think at some point it's just gonna more so implode on an economic level, like inflation and like I think it sounds like a capitalism kind of reaching a new era. But other than that, yeah, America's on one.
Based on what we put in the chat, I got a question for everyone on stage. How many of your great-grandparents obtained a high school diploma or higher?
Great-grandparents?
Oh, well, I guess if you don't know, then you don't.
Well, I said,
Can't answer.
well, you can use great family. That's what I said specifically. That's your great uncles, aunts, grandparents. Like it can branch out. But just your greats in general, how many of them have high school diplomas or higher education?
So none from my family because they were slaves. So they got education.
It's half and half on my end. No on my mom's side, yes on my dad's side.
I think for me, it's just my grandfathers. So I don't think either of my grandfathers had high school educations, but both of my grandmothers did, and they worked in hospitals. But my grandfathers, so one of
You're
my
talking about grandparents or great-grandparents? I was thinking of great-grandparents.
My great-grands, I'm not sure. But my grandparents, actually, what's crazy is, so my grandmother had a high school education and a diploma, went to college and all of that, and met her husband at a job that they both had while she had a much higher education than him.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and this was back in, I'm gonna say they got married in like the 40s, like 1945, 1950-ish. And yeah, and I think that's the same story for a lot of our grandparents.
Let's see, I would agree with that, Jordan, because that's where, decline started to happen, in my personal opinion. Is we can look at not the greats, but just the generation, the whole generation's right under that, right? And directly under that, so grandparents and then immediate like uncles and aunts, right? They're seemingly educated. But my thing is, when you're talking about it, if we're going back to, literacy and all of these things, us, whether that's millennial, or right on the cusp in either direction, I'm gonna err and say that, we were pushed into education the hardest. And that's why we're looking at this next generation as because it's interesting that I was having this conversation last night with my girlfriend. It's fucking funny that these new kids are stupid. It doesn't matter how smart they are, their attention spans are so short, they're stupid. And that's been expressed throughout this conversation. So when you look at your greats and the lack of education that they had, I'm going to err on the side of caution also and say that the generations prior to them had a lack of education. Because, again, the starting benchmark, it seems like everybody has said 50% and or more were uneducated in terms of high school and greater. That's just a small sample size in this room. While to your point, Jordan, I think 75% or more would say that their grandparents and or again, adjacent immediate aunts and uncles have some sort of high school education, if not more. That threshold in and of itself is like, at least in my opinion, this paradigm that we're actually living out in the youth. Right? So, us being so hard and fucking, engulfed in education, with literacy only being the simplicity to read, write, and understand, simplicity of life, daily life, that standard has to shift. And I'm going to say that 6th grade is actually a lot higher than what the proficiency was of our greats. They might have if that's the case, it's taking 4 to 5 generations for that shit to come up to 6th grade. So I'm gonna err and say it's gonna take 20 to 30 more for it to be at high school or above. Or excuse me, 12th grade or above. And that's just me looking at it in simple math, right? Because the people before weren't able to do it, and again, weren't able to do it at a high clip. How can we expect, and this goes back to, COVID, and they were illiterate, so they're teaching illiteracy. Like, how do we expect this thing if for generations it's been so complex? And that goes back to us not being awarded the luxury to do so. Slavery, right? So it's just this big level of nuance that I'm not understanding personally, how we're demonizing for 6th grade when, again, these niggas couldn't read probably past 2nd.
Something while you were talking sparked a thought in my head, and that is how the early stages of this country were actually built on and built off of the backs of illiteracy. Being able to hold back black folk very specifically from being able to vote because of their literacy levels is one of those things that really does make me go, right? Because, in 1965, there was a Voting Act. I think 1965, Voting Act passed in 1965, somebody correct me, I don't know. But in that, I think that we had to, when you said that, it's just good enough, I think that that's kind of what happened. A lot of our grandparents only needed, or great-grandparents, right, only needed to read well enough to be able to vote. And then anything thereafter, anything you did with your hands, you could do. You didn't need to read to do anything else. And so I do think that part of the reason why this country is illiterate, and I said it earlier, partly is because this country is actually benefiting from the illiteracy in this country, specifically Republicans, specifically Donald Trump, is betting on people being illiterate, not being able to read, not being able to comprehend, not being able to focus on information, and not being able to source which information is actually true or not. And that's why we had the fake news banners that popped up in 2016 because of Donald Trump, because people were actually not literate enough to know what was true, what was false.
But he's taking the most advantage of with it is the people that support his ass, which is crazy funny to me.
Well, for those that think the United States isn't the greatest country in the world, I'd love to hear which country you think is. And would you live there?
I don't necessarily know if there is a greatest country. I think each country has their own situations going on and all of that stuff with religion and finances and class systems and sexual assault and violence and all of that. I just know that this country isn't the one. I can't point to you and say which one is, because I think every country has those things, and I think people's opinions are skewed, so you have the people who live in it, understand the reality, and can kind of just go we're not the best, right? Or there are people who, because they don't have the reality of those other countries, will say that our country is the best because they don't actually have the reality of other countries. We're not the cleanest. We're not I can point to other countries where I've been this country is way cleaner than America, so it would be better because of that reason. This country isn't as queer-phobic as America. Oh, that's fine, but do they like black folk, right? There are so many reasons why I can point to a country and say,
because there's more opportunity, but they hate black people, so. And that better for me.
That's why I said too, outside of military and geography, everything else can be argued. The cleanest country in the world could be argued to be Denmark. The most economically stable country could be argued to be the UAE. The safest countries are also argued Iceland and New Zealand. So it's just like great in a vacuum. It's hard to pinpoint one.
In my opinion, the quote of great five, the world is a ghetto. The world is fucked up, y'all. I hate to be so cynical, but it's a lot going on. Yeah, I think we can say what country is the best at certain things. But to say like which country is the greatest is based in an opinion, but which is the best because we can rely on stats. We can point to which one is which. And like we said in this conversation 20-30 minutes ago, America is 36 on the literacy list, and we should be higher.
I mean, sure, greatest can be an opinion. I was hoping for an answer in good faith. Like, I'm not going to contest you with stats. It's just, or even if you want to include stats in your opinion, what would be the greatest country? And I'm saying that, in my opinion, I do think the United States is the greatest. If not, I would put Denmark in number 2.
He literally just gave you an answer, so just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's not valid.
I asked for a country, and he gave me everything but a country. So that's what I'm saying the answer is about.
I really like that.
I'm going to try something. Given that seems to be a common theme in the room, the next time I ask you a question, I'm just going to say a bunch of stuff that doesn't answer the question to see how you respond to it. You already do that.
Y'all do that all the time. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying.
That would be any different from any other day.
No, and that's what.
But that's not really. I think the answer that he gave is quite valid. There isn't one country that's better. It's just. It's to me, essence of it depends on what you're considering when you say that.
And so I want to know what you think. I want to know the country that you believe to be the greatest based on whatever you're considering. Like, I'm not going to defeat it because, again, it's opinionated for sure. I'm not going to. I'm just curious to know what you think the best country is. It's not.
See, you just changed the question though. The best first food.
That's what's important.
Oh my God. So, when we're talking about like 6th grade education, I know there are cases where a teacher would ask you, what do you think and why? And it's like,
but you're asking, when you say greater, you're asking something that can actually be quantified by stat in terms of different metric. And that's what Jordan is saying. And once you actually qualify that into your answer, there is not one that is greater. If you're asking best, which can be looked at as sole opinion, then yeah, that's a different conversation. That's all that's being stated. So again, the question of what's the best, I think we can all answer that.
I'm going back on.
Thanks. Good morning, black people. What up,
Black people whooping y'all's ass. What's up, Kalila?
I think ego be whooping all that.
You know what's crazy, Donnie? Like somebody being upset that we understand what words actually mean.
Oh, that's
crazy.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
it's the greatest and not the same word. Like, nigga, like
that's why it's greater than and less than, right? It's quantifiable. What?
So they're not synonymous?
Best and greatest in this conversation. Hold up. What's going on?
Hey, so globally, the United States typically falls into these 3 categories. We're world leaders when it comes to total GDP, military power, innovation, research output, entrepreneurship, and top universities. Upper tier, but not leading in GDP per capita, infrastructure, higher education attainment, and happiness. And then we're middle or lower among wealthy countries. Healthcare outcomes, inequality, social mobility, democracy rankings, incarceration, and environmental performance. The big picture is the United States ranks as number one global superpower economically and militarily, top tier innovation hub, mid-tier among wealthy nations and social outcomes. This combination is why analysis often describe the U.S. as extraordinarily powerful but uneven domestically.
How about a cultural right? We influence the world so much, music and art.
When you say we, are you talking about Americans?
Yes, American.
Which ones? You weren't talking about Mexicans.
Which Americans?
I'm kidding.
Which Americans?
The black ones, right?
Yeah, because that's
How?
That's crazy.
Movies are white people.
Oh.
Even the ones they took from other countries.
Movies are white people.
Jews, yeah. Jews. Movies are Jews.
He said Jews did that. You know, when all the black people did
Honestly, Hollywood's run by Jews. What do you mean?
Hollywood is run by Jews and the government, right?
Hollywood is funded by a specific sector of the society. Ran by in terms of, intellectual property that's put out for the world to grab onto and run with.
Yeah.
That's fucking wild.
How is that wild? Dude, are you fucking serious? Dude, just start naming the top, like some of the top directors, all the Weinsteins and Steins and Spielbergs and Bergs and Kirk, like that's all Jewish, bro. All of it. Fucking Jon Stewart is Jewish. Like Franco, they're
the majority of the world hates Jewish people, right?
Whoa.
Damn, that's real.
Like it's a fact. Like it's just, I mean, they literally, like you're saying, as if like Jews don't have like a terrible track record of being liked. Is all I'm saying. Like you're saying they influence what? There's a war going on right now. You know what I mean?
What you know they're not like. This was more in response to you mean black people, and I said no, and white people too.
No. I'm just saying that when we talk about the biggest impact globally on other people's culture, it's Black American culture that they're like the Asians aren't straightening their hair to look like white people or Jewish people. They don't have like little twisties with little hats. They're getting their hair froed out and getting corn twists or whatever the fuck they call it.
It's also willfully ignorant. It's willfully ignorant to also say that.
Oh my God, Tati. I didn't know it's too early at the end before 12. What the fuck is Sai talking about? Tati.
I don't know the room.
I was saying that we get the girls naturally.
T.
So, on the conversation of culture, really quick, I do think that is willfully ignorant not to say that. Like,
We should probably switch the room over, by the way.
Okay. White Americans and American culture is actually based and influenced by Black culture specifically. So to say and white Americans is then subconsciously and inherently say that it's Black Americans because Black America influences American culture in the way that white does not.
How did Black America influence film?
Excuse me?
How did Black America?
She opened this like around midnight.
First Spike Lee.
Yeah, exactly.
It's true that. So it's also willfully ignorant to have this conversation and try and say and like the strong man. But what do Black people do? That's weird because you are being willfully and not admitting the contributions. Yeah, the contributions that Black Americans have made. Because we both know that you know them. But to prove a point, you were asking us which ones.
No. It's intentional. It's intentional. Like everyone knows it. Everyone knows that.
Wait a minute.
stolen from black people and used by others. The silent era of lost film after filmmaking began with race films in the 1910s and 20s. Due to segregation, lack of funding, and systemic suppression, many of these films were lost, and black creators often struggled to retain ownership of their work, with little to no material surviving from before 1920. Blaxploitation economic. While the 1970s saw a rise in movies featuring black leads, the vast majority were produced and owned by white-led studios. Black creators were hired as talent rather than partners, allowing Hollywood to profit from it while retaining the long-term revenue and intellectual rights. There's about five more of these. I can keep going.
Yeah, I mean, all you're doing is
There's those two. I'm not finished. Thank you. There's about 5 more of these. I can keep going, but the general theme in all of these is one, like it is known, a lot of your favorite movies were actually written and stolen. The Matrix being probably the most prolific.
Oh, a lot of your favorite music. A lot of your favorite music as well, because as you would put, the king of rock and roll would be Elvis. However, Elvis music was actually stolen.
We're talking about
No, you said entertainment.
No, I didn't. You did. So move on. Don, so if we're talking about the Matrix, Don, please tell me you don't believe that black woman wrote the fucking Terminator and the
Hold on. So were we not talking about entertainment?
No,
or were we specifically? Because we were talking about entertainment. Yeah, I mentioned entertainment several times.
You got the
No.
Yeah, I think you were talking about entertainment, and then he started talking about film.
Very
He
specific.
started talking about film very specific.
To be obtuse. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Because I really only brought up film specifically.
No, because Hollywood was mentioned initially, and then entertainment, and then film.
But Hollywood would also is not exclusive to movies, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about it in the moment right now. Because we can go into music, but that's a whole conversation. So
a conversation that will prove our point, though, correct?
No, it would prove your point more so than film, definitely. Yeah.
Is that why you don't want to go there?
No.
And why you're very specifically holding on to film?
I'm actually
When I said earlier, when I asked earlier, if he was being willfully obtuse and ignorant about the idea that he wants to ignore the contributions of black people, bringing up music would actually not prove our point, but bringing up film would actually solidify his, because that's the way that niggas work. Yeah, got it.
Alright, yeah, you guys are. This guy's funny. Alright, so let's go back to the films if we may. Donnie, who wrote The Matrix?
I don't think he's engaged.
Oh, okay. So
He's not here.
Yeah, who did write The Matrix?
He's not here.
the Wachowski brothers, or I guess we could say sisters now.
That doesn't sound like a black name.
They definitely are not black. At all. Definitely are not black.
Did they steal it?
Okay, now we
No, they didn't steal it. They borrowed from religion and different science. Yeah, but they wrote that shit.
Got it.
Now that you didn't talk to Donnie, I think it's only fair that we answer Jordan's question, or we go to Jordan's question.
Wait, hold on. We didn't even get to my rebuttal about Donnie talking about how I guess Hollywood stole from black people when he didn't even speak to my point about Jewish immigrants founding the studio system.
But how can he respond to you if he's not present?
I guess you're correct. Well, maybe Jordan should listen.
So maybe we should move to Jordan's point so you can respond to Jordan.
I was talking about music. Actually, I don't have any rebuttal against that. I think that very much, in fact, the black diaspora has been the most important factor in music creation and its spread globally. So in Hollywood and without it.
So then would you say that black Americans influence the world in a way that white people do not?
No. I mean, I think black people influence
you can't say that is because black people actually have their shit stolen. So they don't influence the same ways. Because white people get to put their face on it. So no. And it's really and it draws back to my point. It's willfully ignorant to not think about the contributions that black Americans have made, and very specifically be like, oh, white people did too. I just don't think I did. But white people stole from black people. White people did. So where did Chanel steal from? How about Alexander McQueen? Where did he steal from a black people too? Did he learn how to knit and sew from a black person? So what? Do you know who Alexander McQueen is? Excuse me? Why wouldn't I know who Alexander McQueen is? I don't know, because you're talking like you don't. You do realize that, again, those white people went to, I'm confused. And very specifically, fashion, music, makeup, hair, beauty, all of those things, all of those trends and all of that come from black people. And the issue is that because you see a white face on it, you want to say it is white people. And I can understand that. But again, when we bring up the fact that Elvis is the king of rock and roll, but all of his music is stolen, that's something that you also didn't even acknowledge. And if you can say that about Elvis, how many other people do you think that we can say that about? Are you talking about musicians? I'm talking about in entertainment overall. Not that many outside of music.
I think we should change the room title to "Are White People the Greatest Thieves in the World?" Maybe we get the discussion out of that.
I mean, girl, this is Alex. Oh, please, I'm disengaging. Yeah, cool. I didn't even realize who I was talking to. I had to look at the screen. Yeah, no, I'm not disengaging. Cause girl, I'm just curious. Yeah, no. Influence factors in your mind, right? Why are they wearing white people clothes? Why are they wearing?
Hold up, I'm trying to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we're migrating the space right now. So we're gonna continue the conversation in the next room, which will be a part 2. Click research purposes only. Join the other space that you're not currently in. Hopefully we'll see everyone over there.
No, close down any further.
You can close.
Alright, so.
Try to clear the groove.
New room. Don't come up here, go to the new room. Hold up. New room. Y'all must make my farm score drop if y'all go to the new rooms. New room, Marcus, Chan, Kurt, Bradford, 89, Randy, Sweet, Eddie, Nate, Abstract, Lovely, Bradley, Olivia, Peterson. Hi, other guy, Mr. Leo, who's probably sweet, T, who's probably broken, Emil, Hala, Bradford, Penny, Big Blue, Big Research Purpose Only. At the top, you'll see a new room. No more hand up. Go to the new room. Yes. New room. Wait like another 8 minutes. Oh, that's the wrong time. No, it's 3 minutes. Wait. Yeah. There you go, Ty.
part 2. No, you know what? I'm just gonna blow the house up with y'all in. What you gonna do?
Yeah.
What you gonna do?
Yeah. You're gonna love me.
Which will help you get started in the right way. That's our certified wealth builder. Our certified dream builder is still our nonprofit arm, and we're going to provide as much free as we can. Certified wealth builder may not be quite as like that, but we're starting off that way. We will be offering the clubhouse, and we will have Zoom. It will be a membership. We're going to start that the same way. So starting when those are ready, and they won't be ready until about April, the 16th of April. That's when we will start the show, when the books are ready to go. Alrighty, so grant writing for substance use prevention and recovery programs. And on Monday we do our planning, and we tell you what that means in hopes that you get a good understanding of what the substance abuse program means. And I usually have that book up on to give you that definition again on, let me see if I have it up. No, I do not. So I'm going to grab it right quick because I want to, yes, go ahead. I did. It's 10T. Let me publish the site again to make sure. I didn't think, when I put those on, I didn't think I had to publish, but maybe I did. Can you refresh and see if you see it now? I don't know if it got put under Thursday, so you may have to just type, because I didn't duplicate one of the other tabs. I just went in and created a new one, so it may not be under Thursday. Can you just type the name of the book, Grant Writing for Substance Use, or Substance Use Prevention and Recovery Programs, and see if you can find it that way. Let me go back in here, Lord. Help me today. Let's see.
Dr. Barber.
Yes, sir.
While you're in transition, can I make an announcement?
Sure, you can.
Our new book, this is a platform that's become family to me, and we have really been inspired by you. I just published my book, Learning to Stay in College, and I don't know if you guys know this, I have 2 undergraduate bachelor's degrees, I have 2 master's, 3 doctorate degrees. I started 2 different careers, and each time I went through those tracks, but going through the process was really difficult for different stages. And what I did over the years, I developed a really great passion for first gens. My mother and father raised our 9 siblings on a high school education. And the jobs that they had working in the military, federal government, our children and our nieces and nephews cannot get those jobs unless they at least have a bachelor's degree. So I developed a real passion, and I wanted to give you, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with folks. If you have a person that's going through college as first gen, this is not just a book, it's a system, as we've been learning, that's teaching people, no matter what your age is, who's going to college, to navigate the process, not simply with swelling ground, but actual purpose. And in the book, chapter 10, we literally go into the art and science of using AI as your ideation and vision partner to make it happen. So thank you for inspiring us. I did put a link in the book, but those of you that are serving first gens and you're first gen yourself, I highly recommend this book. I went back to college to finish my degree, and 3 of my young adult children were finishing their degrees as first gens like myself at
at the same time. But I gotta tell you, the juice was worth the squeeze, and if you are being called to pursue that passport to the middle class, I highly recommend this book, not only for you, but anybody that you're serving in the field of higher ed. So thank you.
Maya, I think I did see TNT in here. It was called Recovery. It wasn't quite in the right place, but I do think I just saw TNT already in here. Let me see. I was about to do it again, but I think it's in here already. So, I just saw it in here. I'm not seeing it now, but yeah, 10T, substance use and abuse. I'm trying to see why is it not showing up for you.
At least not on the Thursdays. That's all. I'm checking Mondays.
Okay, can you go to search and just put, let me see if I can just get a link and put it in the chat, and then you copy it and go from there. Because it is there. Let's see. Goodness. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I think I can solve that problem. Okay, refresh again, Maya, and see if you see it. TNT, substance use and prevention and recovery grants. I'm sorry. TNT, do you not see that? Substance use and recovery grants? On the Thursday books. Do you see it now? Okay, I am so sorry about this, guys. Let's see. I see it, Dr. Robert. It's under Thursday's books. Okay. It is on the site. Okay. All right. So,
And you have it labeled as, yeah, I see it now. 10T, yes. So I'll go ahead and, I'll place the link in both chats so everybody can have access.
okay, thank you. All righty. So we're gonna. Oh my God, how much time have we lost? We've lost a whole half hour. But we're gonna. Maybe it's not lost. Everything works for the good, and I have to remember that when I am doing this, because otherwise sometimes it does get a little bit discouraging. But I do have to remember that everything works together for the good. So today we're doing the grant writing for substance use prevention and recovery programs. And I was going to go back and pull the Monday book so that you would know what it means. But I will tell you, substance use prevention is all of those programs that you would do in order to eliminate young people and adults and seniors getting caught up on drugs in the first place. So those are all of those programs that you would do, like baseball, football, having them visit museums, taking them on field trips, whatever it is that you would do to keep people from getting on drugs in the first place. That's the prevention. The recovery part of substance abuse is after a person has gotten introduced to drugs and they have become addicted to drugs, helping them to get delivered from drugs. So prevention. So whatever you're doing, like I watched
with a young man she was helping him learn how to work a store. That was prevention. Now, even though she called it a workforce development program, it's also a prevention program. So what we have to realize is that our programs could be funded through many different means, not just one. It could be funded under substance abuse and substance prevention and abuse. It could be funded under workforce development. There are many ways that it could be funded, not just one. If you could blow up the box and think about how all the different ways that you could be funded, start writing down some of those different funding streams. Start going to grants.gov and seeing the different funding streams on grants.gov and start blowing up the box as to where you could be funded. You might be surprised at all the different areas that you can be, you might receive some funding in, and then you won't feel as much like this funding is so hard because you have everybody is working in workforce. Everybody is doing the wraparound services. If you are providing housing to people, you can work in a lot of those different areas because you're providing the housing. If you're providing AI services, you're teaching people how to use AI and what AI is all about, that's another way that you can get it. The name of this book is Grant Writing for Substance Use Prevention and Recovery, and I believe on the website today, the book is Substance Use and Recovery Grants, because we've got to go in and get the name set up right. And, somehow the book was not put on, or it was deleted. So we've got to make sure that the name is correct on there so that you are able to find it. I'm going to go one more time and put this in Grant Writing 10T, and that's Grant Writing for Substance Use Prevention and Recovery Programs, so that hopefully you will be able to find it on the site without a problem. And we're saving that. So hopefully it will show up correctly now. But it's Grant Writing for Substance Use and Prevention Recovery Program. Somebody asked that on Facebook, so that's why I'm saying it. And T. Brooks may have already answered the question, but I just saw it, so I thought I'd do it. Okay, so in our book, as usual, with the grant writing books on Thursday, we do cover getting your team ready to write grants with clickable resources, locating current grant opportunities, components of most grants, scalable budget planning for grants, and exclusive all-in-one program planning, and then our clickable links is also covered in there. We have our introduction and our objectives for the book, and then we go through the steps for starting the recovery. But we're not going to stop there today. We're going to go ahead and go straight into our 5 W's. Because once you do Monday's planning and you've got yourself ready to start your substance use and abuse program, or whatever program it is that you're starting, Mia, I'm so glad to see you on Facebook. Whatever you are starting, who are you? You are a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting individuals overcoming substance abuse through comprehensive rehabilitation, education, and community support services. Or maybe you are avoiding people even getting caught up on substances. So you could be on either side of that. Who will you serve? Maybe adults, ages 18 and over. Maybe youth, ages elementary school. Remember when they used to have the Say No to Drugs campaigns in the elementary school? That was more than likely paid for by a multitude of grants over time. Many of us participated in those programs. Who are your partners? Local health clinics, educational institutions, mental health providers, recovery communities, and community organizations may be your partners. Who's your competition? Other local and national substance abuse programs. Now, we seek to collaborate and integrate resources
for addiction and support groups. So ultimately, it's almost like you never get a no in grant writing, you get a maybe later. Because if you did your research and you knew that this grant was for you, you might not get it this time, but that just means maybe later, because you're going to go in there and do whatever you have to do to be ready the next time, or maybe the third time, but you're not taking no for an answer. Same thing here. Your competition is not your competition. Your competition is going to become your collaborator. You're going to become an ally. You're going to integrate your programs and services in what it is that they are doing. So what does it cost? Formulas, cost per participant. The cost per participant means your total cost divided by the number of participants. That's how you figure what does it cost per participant. When do you do it? Services are available year-round, or they could be an 8-week, or it could be a 16-week. Where should you do it? Primarily in areas with high instances of substance abuse or with a potential for substance abuse. There is a program, thank you, Nia, the one that I was thinking about. That program has been around for years. You might partner with there. You might partner with your police department. In Kansas City, when I was working with the Housing Authority, the five family developments and Housing Authority, I partnered with PAL, Police Athletic League. They had a police athletic league here. Now, I don't know if that's just a Kansas City thing or if they're a national thing, but I partnered with all of the youth programs that I could find to make sure that we provided those youth with something positive to do rather than to go wreak havoc on the developments in Housing Authority. They needed some programs and services, and I had no idea that our department was going to be the salvation for Housing Authority because they had such a bad relationship with residents. We became resident services, and resident services provided opportunity for youth and adults to get their to stop hating Housing Authority. I didn't realize that we were the conduit to help them stop hating Housing Authority, and we began to work together. So that resident services, we all thought we was such a super team, but it was designed that way so that Housing Authority could become credible again and no longer be in receivership. So the next thing that you do, once you get your 5 W's, your who, your what, your when, your where, your why, and you say, well, when is the grant writing lesson going to start? We just did it. Those 5 W's is your whole grant. The 5 W's. Thank you, Troy. Troy just visited us, and I appreciate you. What a blessing. Okay, from Facebook. So the 5 W's, you've already started writing your grant. Because if you don't have your 5 W's, you cannot write your grant. And remember, on page 19 of the book, Building a Sustainable Organization, click that link. These books are all digital. And guess what? My new books are going to be the same thing. They're digital downloads. You will be able to download those instantly right onto your computer because we have links in those books, and those links will help you in finding other resources. And this is an in-house link that we put in here to give you an idea of what's going to be happening for the next 10 years. So the link that we have here, outpatient treatment, is one of the businesses that can be started. The lower startup cost is $20,000. The higher startup cost is about $100,000. And it tells you how much income can be generated in these programs, anywhere from $150 to $500K. Obtain the first step, obtain your license, establish treatment protocol. We've got sober living homes, detoxification centers, prevention programs. The lower price to start those is $10K up to about $50K, and you can generate $50,000 to $200K in those. You could create educational materials, partners with schools. The first thing you want to do is educate communities about substance abuse and prevention and how you can prevent it. All of this is included in the book. So all you have to do is go and click the links that are in the book, and it takes you out to more information and how you can improve your serve in serving in the substance abuse and prevention program. Your mission might be to empower individuals overcoming substance abuse through comprehensive support in rehabilitation, education, and community engagement. life, contributing positively to their community. That's what your vision is. And your values could be empathy, collaboration, innovation, respect, accountability. We all want to have values for our business. I always tell you I love going into Quick Trip because when I go in there, well, it used to be, you go in there, they're like the Cheers convenience store because they're glad to see you. How you doing? Welcome back. Well, that's what they used to say. But now that they got the robot that cleans the floor comes up to you and says, I'm cleaning the floor. Welcome to Quick Trip. I guess that's their new welcome. I don't like their new welcome. But anyway, I love Quick Trip because of their values. And if I was like Kansas City Public Schools years ago when I was doing my daycares, because I had child care centers for 16 years. And when I had the child care centers, Kansas City Public Schools would call and steal my employees. If I was an employee thief, I would take the employees from Quick Trip because they have been taught to make everybody. Now, I was in Quick Trip yesterday, even though they don't do the hello, how you doing, like they kind of had been. But if you are in the area where somebody is working, they say hello. Generally, they've been trained to say hello. And I'm so impressed with whoever it is that trains their people. So that's where the values for your organization becomes important. So you need your mission statement. And this is not only for substance abuse, this is for whatever you're doing. You need your mission, you need your vision, and you need your value statement, which says how you're going to operate your business. It's what's important to you. Like my values here is I want to make sure that I am using integrity because my payment system has been filed up. And if I find that it's charge you, and like one guy said, well, I wasn't intending to keep going the next one. I could only afford 1 month. And it had already taken his money and he was already into the second month. I refunded this guy because I could feel in his heart he needed his money. So I refunded him. Now y'all gotta watch it. You gotta go in and cancel and do the things that you're supposed to do too. Don't be just dependent on me to do that. But I want to use integrity because as I said earlier, I know who sent you here. And so when I serve you, I'm serving God as far as I am concerned because I prayed for him to send his people to these sessions. And you might not think you're his people, but that's who I prayed for, so I assume you are. Okay, and the logic model. You want to know, okay, Dr. Wright, are you teaching us about grant writing or what? Yes, the logic model is the result of your 5 W's. You need your goals, which is what you are doing. You need your inputs, which is what you bring to the table. And as Nikki discovered a little while back, Dr. Wright, the whole grant is written in your book. And it is. So as you are going through Monday's book, you find a lot of what you need for the grant writing. In the Thursday book, you find a lot of what you need for writing grants for that topic. It's already there. It's already written for you. The research has been done in those books. So that's why we have an ecosystem. It is not just the apps. The apps are a blessing for people who are talented and have had ideas for years that everybody else have taken to the bank. The reason that many minorities do not take their ideas to the bank is because we did not know how to put them on paper. If you don't know how to build your frameworks and systems, you're going to tell people, I know I got a witness in here, Sharon, you're going to tell people about what you plan to do and then try to steal it. And some of them do. Take your information, put it on their paper, clean it up, make it look real pretty, and sell it to somebody for $100,000 a year. They're going to take what you wrote and put it in another document, your scribbles, and put it in another document and put a $100,000 bill or more a year on it. I experienced that this week. I think Sharon
sharing experienced that this week. If you don't know how to put your ideas on paper, I know that they do, but at least you can get your trademarks and your patents and have some of your things cared for. But you're not ever even gonna get to the bank if you don't have the plan. So for those of you who don't know how to develop your plan, the Grant Builder Pro Max will develop a framework for you. All you have to do is answer the question, because y'all used to, not you all, but the people in the past used to use me to build their frameworks and systems, and then I have to write the grant for them for peanuts. Now, you go into Grant Builder Pro Max, type in the answers to those questions, be thorough with it, using the books and using AI and using whatever systems you have at your disposal, and you will write a perfect system, a great system. Let me say not nothing perfect, but you will create your own framework so that you're not having to worry about everybody else creating this for you. You will create a decent framework, and then if you download Grant Builder Pro Max, it will allow you to do a Raggedy or Ready profile, and it tells you what you need to do to improve. So you can't beat that. So no more excuses saying, I don't know how to write a business plan. I don't know how to put my business down. That part of the app is free. Now my prayer is some people will go farther than that and actually invest in the app and become grant writers, because we have the $49 one only writes executive summary. It does not write grants. It does write an executive summary for you. The $69 one will do the grants and some of the letters and all that. The $89 one gives you a team, and it gives you the evaluator and the grant contract, and you can upload the federal grant questions, and it will give you a better outline for federal grants. Because I say the $69 is for those who just want to do foundation grants. But for those who want to do the government grants, foundation and government grants, the $89 one is the one for you. And you do get two assistants that can help you. And that one is good for those who are going to work with others. But if you are just working for yourself, the $69 one might work for you, because it will allow you to do all that. And like the guy this week, he said I could only afford it for a month. And so I wasn't intending to keep going, but I forgot to delete. And so, and you may only need it for one, but look, you're gonna have to cancel it if you decide you just want to test it for a month. It's on you to go in there and cancel your subscription. I can't have 1,000 people saying cancel my subscription, So you have to go in there and cancel. But I am very grateful for this whole system that I believe is God-given. So your goals, your inputs is what you bring to the table. Your activities is your implementation. How are you going to implement this program? Your outputs is how many people are you going to serve? When you do your activities, how many people are you going to serve? That's your outputs. Your outcomes is what's going to be the result of those people that you served. And your impact is how is the world impacted by what you do. Once you can answer all of these questions after you've done your 5 W's, after you did your Monday planning, then you are in a much better position. You are in a much more fundable position. This is where the app helps you, because it asks you all of these questions, and it helps you to put your organization on paper. No longer are we being left out in the cold because we don't know how to put our organizations on paper. You don't have to pay me $3,000 to put your organization on paper. You can do it yourself. You don't have to pay me $690 for a one-hour visit to put your organization on paper. You can put your own organization on paper for $69. Go and then write some grants on top of it. If you go in there and do the app even for 1 month. So there's in our book we talk about the different types of grants. There's discretionary grants, there's categorical grants, block grants, project grants, formula grants, matching grants, and you need to know the kind of grant you need. There's information in there about getting your licenses and permits and your 501c3s and your the EINs, the UEIs, logging in on login ID. And I didn't even realize that now when I get ready to check my Social Security, I go in through the same login ID. They got your whole history in login ID. It's not just your business, it's your personal Social Security. Everything is tied to that one login ID. So ain't no privacy. They know everything about you. The book on page 25 tells you what partners you need: nonprofits, for-profits, government agencies, schools, and faith-based programs. That's government and community agencies. So I'm going to skip kind of through the book, but the book has pages and pages and pages of information that helps you. And I'm going to go to our logic model, which is our cheat sheet at the very back of the book on page 56, I believe. That's our cheat sheet, because it covers almost everything in the book. It talks about, this is our all-in-one writing for substance use prevention and recovery programs. The executive summary abstract gives you your 5 W's. Your 5 W's is what creates your executive summary. Your who, your what, your when, your why, and it always tells you how much. Your needs assessment or your narrative, which is the story of the grant. So your executive summary or your abstract or your introduction, whatever they call that, your letter of intent, that's your executive summary. That's your who, what, when, where, why, and the how much. Your narrative or needs assessment is who are you serving and why? What is the national problem? What is the local problem? And how will you fix it? If you want to write the story of your grant, that's what you're answering. Who are you serving and why? And that includes statistics to support it. What is the national problem? What is the local problem? And how will you fix it? That is your whole narrative. And then we get into the goals, what and where. Your objectives is how you're going to do it. Your implementation or your activities is your what you're going to do when. Your evaluation includes your outcomes. So that's how many people you're going to serve and what is the results of you serving them. That's your whole program that we talked about earlier. Then on the right side of our canvas, we have the 5 columns that talks about management. What is the expectations of management when you are doing a grant? You got to have a timeline of activities. What are you going to do first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, fifth quarter? Evelyn, do you have to write reports for those grants that you have received at the end of your program?
Yes, ma'am. They want to know by April. For one that's due, we already have it completed and just waiting to submit it. All right. And then we have to do both of them. The deadline is June, so that you do have to do. It's just a 1 page with some pictures showing what you've done. Even if you haven't recruited the kids, they still wanted to know, okay, did you go buy the stuff? Did you go get what you say you were going to get? Did you train your people? And yes, we had to do all that.
And they can go from 1 page to 10 pages or 20 pages, but that is what you have to do when you get grants. And so you don't just get this money and walk away. Generally, they want you to give them a report. With the federal grants, they want an annual report. With some of these little small foundation grants, they want you to give monthly reports. With some of the county grants and the city grants, they want monthly reports. But the feds generally want an annual report. And some of the federal departments want a quarterly report. But that has to be included in your timeline. Thank you, Evelyn. And Evelyn is Pastor Evelyn is definitely, she's definitely one who needs multiple congratulations. And also, I see Robert Frazier, he has taken this thing to the next level. And I'm so excited about Robert Frazier. And he's had the good, the bad, and the ugly since he stepped over into the nonprofit. He said they've been doing it since Moby Dick was a, oh my God. So he has experienced the good, the bad, and the ugly. He is in Facebook, so I don't know if he's able to talk. But when I met Robert and his wife, we were at the Illinois State Black Chamber. I was speaking that day at the Illinois State Black Chamber meeting, and I just happened to be sitting in this room, and Robert and his wife came in to take a break, and we started talking, and he told me about the wonderful things that he was doing in the community as a for-profit, and I'm like, that sounds non-profit to me. And we talked a little bit, and I'll tell you, before I left that day, he had put the money in my hand to create a non-profit for him. I never had that happen at an expo like that before in my life. He was like, no, I don't want you to, I need this done. I am not playing. I need this done. And we got it done too. So now that's been, maybe 2 years. I don't know how long it's been. But he has gotten grants, he has gotten himself, he is doing the most. And I am so excited. It's not easy, because I hear him a lot of times saying, it's not easy. No, it is not easy. He has had to work like a Hebrew slave to get where he is. But he's gotten there, and I am extremely grateful that he took the 501c3 and has turned it into something lucrative, which a lot of my clients have. Like my client here, Deborah Mann, she owns a whole block here in Kansas City and is still building. I say a block, she probably owns 3-4 blocks. And she has Emmanuel Child Care Center. So if you want to look up I know a lot of y'all be fact checking everything I say. If you want to look up Emmanuel Child Care Center here in Kansas City, you will see a beautiful 40,000 square feet building that is a child care center that is exquisite. And she was one of my initial grant trainee clients, and I did her, her 501c3. And then also on the Kansas City, Kansas side, you will see, and now I'm going to blank on this lady's name again, but anyway, she has the Black Mastermind in Kansas City, Kansas, and I was able to help her and train her cohort, her first cohort in grant writing, and I'm excited to see what they're doing, because I believe she is now at about 42 million, and she owns a full block in Kansas City, Kansas. Go ahead, Pastor Evelyn.
Dr. Wright, I just wanted to add to what you were saying for all of us that's on this line. She said it's not easy, but let me tell you, it's liberating, and that's the one I want you to focus on. Anything that's hard work, even if you think back to our ancestors, it was hard work, but look at the freedom that we all have now. And so as we write these grants, sometimes I sit at home with my husband and I just have a brain thought and I say, why couldn't I just been an average girl just to get up and go to work and go home like everybody else? And it was because that's not what the charge that God gave me. And so I sit here with honor, and I sit here with pleasure to just research, learn, troubleshoot, make mistakes, bounce back up, and get up and do it again. Because I don't know what legacy I can leave behind for someone else to say, I think I'm gonna try it. If he can do it for her, from being homeless 3 years to now running a nonprofit with 2 buildings and doing what she needs to do, instead of getting it in, it's freedom, it's liberation. And so we're not on here just because we ain't got nothing to do on a Monday and a Thursday. We're on here because we're hungry and we desire to learn more and do more. And so I challenge you all to not look at it as a task of it's hard to achieve. But the Bible says we can do all things. All means these grants too, baby. We can do all things through Christ that strengthens us. And coming here every Monday and Thursday is strengthening us. And so it's an honor that Dr. Wright has took the charge. She's passing the baton. She took the charge. She started this marathon, baby. And so she's passed it. And so now we need to keep passing it. And I just wanted to say that to you because it's not hard for me. I don't care if I don't understand. That's why God created this AI and all this other stuff. Because me and Raheem be getting it. And I say, Raheem, what we doing today? Who we empowering today? Had a lady sit here at my desk today, walking in talking about depression and stuff. And when she left to go take her test, by the time she finished her test and came back, I already got her number and said, look, you are
it's funny how I feel like I prayed that God would send me the people. But his people be encouraging me. Because I wanted him to send me the people for me to work with. But then his people turn around, like Evelyn just did, and encourage my soul. Because she say it's liberating. And I know I feel like that. But I'm not trying to fool those who because they didn't get a grant the first 10 times, they want to give up. That's why I be telling you, if you go to that job that you don't even like every day for years, and you work 20 years for $50,000 a year, you just made $1 million, but you didn't bring but about 40 to 60% of that home. Because the rest of it went to taxes, insurance, and all the other stuff that you have to pay out. So you didn't even bring all of that home. If you made $100,000 a year and you worked for 10 years on that job that some of you don't like, you just made $1 million, but you only brought about 60% of that home. So, yes, in the past, this has gotten pretty stressful for me. My husband will be driving around and I got my laptop in my lap. Last night I got caught at 54th Street teaching a class. And I felt bad because I didn't know whether they could hear the noise in the background because my husband was doing a transaction on one of his instruments and it was a pretty large transaction, so I didn't want him to go by himself. So it was time for the class, so I had to go with him, and then we couldn't get home, so we had to go to 54th Street right quick, somewhere where I had some light to teach this class on XIXI last night. And I was able to get in there, but I didn't know how it was coming out. So, but, I'm driving around with the computer in my lap, I got the computer at the restaurant, I got the computer wherever I go, I got the phone at church, and I'm like, Lord, please forgive me, but I need to send this message, wherever I go, these grants have deadlines, and they make the deadline some of the craziest times, like December 31st, the night of December 31st. And when somebody's just getting you their last minute information, December 31st, you're having to work December 31st. And y'all know I go to church December 31st, because I don't want the new year to come in without me being in the house of the Lord. So I'll be sitting in the church parking lot trying to get these grants off at the 99th hour sometimes, because they give some crazy due dates for these grants. But anyway, back to this. So your timeline, a part of that, as Pastor Evelyn said with all of the other eloquence that she gave, is that you do have to do these reports. And the management, you have to manage your grant. You have to manage staff, your part-timers, your contractors. Budget Builder Pro Max, my other app, helps you to determine what your budget should be for free. It tells you your project budget, 60% being implementation, 30% being salary, 5% being evaluation, 3% being sustainability, and 2% being budget. You add that all together, it gives you your 100%. So you have to know how to manage that money. Part of that 60% is your contractor's fee, because you're going to have contractors to help you. You cannot do this by yourself. I can't do what I'm doing by myself. I have to have some competent people to help me get this done, or we look like a bunch of buffoons. So I have to have people to help me. I can't do this. I already know. I cannot do this by myself. We have salaries, fringe benefits, contracts, dissemination. We have to get the word out about what we're doing. And how do we do that? Through the internet, through media campaigns, through expos, workshops, direct mail. My purpose for being with Forbes Council Forbes Coaches Council is to get the word out about credibility. That's the reason for being on this Forbes Coaching Council. And Forbes have given me, they even commented on my little comment the other day. I was so amazed that they actually commented on something that I had said. But Forbes gives us badges. I've got to take those badges and put them on my website, because if I don't use the utilities and the different things that they give me, it's almost as if I'm not even on it. So I have to do the things that I need to do. So as a manager, you got a lot, and as a disseminator of information, you got to do the internet websites, you got to do the media campaigns, the expos, the workshops, direct mail, and you got to do the PR. Let me see. You got to do the PR to make sure that you get the word out about what you are doing. And there's a lot of companies, that's not a lot, but there's a few companies out there that will allow you to put out free press releases about what you're doing. You can write, like I'm hoping to get interviewed soon by Fox 41 here, 41 KSHB 41, whatever. So I'm hoping to get an interview from them coming up. You gotta do interviews. Like when I worked with Housing Authority, the way we were able to get some money coming in, I was able to get up and do those 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning shows. You'd be surprised who's watching those early morning news shows. So I would get up and do some of those early morning news shows. And that's how they would find out about some of the things that we were doing at Housing Authority. If you want people to know what you're doing, you gotta toot your horn. You have got to toot your horn so that people are aware of what you're doing. So that dissemination of information is powerful. If Nike don't market, if Apple don't market, if all of these people do not market, they won't be able to survive unless they're smart as Elon and they know how to go through the back door. Because he's providing the internet over there for the Iran war. Trump's son, I think, is providing the drones, and it's a family affair over there, boy. And then moving back into this, sustainability. The sustainability. Fund developers, you need your fundraisers, your grants, you need all of those things. And guess what? We have listed all of those in the book. We've even given you how much money you can raise from those. So if you go back through the pages in this book, you're gonna find some of those. If you look at the Monday book, all of this stuff has been done for you. We're not making it up. It's all done for you. You just need to use the book. And then where do you get your budget from? Your budget is built into our logic models. So every column does not have budget. Your implementation has budget. Your evaluation has budget. Your management has budget. Your dissemination has budget. That's your marketing. Your dissemination and marketing, same thing. That has budget. Your sustainability has budget. If you pull those budgets from all of those columns and move it over to your budget column, you've got your total budget. I used to hate doing budgets, and that was a part of the reason for developing systems for creating that budget. And I studied systems like the system that you find at bizstats.com. That's what I used to use, was bizstats.com. But just as my rich uncle, let me take you here. When I taught at UMKC, this was my little gift that I would get. Oh God, did they get rid of it? Let me see. They might have gotten rid of it.
Dr. Barber, while you're doing that, I can do a quick reset.
Okay.
Just a reminder, everyone, in the room here in Clubhouse, on Zoom, and on Facebook, the info shared in these rooms is a free public service and is not to be considered as legal or financial advice. We always like to remind you to remember to visit Dr. Barber's website, which again is certifieddreambuilder.com, one word, certifieddreambuilder.com, where you are welcome to all of the digital workbooks that we offer on Mondays and Thursdays, all of the events in person and online, all of the paid workshops. We usually do about one paid 2-hour workshop per month, generally. And then the grant writing apps, which are available on Apple and Android, Grant Builder Max and Budget Builder for Max, and then all of the free resources that Dr. Barber offers on the site. So please check out the website, certifieddreambuilder.com. Dr. Barber.
All right. Okay. Okay. BizStats must have went out of business. but this is what I used for years to help people. Let's see. It looks, let me see. Looks like some of their information may still be here. So if you are in agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting, they would have a budget on here, and they would use percentages. So what I learned years ago is that there are some percentages out there that you can use, and this is how my business plans used to always be aligned to what the banks wanted, because I was using industry standards. Now, it's unfortunate that this website is very hard to get to now, and you may not be able to get to it at all. But that's what I used to use. But now that I have Budget Builder Pro, I'm not going to cry that that's not there anymore. Because when I built Budget Builder Pro, I built Budget Builder Pro to not only help the nonprofits, but to also help the for-profits as well. So Budget Builder Pro can help you in creating your budgets. So that's all that I'm going to cover today. It is 10:22. I have gone over 22 minutes of what I really want to do here. Facebook, I know these kind of go long, especially when people are used to shorts and 2-second videos and 1 minute and all of this. But I promise you, if you listen and you take in the information, it may be some things that will really help you over time. I appreciate those of you who are coming through and grabbing some of the nuggets that we're given. And I notice a lot of people are going and listening to it at night, because we don't do shows at night right now. But I'm thankful for all of you. I am so thankful for our Clubhouse family. Suzanne, thank you so much. RJ, thank you so much. Nicole, thank you.
Dr. Barbara, I'm just talking. I had to pull over, and again, I was like, I know this is Dr. Barbara's day, but I want to just speak real quickly on behalf of what Pastor Evelyn said. That word, and I think she touched you, and she touched me as well, that is liberating. And liberating means when you actually get something, or if you accomplish something. In my case, it was 2023 and 24 when I got my grant. Liberating to follow Dr. Barbara and her platforms, because everything she speaks on, can't wait to be able to use it some more. So liberation is the fact that when you can actually see God's word being done, and by the way of the grants, which is a part of it, because we were funded our grant in 2024, we were liberated not to have to work for anybody else again for the rest of our life. So just wanted to shout out Pastor Evelyn for what she said about that. And Dr. Barbara, thank you again for all you're doing. You guys pray for us. We have an opportunity to work with the FIFA soccer. This is 2 options. They're going to fund us. One or the other is a $300,000 funding to be able to support the youth programs through our organization, and the other one would be the $1.5 million. So we'll know in about a week and a half. So Dr. Barbara, thanks for everything you're doing.
What a blessing. Thank you so much, RJ. So, guys, these people that are talking about the funds that they get, they are working. It might be, I forgot what Pastor Evelyn said, it may be a labor of endurance and liberating, but it's still work. So I want you to know, what they're doing, it don't come easy for them. So because it doesn't come so easy for you, it's not just like you go to the store, put your little ice cream cone there, and let some ice cream fall in there. It might not come like that, but it's so worth it. It is so worth the results. So I am so grateful for Dr. Hop. He's got a new book almost every week. I'm loving it. I am loving it. And however it comes for you, however liberation comes, I am extremely grateful for that fact. And if the things that I've said here, some of the things that I've said here has been a blessing for you, has encouraged you, have made you think, I thank God. And I feel like I am doing His work. My ministry, at one time I thought would be in the pulpit, but I realized soon it wasn't. There's a lot of leaders out here that really need to hear what they need to hear to go. Pastor Evan gave me the scripture, I think it was Rebecca 19, We've got to write the vision and make it plain so that the people who get it can run with it and understand what they're running with. But we've got to write it and make it plain. And then, if we don't do it, there's a scripture in the New Testament that tells us, without a vision, the people perish. So we have to make sure that we're doing our part as leaders, because I know that's mostly who we have in here, who will come in here and listen to all of this. 262. Did we have 262 people come through today? Oh my God! On Clubhouse. Wow, that's amazing. So we have to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do as leaders. So Dr. Bob. Yes, ma'am. It just goes to show you that, thank God you stay in the pulpit. Not that you would not have been instrumental, but 262 people you would not have been able to reach. And that's every single day, from every walk of life. You are touching people all over the country, all over the world. Just, he has expanded you and your horizons so much, and we are ever so grateful to be blessed and graced by you. Y'all don't know how much I look forward to seeing your faces, hearing your voices, and being encouraged by you as well. So it's a win-win deal. It's a win-win deal, and I feel so bad when eyes are not dotted and T's are not crossed. But we are working on it. We are working towards it. So I am extremely grateful for things being as well as they are. And I'm not going to beat myself up too much, because like I said, we've been working on those 101 books, trying to get certified wealth builder out, because we wanted it done by the first quarter. We might be a little bit into the second quarter, but we wanted certified wealth builder up and running by the first quarter, because this is my full-time livelihood. So I have to make sure that I have multiple streams coming, because I can't teach you about the streams if I don't have the streams coming. So I gotta make sure I got multiple streams coming. So if one dry up, I got something else over here. And my husband, he's got a little fire under him with his instruments and stuff. I don't know what happened. And I think he's a believer now. It's been 42, 3, 4 years, but I think he's a father and believer, because I'm like, man, it's poor when you can't help nobody in your own house. Like, it's a poor person. But I think Brother Man is a believer, and I thought it's been a long time, since 82. How long did it do? About 43 years. But I think finally Brother Man is a believer. He's like, man, if I can make this kind of money every day, what? I'm like, I've been telling you this for years. You can. But anyway, some people got that employee mentality. They got to get that paycheck every other week. And I'm not mad at you if that's what you choose to do. But being that you got AI on your heels, unless you're doing something that AI can't do, which is not much of what we do, that AI cannot do, except think and all of that. So, but there's not a lot of these mundane things that we do that AI cannot do. So what you don't want to do is, you don't want to be like a taxi, and then Uber and Lyft comes along and pulls their whole livelihood away almost. Uber and Lyft almost pulled their whole livelihood because they didn't realize they was getting that tap on the shoulder. So I've been telling you today, watch out for AI coming tapping you on the shoulder saying, get out, because I'm taking over what you're doing. You might as well go ahead and create some things, because for years, a lot of minorities did not have jobs. Mama Lily had the corn, Cousin Benny had, Cousin Johnny was killing the hogs on the side of the road and selling the meat and all that. And Mr. Walker, he had the one job in the community. He worked for Dollar Madison, so all the expired cakes, he would give those out to the, sell those to the people in the community. Everybody had something. Mr. Simmons was creating the moonshine. Everybody had something that they was doing, and they had their own little businesses. I forgot this woman's name who used to the salt and molasses. Everybody had something they was doing in the community. My great-grandma was the doctor of the neighborhood. She was the midwife. She delivered 560-some babies. And I'm going to tell this story, and I'm going to end with this on Facebook and Zoom. My great-grandmother delivered all of the babies, including me and my brother, and she took pride in the way our neighbors looked. She loved how her babies' neighbors looked, because she said her babies had perfect neighbors. By the way she cut that cord, she had some kind of trick with the way she cut that cord. But these kids had me so embarrassed that I was born in my great-grandmother's house. They had me so embarrassed because they said, I was born in Forest Memorial Hospital. I was born in Hawaii. I was born in this place and that place. And I was so embarrassed because they asked me what hospital was I born in. I was too embarrassed to say my grandmother's house, so I said, Hawaii. I'm lying because I was scared. I was embarrassed. And when my great-grandma died, I looked in her book of her 564 babies, and all them lying kids was in my grandma's book. So either they were born in their house, or they were born in her house, and they've been saying all these years I was born here, that lying through their teeth, and they had me lying, and my grandma was the celebrity of the whole situation. So it taught me, don't let other people make you feel bad about your situation. They may not have all the junk that they saying that they have. That's it, y'all. I need to stop before I went into some other god-awful story from back in the day when I lived with you like the Beverly Hills. Okay, all right. Love you guys on Zoom. On Clubhouse. Thank you all so much. Thank you for coming. And these stories I've been telling y'all, I know I probably believe it, but this is the truth. This is the truth. All right, I'll talk to you later on Clubhouse. Y'all have a great day.
Do your research too. But holistically, the top 3 places people listen to podcasts is 1. I'll start off with the third, actually. The third place, welcome Maya, welcome Mayor. Oh, welcome Becca. That right, thanks for being here. The third place is in the gym. People at the gym. So people that are, and you can also do gym /walk /bicycle / just active, physical. Yeah, it could be hiking, anything that's going to be within that area. So that's third. So that's where people listen to you the most. The second is when they're on the go, when they're driving. So if they're driving, then that means they're commuting. So now you can also do /bus /train /any type of transportation, yacht, whatever you want to call it, traveling by air, if they are going offline and downloading your podcast, whatever it is, they're in motion, then they're commuting. So that's second place. And then first place is when they're getting ready. And when they're getting ready, most times people are getting ready in the morning. Some people may get ready in the evening because they have a night shift. So you have to also think about who you're connecting with, who you're talking to. But when you're also producing content with podcasting, one thing I've realized with podcasting is the time you publish your podcast, it's not, how do I say this? The time you podcast in your time zone is also going to affect the 24-hour cycle of your podcast within that 24-hour cycle. Let me just give you an example. So, for instance, if, let's say, we both have 24 hours, which we do, right? Let's say, John, you have 24 hours, I have 24 hours. But you publish your episode 1 hour before 24 hours are up. That's 23 hours in, you just published your episode. So now, for the day that had that 24 hours clock, you had 1 hour of usage of time that was used in downloads and listens. So if you accumulated 1 hour out of 24 hours, that's because you posted your podcast an hour before the clock reset within podcasting, because there's a standard time for podcasting when it goes to the feeds as well. I think podcast is technical SEO the way I'm going with it, and I love charts, how you do tags, how you do, I'll call it schema, and just structured data in general when you do it for SEO. But now with podcasts, it's a whole different beast. So I'm like, oh, this is different, but I love the analogy. I can split the difference. So when I'm looking at those numbers, and I'm like, okay, if I now posted something, let's say within the 6th hour out of 24 hours, now I have all those hours before 24 hours to now have another reset. So just imagine if within 24 hours, you posted at the top of those 24 hours and you maximize all your download time than trying to post content when you know that the time is about to end. Like when you know that the sun is going down, the sun is going down. There's nothing you can do about that, right? So when you are creating content, how much time are you giving into your content before the sun goes down? And if you're able to give it in a way that is also going to translate into your downloads, into your consistency in delivery, in your posting, because people are posting content at a specific time of the day. So you also get to know what time of the day is the best to send emails, to send posts, to send newsletters. These are things that are not just guesswork. You have to really test it to understand and evaluate it. So when you don't do these things, you won't be able to know. So when you now tag that to Pinterest visitors and you post an audiogram on your Pinterest account or a quote or memorable quote or a bunch of quotes or an infographic about your podcast or a guest interview, whatever you do, all those nuggets are going to be leading back to your website. So if you have a website and you're clicking and people are connecting back with you, and all you have on your website are articles that are linking back to Google, that are linking back to your anchor text, they're linking back to hyperlinks, they're linking back to your backlinks, which will now be coming from other third-party sites, then great. It's a great thing. So when you now look at that long term, you're able to build and I would say understand the value that you're giving the search engines. Just like John was saying, that when you're now receiving feedback, it's quality. Because imagine if you try to get something from AI and you're not getting what you wanted. It's not the AI's problem, it's the source's problem. Because the source needs a resource to deliver. You can't plant a mango tree and expect pomegranates. So it's what you give that you get. So I'd love to hear from you, John. What do you
think? I think you said something, you just said something really powerful, right? It's like the source, right? Again, what's your perception? What's your takeaway? I'm not asking you, I'm just saying like the listeners, like what's your source? What are you doing with the AI? And again, like even right, so as a successful business, I have a coach. Again, I'm gonna I don't know if this is the place for it, but I'm gonna say like if you need coaching, you need coaching, right? So just because you have AI doesn't necessarily mean you have everything you need. Just because you might not have the right inputs. And so what you just said there, Favorite, is so key. A lot of people don't understand, or they're trying to understand, but they don't have it yet. They don't have the right soil, the right understanding, the right place to input. And so having somebody help you, another human being, I've done that myself, where I listen to people and like, okay, I need to not just switch it from like, hey, help me do this. No, help me do this, and then help me do this, and then here's an experiment for you guys. I'm sorry, I am deep into the weeds on helping people, I wanted to understand how I can use this better without getting garbage responses. And maybe you probably know this, right? It's like you put something in, it's like, no, that's not what I wanted, right? Or there's actually a funny, sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit, but there's a funny video that this lady says, she's kind of a coach, social media coach, AI coach, and she's like, when a human being, when one of us goes to an AI, Claude, ChatGPT, whatever, the ChatGPT is like really eager to please you. It's kind of like a dog, right? It's like you tell it something, you're like, here it is. Just imagine like this happy puppy kind of trying to please you. It's like totally wrong, right? So one of the things that they were talking about is having parameters, having guardrails when we have that input. So going down the what's your outcome, but having the guardrails or building the guardrails, the input, and understanding what you need to be putting in so you get the right outcome, the right feedback, the right results back out. And so that's another aspect of what you just said that, but I just want to kind of expand on that is your input into Claude, into AI, ChatGPT, Gemini is going to be extremely important to get the results you want. Like I literally just made a LinkedIn input and it just gave me back like stuff that was totally wrong, right? So still, if you get anything out of this conversation, think like a human being, how you would want to be treated and how you want to interact with somebody else. Right? So if you're what stage is your ideal prospect in? Are they in the information? Favorite, you said something last night about Pinterest or podcasting. Pinterest, people are in what stage typically in Pinterest?
The early stage.
Early stage. So what does that actually mean? Like the early stage of decisions, like buying? What does that mean for you?
So then the early stage of making a decision, and the decision will come by information they receive. So let's say, for example, you're looking for, what can we say? We're looking for, you know what? I'm gonna throw it to the audience.
How about sourdough?
Sourdough. Okay. So if you're looking for sourdough and you want to do this, then the early decision that you have made right now is to commit to completing this task where sourdough is in the mix. No pun intended. When you create your content, the person who is going to be looking for this sourdough is going to be coming from different angles. Either they're looking for that in the food that they want to eat, or they're looking for a bakery that actually focuses on what kind of sourdough that they have. It starts to get very specific with the type of, I would say, texture, health, ingredients. It starts getting very detailed. And then in that case, when you just type that, of course, you're going to get the definition of what sourdough is. So when you're on Pinterest, somebody's going to search with more than one word. So let's say now we've achieved what sourdough is. Now, if you're going to say 2 or 3 words, John, what would those words be if it's 1 or 2 added to sourdough?
Oh my gosh, I don't even know.
Let's go.
Like my wife actually makes sourdough stuff and she's really good at it. But even, like what I know about sourdough is all because of what she has been doing, right? So she makes a pizza crust with sourdough. She makes rolls. She makes dinner rolls. She makes bread. She makes cinnamon, like these little cinnamon things. Just a whole variety of stuff. So I think, like I would assume that people are looking for different ways to make sourdough bread or sourdough stuff, you know?
Here's where I'll say, John, that's going to blow your mind. And if it does it, then I failed this mission. But I want to give this to you so that you can see it in a visual way. And I am really excited to share this with you and also anyone who's listening to this. When you mention sourdough, now you got to think about different parameters. Now, when somebody's looking for sourdough on Pinterest, like you said, in their early stage, this is where the match happens. This is the mind-blowing part. And there's more that's coming, but I'll just start with this one. When somebody is searching for sourdough on Pinterest, before that even happened, they already have sourdough content on their Pinterest account. That means they've saved a board on their Pinterest called sourdough. So that means when you now go to Pinterest on the front end, right now even Pinterest I just opened Pinterest and Pinterest has just updated their timeline. They've updated their mobile layout feed, which is exciting. So it's the perfect time to ask this question. That's why I'm like, this is actually exciting that it's matching right now. When you have sourdough as one of your boards, let's say, John, we have a sourdough board, I have a sourdough
sourdough board, and then there are 5 other people that have sourdough boards, and then that's 5% of the total population that loves sourdough in a specific community, and they can drive a 5-mile radius to buy it if they have a store near them, like a Trader Joe's or Whole Foods or Target, and they're able to do that. Now, if we all have sourdough on our Pinterest account as a board, it could be sourdough baking, it could be sourdough pineapples, it could be anything, but the word sourdough is literally in the mix of our board title, our pin description, our pin link, our image. If there's a word sourdough that's actually there in an image text, that in itself is already giving you a way to be part of that ecosystem that will find that result. So how you're going to now match that is when you now go to Pinterest and you now type in sourdough, and the first thing that you see after you hit spacebar is discard recipes. I've never heard of discard recipes. That's the top of the list. So that makes me wonder, oh, what's discard recipes? That tells me on my website, if I have a website, then I should have /discard-recipes in my URL, because the name of your board, technically URL-wise, is going to be the uniform resource locator for your board. So it's going to be pinterest.com/board/title. So if it's sourdough and we all have sourdough, then I know that if I want to run an ad, I'm going to be looking for actor-like audiences like you, like me, that love sourdough. So now I'm able to retarget it and have a pixel that can really have a managing tool within the Pinterest tag manager, and you're able to now turn that back into conversions because you're building attractions through impressions and visual aids. So it's very matchmaking, but you have to see the technical setup behind it. But that's how it can be done. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, I would love to see it, but yeah, I think it's better if we show it. I mean, that's the downfall of the Clubhouse, right? It's just audio, but if you could actually see it visually, that would help too.
Yes. Speaking of that, you're reading my mind, John, today because I just finished doing a survey, and I won't say much about it, but I did a survey, and I'm excited because the question that I answered told me that there's something coming, and of course, and I'm excited about podcasting, and that's why I'm talking about Pinterest, because now with the way we want to show up online with video, I'm also incorporating Clubhouse, because I used to do, I'll go live on Facebook in the group. We actually have a Facebook group for this house on Clubhouse on Facebook. So I used to go live on Facebook Live, and I'll, go live from here. People would jump into Facebook Live, or they would see me live, or they would come on Zoom. So I was able to now do that consistently, and I was like, you know what? This was back in 21, 22, and I think this time around I want to bring it back. So that now that you mentioned it, John, this year I want to come to Clubhouse and actually bring people over from Clubhouse to Zoom, so that they can also see what I'm talking about, and we can have those type of sessions and really visually see it. Because when someone sees it and we keep talking about this, the more you're able to understand it, even if it's not you doing it, you're able to watch through somebody else's lens, and that way it can get you a perspective. So I love that you mentioned that today.
Yeah. So how would that work?
So what's going to start happening is I'm still planning on it. It's going to happen in the next quarter, because we're at the end of the first quarter. So now in the next quarter, I'll be having more rooms like this, but the link will now be in the chat, where you now click the link and you come and join me as I discuss topics like this, and we'll discuss them on a schedule basis. So I'm going to be working on a schedule.
Like Zoom?
Yes, on Zoom. Okay. But I'll be taking everything off of there to the video replays. So you click the link at the top, there's a section that says replays. So all my replays are going to be having access points, so that if you want to see this after, if you don't want to just listen to it and actually see it, then the replays you can access through video. So I'm going to be doing that for both podcasts and also for Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's super smart. Anybody in the audience, how does that sound to you guys? As far as like getting on Zoom and actually seeing what we're doing, does that work for you guys? Because I think it works for me. I'm a big visual guy. I love that.
Thank you, John. Yes, put it in the chat, and if you have any questions or thoughts, please let us know, because this is for you. We're doing this for you, and we're also learning from you, because we're able to learn what you need to do. Right now, I'm about to work with a client that is planning to have an event
definitely going to be in the green, but of course it takes strategy to build out. But using a podcast and Pinterest right now in 2026 is one of the best things that you can definitely do. And Quadro says, yes, that would be very nice. So I will bring that definitely here so that you can also check it out. And just to give you a quick disclaimer, when you get into the podcast right now, you'll be able to, of course, listen to it, to have the conversation. But when you're not accessing the replay, the accessing of the replay will now give you also more things that you can get, not just the replay, but you can be able to also ask me any question in the community because it's a paid community. And that way you're able to now join and be exclusive. And then the questions that you ask, I can internally respond to them and send it to you in form of a video. So instead of me sending you a Zoom link or a Loom link, you're already in the community. You're going to have an episode in the archives that you can always access because you asked that question in the private section of the community. So it's going to be very exclusive because I've been really thinking about how businesses are doing it. Because some people say, hey, I'm going to go to Fiverr, or I'm going to do this on my own, I'm going to share this out or pay someone to do it. But in my head, I'm like, if you're a business owner, if you're a founder, even if you're not the one doing it, at least know what you're paying for. That in itself is enough gold for you to make a better decision. So it's very important to look at the things that are happening and be able to know. Because I hear all kinds of questions. Hey, when we build your website, do we own it? Do we control it? Do we manage it? Because people have gone through nightmares. I heard a story, somebody told me how somebody hired the person, and then the person that they hired ended up taking the website and now ended up putting them in court, and now they had to pay a large fee to get their own website back. And people don't want to deal with that. I don't think you want to. So the last thing you want to do is get yourself in trouble or get yourself in something that you could have avoided. So when you learn these things and you learn from mistakes, you learn from people, we all make mistakes, me included. I'm not perfect, So when you look at that and you understand, okay, what are we doing to make ourselves better? What are the better versions of ourselves? Then how can we make our content even more contextual for people who want to learn more about us? Because we don't know who's listening. You might be doing something right now in the morning or in the afternoon or the evening listening because you want to learn something new. But I don't know what you're doing. But I know that what you're going to do after listening will be determined by what you heard. So that's where my responsibility comes in. And when you're able to now see that from community, from building, from branding, it tells you that, okay, there's a lot of information that's out there, but you also have to also justify, like John said. Imagine if you just took the information and that was it. Oh, okay, AI gave it back to me. That's the answer. No, you have to fact check it. You have to proofread it. You can't just say, okay, this is the first draft and to approve it. So it's very important to look at these things and we'll definitely cover it together. So I got a call in 4 minutes and I wanted to make sure I can have a quick insight here. I might be back in the evening. We might do something very specific on Pinterest and SEO marketing, but it's been great here, connecting and spending time with each and every one of you as well. So thanks for being here. Dennis, thanks for joining in. Kipensi, Lucas, Sierra, Mayor, Quadro, Timmy, and John, thanks for being here. And also the people who are listening to the replay, because I know they will too. Thank you for listening. If you want to join the newsletter, get more information like this, get more exclusive content like this, the two things you can do is click the link above. That will take you to where you can now leave your contact information with me. We can get on a call, but you will also have access to the newsletter where I send information to you about topics like this that you like. And if you'd love to know more about things like this, you'll be able to specify exactly what you need and you get those things specified to you. And then secondly, you can also follow this house, the Pinterest and SEO Marketing House. If you have a ticket, that's at the very top because I've been bringing this back, over and over because I started this house again about 2-3 days ago after my last room was in 2023 because I've always been on the app since 2020 and I've always been in other houses, operating, especially in the marketing club where I've been active for a long time and I'm like, okay, I'd like to also be in a different house and come back and forth and also enjoy and connect with people. So that's why I'm doing this because if I was doing it in another house, I don't know if you would be here. Kind of like saying if you're not in the house, are you in the room? So I want to make sure that everything is done and I'm able to have a very healthy conversation with everyone available today. I'm also on Clubhouse too. So John, what would you say would you tell people would be the first action step they should take
your takeaways are on the very top of the piece of paper. Then next is write down your goals, like what's your goal, your business goal. So specifically this is about business and revenue, right? So what's your business revenue? And then on the third part of on the piece of paper, you're going to write what the actions you're going to take, right? Now take all that, process it through, let's say Claude, and get yourself an action plan. On the next room here, I can, on a Zoom, I can show you what I'm doing favor to do what I just said, but write your ideas down and then take action. If it's just one thing, take action, learn a new skill, and then go teach somebody that skill. If you help businesses, go show a business what you've learned, and then ask, hey, can I help you do that? And that's revenue to you. All right, that's it. Guys, have a great day. We'll talk soon. Thanks for coming. And favor, I'll let you go. Talk.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you, y'all. Have a wonderful day, and I'll talk to you guys in the next episode. Take care. Bye.
You want your divine honesty from time to time and make you smile. That's it. That's all she there for. But that's the importance of the wisdom having knowledge of itself. So that she can have a clear understanding of what her purpose is. Because at the end of the day, it still boils out the greatest thing. The knowledge and the wisdom have its day. And the wisdom knowledge has its day. There's a polarity, there's a synergy between the black man and woman. We just talked about that the other day. There's going to be some things sure you might know. And I don't. I know, and you don't. And that is okay. That's outside of the God complex that many black men find themselves fighting with. Right? Because this is going to be sometimes where your girl knows, where your woman knows. A little stronger than you actually. She going to double down on it. Why? Because she done felt it, she done knew it up. She done used what you gave her on top of what she already has of herself. Right? To give you not a proper understanding. And most men don't listen to that. Most men ignore that. Most men, all right, that's cool, that's just a suggestion, and you go on and you move on about your damn business, not knowing, all right, I done gave you the key to it, when the shit go down, I say, I told you, now you upset at me because I done said something because I told you, then you could have listened to me at first. You could have observed your wisdom, properly, right? So if it ever gets to a point where the wisdom gotta stop and tell the knowledge what to do, that's not a bad thing, that's called reminding. Why? Because we remind each other through what experience. That's still what? Wisdom. So there's an intricateness and a synergy that comes with it. But I just don't think that people have actually sat down and taken through the math like that. You understand? Like to really draw out that understanding of how that looks between black men and women. It's not your woman ruling you out. No, there's just some things that your woman gonna know and she's gonna be able to decipher that you might not see just yet. Because you're still at the knowledge of it all. Or you're still trying to formulate it, or you're not actually able to see it, because that's why she's there. That's why it's important to have that puzzle piece right there. You can do it by yourself all day long. Kudos and claps to you. Who the fuck wants to? Let's be honest. Who the fuck wants to?
I don't think that's, because you're running an exam. I just don't think that's fitting for B's question, though. Because what you talking about?
I'm not talking, I veered off of that. I was on
No. The reason I'm saying that is because I want you to, I'm about to ask you a question. And so, because you're right, exactly. And, you just gave your perspective on what basically I already agreed upon. Like, just the work and the correlation of the black man and woman, right? From an individual perspective, is there ever a time the two should be before the one? In your thought process, or what you're bringing into existence?
Is there ever a time when the two should be before the one in thought process?
I'm saying from an individual, okay, because so what you were just building on was the correlation of man and woman. Okay, yes. I agree. Now, when you're applying lessons in mathematics to self, is there ever a time the two should be before the one?
Yes, because sometimes I gotta get in the field and do it before I actually know. Some things I learned by doing first, and then I learned.
Let's break that way down.
You feel me?
No. I just bring it all the way down for me. Okay, so you say yes because you gotta be in the field to do before you know?
Yes,
learning. There's different types of stages of learning. People learn differently. Some people are more hands-on, and you can talk to them all day long, right? You can show and prove through your words, but they're not catching it because they actually have to physically see it or actually be hands-on with it, right? So some people learn easier with you putting their hands on it and doing it. Then they register actually what's happening. That's actually a mental process.
I'm confused. Wisdom is a manifestation. Listen, wisdom is a manifestation of what you know. Wisdom is your wise ways and actions.
Understand what I said. Understand what I said. I didn't say wisdom, no. I said do. There's a difference. Wisdom is not just your wise ways and actions. Sometimes it can be just action.
All right, that was my question though. I said, is there ever a time from an individual perspective that the two should be before the one? Oh my God. I'm fucking with it. I'm fucking with it. No, because he just did some VR shit. I'm tired of this shit. Divine, I need you.
She's busy.
Okay.
I'm just differentiate what y'all both saying, because I get what she's saying too. So maybe she's trying to say what I was talking about.
What word did you? What word did you?
In all seriousness, if we're thinking about today's society and how things move now, that there are going to be some situations where the wisdom, the experience that has been accumulated with what you figured out after you got out here and just did, right? That's going to come before it. It is. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Hey, Alpha, great time to jump into this goddamn question. You and Virtue are dominating, bro. You and Virtue.
I'm not, okay, I'm trying to, both of y'all, okay. So what I'm saying is I get,
Your ass, Trip.
what'd you say?
I hope you forgot. I hope you forgot what you was going to say. Damn.
No, I didn't actually. So he's saying that there's always some knowledge done as you are doing. You think you're doing before you did, because it all goes out to understanding. You understand after you did what you did, but you're saying you're doing knowledge afterwards. Versus what she's saying is that you, as the learning on the hands-on, is that you're doing it, and then okay, this is what I'm doing, but you're saying it's the understanding of what you're doing. Because when you're going in and just doing something prior to doing the knowledge, you still had a thought prior to actually taking that action.
That's a question, or you just gave us a synopsis of what we said?
I was saying, you're saying understanding from me and you.
Yes, saying but two different ways. And while you're still saying the knowledge is still done before the wisdom in the thought process, and she's saying could be the wisdom before the knowledge. It all boils down to understanding, but what you're trying to say is that you're not doing the knowledge after the wisdom because you're getting that understanding thought before you did, even though you think you're acting before you're thinking.
Hey, B, listen. I'm tired of going through this with you, Earth. You do not, when me and Virtue talking, you don't agree with Virtue. You agree with me, Earth.
I can agree with you.
But you can't say you agree with her. But you can't say you agree with her at the same time, too. Is this a conflict of interest? That's a conflict of interest. That's a conflict of interest.
Equality in both.
It's a conflict of interest because she over here eating muffins and shit. She ain't invited nobody to eat no donuts.
Why can't I see equality in both? That's what I want to see right there.
You said like what?
Why can't I see the equality in both?
Cause you know what? I ain't even about to share this knowledge with you. I ain't even about to share.
That's what it is. You got the stage.
Peace.
It's totally. I been listening, and for me, it was a little confusing how you guys were talking, because you guys were using allegory words to explain the point of what you guys are going through. And maybe I may be, well, I'm just going to share what I feel. So I was listening to B, and I think B explained it more in a way that I was able to comprehend and understand the knowledge and also the wisdom in a way that I've been both. What True said is correct. And what Virtue said is also true. I've done the two before the one because I did the one before the two. And I have a problem sharing like the story. Maybe that makes sense. So in 2015, I had the most amazing breakthrough. I chose to take a leap of faith and finally choosing myself. Leave a very volatile experience that was ancestral without my knowledge. I dropped it, I left it, and I got, the knowledge out of it. Once I got the knowledge out of that relationship, I stopped dating because I wanted to realize, I'm like, wait, I'm the common denominator when it comes to all these relationships. So at the end of the day, I have to stop blaming victim and stop blaming these men for, for what's happening in my life. So that's why I say beautiful volatile, because I had to learn from it. And I kept on magnetizing that. So therefore, that was my blind side. And I had to take full accountability and responsibility and get to realize that, I'm only magnetizing what I am. Therefore, it's like, why am I blaming them? Me taking full accountability gave me the wisdom. You said it true. You said that we have to see beauty and love to everything we go through. And I was like, okay, I got that. Once I got the wisdom, once I took full accountability, once I got the knowledge, and I was able to integrate, boom, not from a place of victim, but not from a place of survival. Boom. 2015 came. I started getting approached. I learned me. I stopped playing victim. I learned my attachment styles. I learned my love languages. I learned me. I went on full everything. When Virtual was speaking to you about Vedic astrology, she was speaking about getting to know herself. I went into every aspect. I went into religious. I went deep. Insatiable, obsessed with self. Who wanted to go with the one step, the knowledge, learn. Then 2025 came, and the test started coming, and guys started approaching me, and I was like, oh, fuck it. I haven't dated since 2017. I had the wisdom, I knew myself, and then the two had to be applied before the one. I started observing the guys, and I started noticing them, and then my blind side started showing up. And I was like, there it is. I am able to see them, and it led me to realize that energetically, my nervous system, because I was raised by my lineage, mom and dad, they came to show me and they gave the love to the knowledge finally. Those people energetically came to show me the wisdom behind it. I was low-key dating my mom and my dad, and when my nervous system had been accustomed since childhood and in my lineages, in my DNA, in my emperor before I reincarnated, and I had to learn to step back because I had the wisdom, and I had to apply the two before the one, and get to say to them, to both of them, because we actually ended on amicable friendships, separations, and I had to tell them, I love you both, because I was talking to two guys at the same time. And I'm like, but I cannot be with you guys. I accept, who you are. I cannot blame you. I saw emotional avoidance, which I was raised by my parents by that. Saw the narcissistic in them, which I was raised by my grandma, which was also my blind mirror. So that's when I realized, I was like, I got the wisdom. I don't have to step into that anymore. Because I finally realized the two before the one. And that's when it set me free. I broke lineages. I broke ancestral DNA. And hey, they cannot blame me because I should have put my true authentic self. So hope that answers true what B was trying to say. You know, I literally, I was just sitting with this because it happened on my red blood moon and in the other mic.
Don't be coming up on the stage. Don't be coming up on the stage doing that. Unconditional. Don't be doing that. Don't be coming up on the stage doing that. No. That was peace, though. Come on, that was peace. I see that. That was peace. Version, what?
I'll add on because it also reminds me, first and foremost, it reminds me that the even numbers in Supreme mathematics, they're feminine numbers, right? So there's a time when everything should exist. There's a time when everything should have prominence, right? Doesn't mean that the black man is not important or knowledge of what the knowledge person isn't important. But there are sometimes, yes, where you already have what's already built in you from experience, and you go into something without fully knowing. That's any relationship, any job. You don't fully know what's required of you until you get into the field. Using what you already accumulated through time and action and space, right? To fully know and understand what you know what I'm saying, what should be yielded from that. That's all I add, right? And I don't think that it's a poor thing or a bad thing in that sense, but I do see it where some situations your knowledge should always be before. It's a natural order of things, right? The knowledge is always going to come before the wisdom. But in the wisdom cipher days, there's a difference. It's an expression. That's more so for the ladies. You know what I'm saying? Like to truly focus in on themselves. What kind of wisdom are you exerting? What kind of adaptability have you been moving in? Like you gotta do the knowledge to yourself, wisdom, and you gotta wisdom what you already knowledge. And you gotta go through it and apply the understanding to what it is that you've already wisdom. So it's a stepping stage in everything. That's all I'm saying. Not to say that true is wrong or anything. Like I definitely see that. Both things can be true if staying. See, when it comes to what you guys are arguing, you gotta understand this. True is Mars. Mars is action. So therefore, it's always gonna be into I gotta do first because I already know. And he's definitely right because that's his nature. But I have to ask you a question. Born that way. Yeah, I'll answer, sister. And as for us, so how do you? May I finish and then I'll answer your question? Okay, go ahead. Thank you. As for us, we are Venusian. And on top of that, we're also intuitive. We're always changing. We have cycle daily that we as females change. And therefore we have to understand that one of the things that the masculine has, he's always going to be the Mars energy. And that's the natural sense that he is. And eventually he might be put in a situation like I was. And he will be able to find a balance between the logical and the intuitive in him. Because when I listen to him, I'm like, oh, okay, he's tapped in. I'll see it, I feel it. And, sometimes we just gotta understand. He will go through that experience. And then he'll be like, I don't like unconditional, I don't like virtue. But that's okay, we still love him and adore him. Go ahead, Miss Rich. What is your...
taxes are low,
Well, first and foremost, we have to explain, like, how we are building about our numerical concepts, right? Our cultural training. Like, supreme mathematics is our key to understanding our relationship to everything in the universe, right? The sun, moon, and stars. And those are planets. You know what I'm saying? Something that has been made and grown from the beginning of time, before time. It's basically existed, right? And the universe is still feminine energy, right? Because that's a moon. That's where everything has occurred. So when we say the word understand, are you saying that there's something deeper and above understanding? Or is that coming from the concept of we don't stand under? I know that some people say, oh, I don't stand under anything, but it's also that actual definition of understanding, which is comprehension and
about living the experience. Because we can basically get to say, I understand, because I'm just listening and being an objective observer, and understanding is actually going through the experience, and now as you go through it, there wouldn't be any way that you wouldn't be a vibrational match of what you're actually speaking of. Because in order for us to be able to speak and express and put into the universe, we must also go through that experience, which is what he was talking about, the wisdom. See, one of the beautiful things that I admire about masculine, that nurse energy, that drive. I will consume insatiable and I will learn the knowledge. As for us females, that's what I was trying to explain. We jump, and without us even knowing, we got the wisdom, but we never given the love. We continue playing, oh my God, that person did it to me. Or, oh my God, somebody scammed me. And when we choose to start taking out of the brain, the reptilian brain, the wise, and we accept what is this trying to teach me, then we can alchemize it into understanding. I experienced it, I went through this, and therefore I got both. I got the knowledge and the wisdom, because you are a vibrational match. You're not speaking out of, I read it from a book. I lived it. I embody it. Therefore, I am a walking example of it.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Put that little.
I love silence, bro. That's how I learn. Silence and stillness is key.
Peace.
Joshua, how you be today?
Oh man, I'm all wise and civilized, man. On this beautiful, glorious day of knowledge, wisdom. Gives birth to understanding. Through my knowledge, you see my wisdom. Through my wisdom, you see my knowledge shown proved. You know the true meaning of understanding. Knowledge and wisdom is the examination process. So all my movements today is to be taken, in a slowed down manner, fashion, or form, so that way I can examine it properly, and then the understanding is drawn up out of it. So, it's just going through my daily mathematics, showing and proving why laws, culture is the greatest. Peace.
Ooh.
How's everybody? Oh, I got something for y'all too, if you don't mind. I wanted to drop a jewel, Jiki, one of the last letters he wrote to me. And he wrote a plethora of letters, however. It was one in particular where he was building heavily on, just a lot of history that people really didn't know pertaining to, them gods. So I'm about to dig it out now.
You on Facebook?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook.
We're gonna add you in the group, and then we read on there together.
Yeah, that's peace. Yeah, because I was just thinking about the key, just because it's like you have certain guys that was like withholding a lot of information. Some of the things like Brown Sea Sound God was one of the first ones to literally know that there was a set of 120 that was delivered to one person. That's why they're all trying to figure out the perfect set of 120 right now, because there is a God right now that has his lesson directly given to him by law. And I'm telling people this, like if I've been studying my 120 for 37 years, I wouldn't care what degrees came. I'm not switching my lessons. It's not how it works, because my understandings are formulated off of the degrees that I have.
So you don't learn no more?
No, it's not a matter of learning. It's just I don't understand how that would work when you already had 120, and then you're learning two different ones, and that's not mandatory. So it's like I learned truths 120, and then I start chopping mine because yours don't say exactly what mine do.
I think that comes at the time of the journey, though, God. I don't think it should be mandatory. You got 120, you got 120. You don't have to tell me, but I do think, as we renew history and we go in different areas and we build different guys, because I really never want to be like, because, a lot of times how guys get it. I'm going to spit it how I got it. I'm going to spit it, you're going to spit it how you get it, how you got it, and you're going to make sense of how you got it from your seat. And I'm like, oh, okay, civilization class yesterday, and we was building on if it's possible for a man to teach a woman 120 without physically penetrating her if she likes them in that way. Because, there's a lot of different people in, my cipher and power born where they tend to shy away from teaching a woman because they feel as though they get too attached as far as intimacy and romantic involvement, to where like virtue always says it's the man and not the plan. So it's like, how do you separate and differentiate?
Whoa, that's not what I said. I said it's about the plan and not
No, that's what I meant. Yeah, okay, that's like, little Herb, that's what I meant to say. My apologies. That's what I meant to say then. Peace. Yeah, it's just, no, I just said, I put it in the wrong order, Earth. I put it as that it's the place, it's most, what I was trying to say was, it's the people, there are certain women that choose the plan. I mean, the man instead of the plan. Not saying you do. I'm saying that if you're going to actually follow these teachings, study and learn them, it should be about the plan and not the person. Because the moment that they're no longer there, it's going to show when you distill back from what you came. That's basically all I was saying. I mean, so we're trying to figure out right now how, because there's a few, women in our cipher that's like, well, I don't understand why you just won't love me, and all that person's trying to do is teach them 120. Because they're like, well, I don't understand why I should learn, why should I learn 120 off you, and then if I get with another guy, I'm gonna have to learn his 122. So it's like, that was the thing we was like building on civilization.
Let me let Virtue answer, because I know she about to go in. Let me give you a 5-second submission. Are these women trying to be someone's earth, or are they trying to be the earth?
They're trying to be someone's earth.
Exactly. And I mean, it's a big fucking difference. You know what I'm saying? Because a woman that wants to get knowledge in 2026, it's in the qualified sisters. I know sisters that have educators that are other sisters. Right? So it's enough qualified sisters and enough brothers like myself and other brothers that will teach at earth without. But I respect that whole thing, and I think maybe it's maybe it could be intended to where if you just want to be the earth, then you need to get with the earth.
Right? That's how Queen Melra is right now. She's learned 120 from Queen Shamika. I mean, and when I came up, it wasn't like that. Like, the earth didn't give the earth 120. Like, that's why Queen Shamika's being slow. Like, she was telling me, like, I'm really basically fasting and praying through mental supplication. She finds in God. That's why I've been slow with giving her the degrees, knowing that whoever she gets with is eventually going to give her own set of 120 coming from him. So it's like, what's the point? I mean, not saying what's the point, but the point is still to knowledge.
All right, we're going on.
She said, let me sign on that.
All right, so when I first got my first knowledge 120, it came from my God's mind. It wasn't specifically catered or anything like that. Now he just knows 5 different sets, and out of those 5 different sets, I ended up getting the correct degree, which is the correct answer, the knowledge degree, the 140. I also know 2 different versions of the question of the understanding God degree and how that is pervaded or how, whatever word you want to use. I also know that the knowledge understanding degree and the actual facts is incorrect. And I was given these square inches instead of just the inches of the planet Earth, because everything that we do is in square inches or square miles. These are things that I learned along the way, right? So even this is my thing, and I get it through God, right? And let's say I get it through His mind, and that's fine. And I'm for the plan. I'm not just sticking with what the fuck you gave me. It's my task and duty to go and add on to what it is that you gave me, and then also come back and be like, hey yo, I was out here listening, and the thing you gave me is actually doesn't add up with this, so that I can get some better understanding of what you gave me. Because if I'm just wrapped around your mind, well, how do I benefit the other people? How do I benefit everyone else around me? How do I add on truth when it comes to the substance of being in this nation? So anybody that's walking around talking about, I ain't teaching no woman outside of my earth, and how the fuck do you teach your little sisters? I bet you didn't do that. Did you teach your auntie? I bet you didn't go back and do that either. Did you teach your mother? I bet you didn't do it. I bet you didn't go back and do that either, right? Because we all
clarification that wasn't what I was basically saying. I was talking about if the woman doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that God doesn't want to do any of the penetration side of it, but only wants to teach 120, and she will not just keep it as just learning the 120 and just
It was established that way. It can stay that way. Women ain't just out here, making up delusions in their mind. The energy is felt. You felt the energy too. You just more disciplined in your energy. But you felt it somewhere, something slipped. If we all wise, if we truly live it, if we do everything right and exact, and we know what it is, because we're all right seeing people, then you saw that shit coming. You knew what was up, it's how to get it.
Yeah, so if you move away from that to where you see it coming, would that make you wrong? If you're like, yo, I don't want to take you there on that type level.
You're not wrong. You can double down on the shit, and if she disrespects you and your boundaries as a black man, then nah, throw her ass to the wolves. Send her ass to the MGT, maintain her teacher's class. And if she don't survive there, she ain't meant to be in this fucking culture.
That's peace. That's
you want the man and not the plan.
Right, that's peace. That's peace. And see, that's the part right there. That's the part. Because everyone is in civilization. No, I was with it. I mean, shit. Like I was telling, I ain't telling virtue, but universal truth. The line that I was teaching at that point in time was like, well, I don't know if the person in that class is either an original woman or not, so I really don't be trying to go in there. Then you got to build in the class. So, like, well, you're going to have to build anywhere you go. That's what it is. And so it was like,
you have to show and prove yourself, period.
It was the dissatisfaction, so I just let it be because it's like, it seems to me it's the man, not the plan. And I don't teach underneath the precepts of that. I done taught many sisters and never penetrated them because that'd be the last thing on my mind. I just want you to get short, and then I want you to be the same way you are. You be bombing the gods. That's how I want all my sisters to be. I want them to be short to where they hear it. It doesn't matter if you got a universe, you ain't fucking right. So I'm going to let you know you're not right, because that's what you're supposed to do.
You want the earth, not a earth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't want my earth. I want the earth. I'm born in earth. I'm making and
growing.
Right, earth. Right, making and growing.
So what was done? What was done that would change that perception and make that hard to achieve?
I mean, me as a person, that's like seeing God in the flesh, and then you're not going to be enamored. That's the truth. Because it isn't me. I'm one of the most difficult, cold-blooded black seeds that you eat. So it's like I don't really give nobody room to think that I'm hitting on them. I'm giving them any type of energy that is romantic or sexual. I'll stay the hell away from you if it don't deal with the lessons. I mean, just to avoid that.
Guys, y'all good. Women don't just feel shit for no reason, guys. So what? I'm gonna ask you something, but this is just a thing to yourself. What happened?
You know some of these women crazy virtues.
Right, that's what I'm basically trying to do. I don't mind sitting down.
You ain't stay all night? Y'all ain't stay all night? Y'all ain't late night talk?
That's not no, because if you're talking about social equality, no. Like my goal is to strictly be on lessons. Like
every woman you come in contact?
No, not everyone. I was only specifically talking about that one person.
Okay, so
you got a chance to build.
About that one. So you kept the straight lessons. Ain't dibble dabble stuff your toe in nothing. No late night dinners. No interpersonal conversations at all.
No, see now you're gonna take personal, regular.
Enter.
No.
I'm drawing it up.
sides of those currents of what is placed in the air. So the more that you place shit in the air, you give a person a misconception as to what they think they have coming. So I back off that. I'm like, listen, I don't want to deal with anything other than this right here. If that seems to be a problem to you, then I can send you to Queen Shamika. Yeah, I can send you to Queen Shamika or Queen Nora who has 120, and you can learn 120 from them, so that way you can choose what God you want to. Yeah, I mean, based off of the own premise, you already knowledge at 120 and not nobody feeding you some shit. How most of it, some of the men in the nation would do, where it's like, well, you know, like, that's what we do. We have sex too. You know, what you belong to me. I'm the one teach. No, you go get it off Queen Shamika. She's not forcing you to do anything other than know your degrees, understand the principles of what makes this nation what it is, and continue to live righteously in it. So it's like, I normally send all the herbs that be on that shit to like Queen Shamika, or even if it's Queen Nora, I'll say, yo, man, you know, my sister Queen Nora, she almost done with 120. You might as well go build with her. She's not tolerating none of the dumb shit that these niggas be doing. That's why she don't have a God.
Well, my question is why would she continue to build with somebody that already knowledge is 120 and is a presiding teacher?
Because you continue to yeah, I mean,
I just like gave a fucking talk to myself.
No, I gave you the understanding as to what
the problems on me and that's it.
Hey, true. That's why I gave her the understanding. Basically, whoever it is that headed that class, my understanding was she didn't know if it was original or not. I was like, why does that even matter? However, you know, knock yourself out.
What happened? What happened?
No, virtue of them, I guess they had classes, and whoever it is, the moderator that actually builds on it, she didn't know if that person was original or if they was like that.
Get the fuck out of here. She don't want to read it.
Yeah, she didn't know that.
It pissed me off.
Wait, listen, Virtue, you know what's so fucked up? I thought that's what the fuck he said.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about. And look, this is original.
Yeah, I never seen her.
I'm original.
I never seen her.
Listen,
yeah, I'm just telling you two years why. Because you told me, like, well, why not have her get with me? And it's like, well, that's the first thing I did.
The news that was given to us was that she worked late and she couldn't make the class.
Yeah, well,
Make the next one. But I didn't hear from you. Now, see, you pop up in conversation rules and names because there's only one person that spells their name like your name. So I finally got to put the face to the name. And I was looking at her, I was like, okay, that's got to be her. So then she pops out of that. And I remember you the day before that asked me if the group that I was talking in, if that was where the gods be at, or if that was supposed to be quiet. I let you know, God, that's just a bullshit ass group.
Right.
Alright, so now that I was just being done, I heard from her. And I went to text messages with her, talking about what you want to be educated on. And you connected with me first.
Right, that's why I was basically saying to me, it's the man and not the plan. That's why I slowed that speed down. It's not terrific no more.
Alpha, who we talking about? Born Hill, Islam, something?
Hell, Islam, no, we talking about piece of land that I civilized to right now is at the coaching degree of 110. Yeah, it's like there's too many emotional currents that's dealt with the man instead of the plan that's caused to be like put her on ice, because it's like, number one, you have an earth committee with virtue enough to where it's like you can sit amongst them and talk to them how the earth do, like, yo, I really love this dude or whatever. Like, I don't understand why he's not giving me a reciprocal back, but you don't do that though. You just put the weight that's billion times.
The same earth is on the original. That's crazy.
So let's talk about it. I gave you that advice. I sat down with you and texted you for hours. I conversed with you on the phone for hours and told you what was up. I told you that if God cared about you, the first thing He gonna give you is the best part of Himself. And what is the best part of Himself? These motherfucking blessings.
Right.
Knowledge is
like if it seems as though an individual is leaning more towards me as a person because you just like me, I'm not teaching you. I'm not gonna do that. I would rather direct you.
That's okay too, right? That's okay for you to have somebody that's down for you, Alpha. That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that, guy. Nothing wrong with that.
Against that.
There's also 8 other planets in the solar system too.
And that's why I said when we don't understand the solar facts, we know that it's only one Earth, and it sits there at that specific distance because any closer would be too hot, and any farther would be too cold. So it's like you're perfectly placed where you're supposed to be, is the Earth, reflecting all the light from the God that actually decided to have you rotating that orbit like that. So it's like for me, I should discourage me to continue to teach, the woman, because it's like every single female I deal with, even when you don't penetrate or say anything at all that deals with that, they'll either look at your physical composition, like, oh, his handsome, he works out a lot, or this and it's not cool. But it's like,
be for real, who don't want God? Like, let's be honest, who don't want fucking God, man? Come on now.
If you don't want a person back like that,
Hold on, Steve. Hold on. You can't be as fine as you are, as stacked as you are, smelling good and looking good and talking about something knowing damn well you are the man of my fucking dreams and I expect me to be attracted to you.
But what do you do when a person tells you no, though? Because once you say insight,
if a person tells you no, that's fine. And
I'm talking about
I have to continue to move on. But at the same time, I'm saying you can't expect no one to not be attracted to how fine y'all be. Y'all be smelling good, looking good. Like, come on, guys. I have y'all efforts from the rest out here.
I just feel like if a person tells me no, like if I was going at a specific Earth and she was like, listen, I'm flattered, like I don't feel that way, then I'm gonna leave it be after that. Okay, she's not really smelling me. I don't want to sit there like I'm gonna come and be around the God she's telling me about. I be around people that say the black man. I'm not coming around knowing that I'm over here trying to get you.
That's just the fight for your love, man. Strong, man.
I've been doing, and it's like, God.
The most respectful way too, God. No disrespect to you, no disrespect to her, but I don't like you.
Yeah, right. Because like I said, I didn't even know that it was different. I didn't know that it was because a person worked late. I thought it was just strictly about the fact that that person was like culture soil, like she was white. Because I never seen her, I never seen what she looked like. I don't know too much about her. No who heads up those glasses. So I'm thinking in my mind, like, and even if that is the case, because you're a newborn in this, you're looking at it all white people can't teach me anything. Even if you're white, that has nothing to do with it. However, I'm not just about to slam on you because you don't want to be tied by a white person. You got to get that understanding on your own as to why the color of their skin has no bearing, holds no bearing on what knowledge they give you. Because the best knower can come out of the white factions or the black factions.
Shit about this. That just pissed me off. Let me tell you something. Don't you ever, the student that is a presiding sister over this fucking class has got more knowledge of stuff than me and you fucking come fucking. What are you talking about? That's my mother of civilization. She let me on how to be the fucking earth. Not my dog. Let's be for real. I needed 2 components. I needed a mother and a father, which is something that this nation is lacked need any validation, approval, or people to agree with us. That is a lack mentality. Then I have to ask you, are you a 5%er? Are you a part of the law's 5% nation? Do you abide by the cultural tenets that we are speaking on? Because this is not just a general room. When it says, how do you see today's mathematics, we're talking about our cultural tenets. So it's not just anything or everything. You get what I'm saying? I get what you're saying, but with the matters that we are speaking on are dealing in nation matter. Okay, so that, to me personally, that doesn't resonate. I understand though on a different tip, but on this tip, when you're talking about gaining information that you have no idea of, you add a preconceived notion to it, and then you kind of say one thing over here, and then you say another elsewhere. That kind of messes up the one-mindedness that we're working to walk in and travel in as a nation of people. Right? As 5%ers. We don't need that type of separation because the original is the original. And that's anybody that has melanin content in their skin, right? But also we deal with civilized people, right? That are sometimes white people. That doesn't say that they can't teach us anything. That doesn't mean that they can't come around us. That doesn't mean that we're supposed to shield their dirty religion and what they do partake in. No, we help them clean up. We help them get a better know of themselves. But for somebody to say, well, I don't know if they are original, so I want to be taught by the fact. When an actual educator of that class, i.e. myself, invited you to the class. It doesn't matter who's over it. I invited you because it's something that you could actually use because you were trying to get at young God, which is young black man. There's a difference. So, all of that shit, the validation and all that has nothing to do with this. The only thing that we have to deal with validation about is validating whether or not she was right or wrong in her statement and her reason. And sometimes you can be wrong about what you're seeing. Some things are just your perception, and then other things are seen with a clear view, which is understanding. And that's what that is defined as. So it's not like we're shooting shots at people. It's not like we're here to congregate and just talk about people. No, we're actually dealing in nation matters. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's all.
That's peace. I mean, that's as clear as it could be. I told you, man, like I was telling her a minute, I was like, it's a reason why these earths are so sharp. They stick around each other so they can actually knock the rust off of their own swords. They got swords too.
Indeed, and like I said, I'm in motion family part of myself. Born universal truth. This is as simple as I can place it, and from what I was taught from my father, my creator, I can teach you how to be a good person, but I cannot teach you how to be a woman. Your mother is going to have to teach you how to do that, and it's the same thing within this culture. God can make you his earth, but you need to be around your sister so you can be the earth.
Right. It makes a total difference because being the earth shows and proves that no matter who comes within or leaves your cipher, you're still going to remain. Like I don't ever see virtue or you or any of the earths going anywhere. Like no matter if your God said I don't like you no more, I'm still the earth. Like that's what it is. That's the main thing. The plan keeps you grounded because you know that without this, where would you be?
I'm so clever as to ask my God, when you transition, do you have another God lined up to take care of me? He said, fuck no, hell no. And I said, all right, then you gotta get your shit together. Because I want you to be here for a long time, not a short time. For real. That's how deep it is over here. No. Stop. Fuck yourself.
Yeah, there's one thing I'm always remember about her too. She's a burner. She's a fiery.
Oh, she's crazy, man.
Yeah, she's the burner for real. She's the burner. That shit's deep.
No, listen, she the one when you was younger and shit. You'd be all right, girl, say that to me. I got some sisters for your ass.
You know I'm about to go get virgin.
I'm the cookie in my family. My family nickname is Cookie Dude. Like, don't say.
Hey, look, she the
I
one.
go hard about my sisters because why? No one went hard for me when I needed them to go hard. I didn't have that extra covenant and protection of divine feminine energy to be present when I needed it. At the highest peaks of my life, it was not present. And now here I am at 32, and I realize the importance of womanhood and sisterhood in son. Let's just go on the or you gonna end up being raising her to be you. And she'll reflect you all over again. And you wonder why she. There's a difference. Understanding what these women are coming with before you just penetrate them. With the mind or physically. That makes sense. I said this the last time we had this conversation. I said that you should have just not did it at all. And you should have just left it there. But sometimes we get ahead of ourselves when we're dealing in our flesh, and then we forget that this is still a human experience. Don't be so God that you forget that you're still in a bag filled with water, blood, muscle content, fat, and bones.
Right.
This shit still affects us in real time. It's a reflection of that in which you are.
No. I gotta see something before I say it's all that. I gotta see something.
Now you gotta see it.
I'm just saying, like you know what I'm saying? We gonna be forever. I gotta make sure we do right.
Running into the same problem.
If you call yourself Allah, if you call yourself God, and you know how to maneuver this, I promise. It just so happens that a lot of the older generation didn't have that same suave of swag when it came to the women. A lot of y'all have a hard time relating with women and how to teach them how to properly live them, all those things. Because as the non-social degree teaches us how to care for you and rear our children to care for the home, it's also mostly talking about how to care for the earth and these lessons. It tells you everything. You got a whole thing dedicated to actual facts about the women. How you draw that up to your woman matters.
Ain't no question. So I didn't let me just go back on you.
Thank you. Don't piss me off.
It says the educated black man who has knowledge do something all things.
Then he goes back on you.
But don't know how to rear no woman. Please stop it. You got knowledge of everything but the women. Please stop it.
I got some knowledge of some women. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted now. All the above. And small, father, son, man.
You damn right.
Let me get back on you.
You damn right. All of the above is caused by the Son of Man. You sure was correct.
Am I in the Matrix?
No, you're not. You just don't care. You just don't care.
You know what I'm saying? Sisters. Oh, man. Y'all don't even know. I'm about to go crazy. I'm about to make cabbage oil. Yeah. Chakras. Shoulders.
And then what is the whole concept of, like, the woman, if she had knowledge of self before you get with her, you're going to have to go in and undo and learn these lessons and blah, 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 blah. Like, what's up with that? What's up with that? Where did that come from? Where did that come from? What God drew that up?
Run it back again. What you say?
I said, where did this concept of when you get with a woman who is already knowledge 120 or had knowledge of herself, that you as God are going to have to go in and undo what someone did and redo it again?
I mean,
that's not the case with every woman.
give me an example of that. I don't really even understand what you're not to be
I'm saying I heard it said. I'm trying to figure out where it came from.
Yeah, I don't really get that concept, so I can't really, like, I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, for me, personally, it's like, obviously, if you got down with some, okay, you minus 120, I'm minus 120, we're, like, in a relationship, so we got this done studying, so we'll bounce them off each other, we'll get understanding as a couple, but I'm not trying to go in and, like, throw all the shit way out your brain, and that's like, I mean, me personally, I'm not doing that for nobody. So I really just think nobody is cool for me.
Understand? I think that's why a lot of women are, educated properly, or they'll say that they had knowledge of stuff for 15 years, but don't know nothing past the student enrollment or the 1 through 36, because it's been implied that if you don't have God, that you're not getting it properly, you're not getting it right. And I'm like, yo. That doesn't make sense. She needs both components. She needs a sister and a brother to care for her and walk her through this journey. Now, understand that we're coming from a hypersexualized society where, yes, we're going to move with our loins before we actually move in thought. And most women, to be 100% honest, we're not just moving in loin. We already have an idea of who it is we want in our lives. We've already been thinking about that. We've been taught and programmed to do such. So, yeah, when you approach me, I'm going to think that you're trying to be my man. But at the same time, you as the man have to set ground boundaries and keep it that way and be consistent in it. And if they don't respect it, then you got to continue to move around. Don't cross those boundaries, though, and then retract and be like, yeah, no, I won't do this no more. And then you should have never did it. You already knew what was up.
No, there's some
yes.
there's certain things you're only gonna
I will continue to say that. I will continue to say it. You should have known. And if you didn't, you ain't got no eye on that.
No grown adult is gonna say that. We all have experience that we have sex with people, and then we're like, that's not it. I mean, come on now. Everyone has had. Everybody has had sex with someone they didn't like the sex. And and you don't like it to the point to where you're not saying this is the person you're gonna be with for the rest of your life. You're gonna just get with somebody you're always gonna go out and cheat on.
I'm talking about the context of this culture, true. We talking about this culture that is living and know what they're doing.
Listen, this culture is not exempt. If I go to family day, how? If I go to family day,
what are you talking about? How? You calling yourself?
I'm trying to tell you how. You stop screaming. If I go to family day and there's a single earth and I'm single, and we vibe it and we fuck and we don't like it after we fuck, there's no follow her or no follow on me to say we don't want to deal with each other. Just because we got knowledge in 120 and there ain't no goddamn glue to say we have to stay together if we don't like each other. You have to get together, fuck with people, all that. I mean, that's all I'm saying. That's human life.
And that's why the concept of student and educated will always be fucking tainted with ideas like that, God.
I didn't say she was my student. I said she had 120 and I had it. I didn't say shit about her being my student, me teaching her 120. I said she had it and I had it. We go to a parliament, whatever, we meet or whatever the case may be. And shit just don't work out a year down the road. Whatever complication it was, whether it was grown people have shit. It don't have to be a flaw or nothing bad. It can just be y'all just don't want to fuck with each other. That's not a flaw to me. Like, that's not something that's wrong with me. That's all I'm saying. It was no giving and saying, nobody's side. Nobody was just trying to get the girl. Nobody was just trying to use the person for their money. This ain't work out. Like, that ain't no flaw.
And I'm saying you knew it wasn't going to work out before you fucked. If you were paying attention and not just focused on your flesh and your desires and what the hell y'all wanted to do, that's the problem. We can't keep calling ourselves these things and we're not fully operating in it. If we're going to learn along the way, that's one thing, true. But what I'm saying is if you call yourself a 5% then you know the importance of this sexual connection and what we're doing out here. We're not children. That's what kids do.
experience you're gonna get if a person just go through something on their side and they change. That's all I'm saying. Like, just because you don't be with a person after you cross a line, we are grown. We have knowledge of self. It didn't work out. Like, it's not like you a bad
If
person
y'all
because
grown
you
and
had
y'all
sex.
have knowledge of self, then you know the importance of that action, bro.
Okay, it's important, but it don't mean we gonna sit here and be miserable because
And
we changed after
there you go.
it worked out.
Just say we need an excuse to prevent that action. Just say it. And everybody just grown.
I'm just saying grown adults. No, I'm just saying grown adults. Adults get it. No, I'm just saying it's grown and more responsible. No, I'm just saying it's grown and more responsible to know that you're not gonna be with somebody that you don't like or something like that for the rest of your life. And these aren't things you can figure out just because a motherfucker spit 120. That's all I'm saying. Like, clearly people be in a relationship.
That is required through the range of just knowing 120. That's not what I'm saying.
No.
You make this shit go and talk off the paper, bro. You already know what's up.
I'm saying culture period. Whether you got knowledge of 129, I'm saying culture period. There's things about individuals that regardless if they wear a flag or spit 120, certain things in a relationship you won't know until you engage in them. It don't matter because you supposed to have knowledge of self. You supposed to know that she don't suck dick. That don't make sense. If that's something that you like in a relationship that you because no, because listen, we're talking sex, right? So I'm saying we acting like we don't understand what I'm saying. So I'm gonna get to a drastic.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Drastic example. We acting like that. We don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that if two people get together, regardless of their cultural background, and they get together in a relationship, down the road they figure out this ain't working out. This ain't what they want. They shouldn't be denied because they separate. That's all I'm saying. You like, oh, when you first get with someone, you should know this is who you're gonna be with for the rest of your life.
I'm telling you the concept of what Alpha brought to the group about educating women. That's where I'm still at. That's where the group was. I would still stay with that.
No, I just said 5 minutes ago. I've been moved to goalposts. I've been saying I was talking about student educator. I made a joke and said, fuck that. If I'm gonna get with someone and be with them for the rest of my life, I've been moved to goalposts. I said if I'm gonna be with someone, be with them for the rest of my life. It's certain things I have to experience with them to know if I'm gonna be with them for the rest of my life. You responded and said, if you're God, this is what you should already know. That's why we're here. I wasn't talking about no student and educator relationship.
Why you move the goalposts at the root of the conversation?
I did it because I was done talking. I made a joke, y'all already wrapped that shit up. So I made a joke and was like, nah, if I'm gonna get with her, I'm gonna have to see what it's about and make sure to do. You like, no, if you God, you supposed to already know that. That was your response.
I'm talking about the context of a person. First and foremost, sex should not determine whether you like a person or not. All right, cool. We get that part. We get that part. What I'm saying is that when a person is detained in, it was there before you fucked them. All right, it'll be there after you fucked them. Whether you were paying attention to it or not, that's on you.
Yeah, but you won't know until you fuck them.
That's fine.
I mean, you're not Cleo. You don't know that, like, what happens in that experience until you experience it. That's all I'm saying. The joke was, nah, I need to see before I commit for the rest of my life. You like, if you're God, you should know that. It's some shit that you have to experience. You don't just know. How the fuck I just know because of what you wear, because of what you spit or how you move it? You know, I have to experience it.
I'm done with it.
What did I miss?
Sex. No, I'm talking shit.
Getting us back, because we don't
steps on making eggs.
Eating.
You like, hell, eat meat. That's pre-meat. Pre-meat. That's the baby meat.
That's true.
Listen, my big brother used to grind me up every time I ate eggs like you eat chicken. I was like, man, come on with that shit. I can't never just stick to the script. Because now I'm thinking about some heavy whipping cream with seasoning. I feel like whenever you deal with eating, like it's like how I used to tell my little brother about smoking, but I can't cook cold turkey. This in the mind that I started seeing that nicotine has physical addictive agents and that ain't just in the mind. Same thing with meat. Poison animal eaters. You eat that meat that you take on the same type of things that's coming off that meat. You said stuffed bell peppers?
Yep.
What you gonna put in the turkey burger?
No, I've been to those turkey before. I could do beef and make it like a taco pepper type thing, but I might do some chicken peppers, and see what else I got. It's not a lot of mix I need to use. A lot of good peppers.
I ain't cooked in a long time. I couldn't tell you last time I cooked for real. I'm trying to think about it. We're going through trauma. So it's gonna be real big trauma. Trying to think what else I can throw in there. What's your Facebook? Actually, put it in there.
I use each and every black bodies. I think you told me that earlier. You already said that. I missed that. I missed it earlier on.
Hold on. Or something. Did somebody call me?
I saw you see today class, but they said I missed it. I was getting back to you.
I mean, I could always keep things fresh. There's a mathematical day of knowledge wisdom, which gives birth to understanding. Through my knowledge, you see my wisdom. And through my wisdom, you see my knowledge shall improve understanding. Knowledge and wisdom is the actual examination process of everything we see, because I have to go through a 1-2 before we get to it. So today, all my movements is asking questions like these. I started off in this to get the examination process, so that way I'm writing exactly how I'm moving with the topic that we was dealing on. So I'm living on my mathematics in accordance to that. Instead of just speaking on it, I'm talking to the herbs. I'm getting a perspective. I'm dealing from, not just a linear standpoint, just like, well, oh my God, it's supposed to be this way. No, you speak to the herb. You draw up the understanding according to the knowledge and wisdom that you place out there. So that's how I see today's mathematics. Take it through an examination process, and then it'll tell you how I can go through loops and wires. If it's right and exact. Peace. I do think, though, what's your call has a point, because even though I don't want to stay on that topic because it can touch you and you deal with sex and stuff like that, but it is a major part of the relationship between man and woman. Like you got No. I saw you was mixed up in the one she was so passionate. Like, I wasn't talking student and educator, right? So that's why she was just so passionate about it. She know what I'm saying on the flip side of that shit. Like, honestly, if you educate somebody, bro, that shit should be all the way out the mix until they have 120. And you know what I'm saying? Like, that should be a prerequisite for that. So that's all that was. Like, she didn't know I knew the coach. That's why she was like, what do you mean? And she gonna have to pay her. So, she started kicking me down with my ankles and shit. I'm down on my knees. I'm down on my knees.
Bro. Dead is not a fact. Because living with a divine, not that shit die.
The divine plus
pay somebody, I don't think you can take that. Because then you just fuck up the whole source. You feel me? Like, you just fuck up the whole source. Because, like, 9 out of 10, she don't keep getting knowledge, especially if she for the culture. And I personally know someone that went through that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, she don't keep coming around her culture if she loved the culture and if it just wasn't about you. So, yeah, I don't even think the cultivation aspect, and the teaching aspect really don't even get in.
Yeah, I'm still learning, like I said. Sometimes we be thinking we know everything about the earth because we be so profound and breaking it down, and you're looking at the physical manifestation of everything at that degree. Don't get it. The earth comes with emotions just like we all do. However, emotional content is what's needed in order for you to operate within the bounds of the laws of mathematics because it's not spooky. So if a person just don't like you, I don't care if you're Bing Rames or Sylvester Stallone, they don't like you in that manner. That doesn't mean that every other aspect of your relationship lacks that love. It's just on an intimacy level, it's null and void. And if a person can't accept or reject that, that's on them, not on you. So that's how I operate. A person can't get mad at me for being on the type ticket when I'm closed off to that area. If there's other traumas in your past that deals with that closeness of a woman or a man, it's like if a woman was cheated on a lot, she's not going to come into her next relationship thinking that this might not possibly be. It's going to likely lean towards, I'm not willing to let this dude get close. He's going to fuck me over the same way all the rest of the dudes did. And then you kill off a relationship before it even starts because you don't know if that dude's going to do the same shit out that you did. You're just speculating. So I think as far as I'm concerned, just speaking on myself, I have to gradually deal with my own level of discernment about who I teach and not just wanting to teach people because they're interested. Because many will come when only few will be chosen, and those people have to choose themselves. Like how virtue is. It wouldn't matter if her God left. The way that I hear her build, she would always be in this nation, regardless if her God wasn't there. Because this is her. Some things is in my brain adequate. Me personally, right? I had a relationship with some earth that I trust, like me personally. So I would take it as, she she gotta get put in that pit first, right? You feel me? Like, you gotta get put in that pit first. Because I don't know. Like, the way I do my degrees is from a masculine standpoint. It's from the standpoint of what true need to do to come out the fire. So I'm not really trying to be, you know what I'm saying, like top off the masculine approach. Because again, I want you to cover a lot of these things. But it all depends on the subject too, though. It all depends on where you at. Like, am I sending you to them to just learn basic shit? You know what I'm saying? On a good, clean, abroad, you know what I'm saying? Like, keep a husband, like, am I doing that? Or is it just like, you got certain essentials that you civilize, this some nation build shit. I don't know. It just all depends. But I know, and that's somebody like that I'm intimate in the relationship with. Like, just off the knowledge top though, nah, I don't think you should smash what you're teaching. Yeah, no doubt. We all in agreement with that. Yeah. I think we all, because you actually start blurring the lines between educating.
I ain't teaching no woman outside of my earth, so they can't smash. That just goes on and gets rid of that boundary. And I ain't teaching no woman in my earth, because she wanna fuck. That's why.
Right. I agree with you. Yeah. I agree with you 100%. You have gods in this nation that misuse their abilities to be able to draw up the planet Earth. So you draw it up and then send it smashing back down at some type of terrific speed that just shatters it. And you understand why women be so fragile because they're dealing with men who couldn't protect them back then. You know, in them times where it was chattel slavery and even Willie Lynch times. So like it's now, we're not protecting my work or my mind either. What am I supposed to do? I can't take you seriously. Every time I turn around, you're trying to penetrate. You're not teaching me about the black man being God.
Y'all go and y'all grab insecure ass women that don't women ain't got no fucking je ne sais quoi about themselves. And then y'all bring them in here, bugs, ugly as hell, and drop them off and just leave them. By the way, I got a king
this be good for me to know. Like I said, I still draw things up from speaking to virtue and be and divine. Like I said, I don't know everything that deals with the woman, so I get the perspective, and I know that I'm a genuine man with these teachings to just give you the teachings. I'm going to listen to my sister, so I understand everything they say is purpose. This person could have went into the Herbs Committee. He could have went and built with them. They say like, yo, listen, you want to know the real what's going on with God? I'm talking to us since we're the ones that's actually dealing with each other, all being Herbs. She chose not to do that.
You know what just went through my mind, bro? That I wanted to say. Oh, no, go ahead. You still talking else?
No, I was done.
Oh, okay. Peace. No, I saw your circle going. You know what just went through my mind, like as you was talking? It's antiquated in 2026 for the only way for Earth to be validated is through God. Because, I mean, we learn right now why. We all know why, but, like, I don't even feel like that's even right exactly in 2026. Like, she has to go to these classes. She has to go amongst us. That's like virtue giver, you know what I'm saying, building with her little brother, and he knowledge 120. Okay. And he just never come amongst the guys. He just never deal with the guys. Like, he ain't, because it's things that the guys don't see. Virtue might not see that little lip. And I ain't saying this about you, brother. I'm just using, you know what I'm saying, as an example because you're knowledgeable. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's certain things that only we can validate. Because God got to walk with God. And I don't think that the earth is exempt from that.
Right.
You feel me? Like, you're not exempt from that. Okay, this is my earth. Well, that's your earth. Is she the earth? That's a big difference. You know what I'm saying? Right. That's a big difference, bro. Because we have a day and age of earth where they really blood, sweat, and tears for this shit. Like, right. They really acknowledge this shit. They really make it move regardless of, like, once the seed was planted, it was planted. Like, they take it off with or without you.
Right.
Oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's it's a passage for a female. You want to call yourself the earth, God just can't validate you.
Because that's the main thing. Like, what do you mean? So who do you want me to get my lessons off? I was like, I don't know, but if it's about me and not these teachings, I'm not giving you no more degrees. I don't want to do that with you because at the end of the day, my thing is I just want you to be the best possible person ever. I don't want you to just be based off the fact that you got a fat behind or, hills and mountains, whatever it might be. Like that shit, that external shit fades away eventually. So if anybody is looking at it like that, you should know that they're coming as a wolf in sheep's clothing. You can speak this language real good, but when it comes to the manifestation and the understanding, it lacks in those areas, and females see that. Hold on. Because I'm like, I don't understand. You got Queen Shamika she literally teaches the herbs 120. Like, if there's any woman that don't want to learn, if it's any woman that don't want to learn from a man that they think that the man's just trying to have sex with, then she's going to, Queen Shamika's going to take him through the 120 and tell him, like, man, listen, you had 120 now. You're determined on who you want to walk around. You get to choose yourself. And that'd be the peace point.
That's why I sat down with the great earth, wisdom be born, and we conducted this class. Because she got tired of hearing me fuss about women that don't have God, being able to learn this and not having to worry about God on their next vote.
Right.
Let's be for real. And yes, like I said, it doesn't excuse any woman that wants God without the privilege of knowing this culture and being able to walk and talk properly. That's cool too. You know what I'm saying? Because that happens as polarity. We can't just put it all on God.
Right.
We can't just put it all on God. But however, that's why we formulated those classes. So that women like her, women like Queen Daughter, women like Treasure, women like all these other people, all these other women, y'all can be able to get it and not feel pressure. But they don't want that. They want God. And I say that it's like all your privilege, but you had God. Y'all don't know what the fucking take the relationship with God.
Right.
This shit ain't easy. The nigga got my numbers 15,000 times. I could have dropped it.
Right.
That's wrong. Let's be for real.
Do y'all let the guys come in and just listen, or it's only allowed herbs?
No, guys are not
into that space.
Oh, shit.
Because that is for,
Oh man.
that's for women. That is for women. Women are, now this is what I'm saying, this ain't no joke. This ain't no joke. There are a lot of women that have gone through very traumatic things. And we don't need God to just be liberated. Because you bring it out of somebody teaching her.
Yeah, no.
Right.
We know. No, I hear this. We just talking shit. But I would like to know how to make a pie too. What the hell?
But then get you a nurse. The fuck?
Hey, Merch, you be on that all the time.
I'm about to put that in my pocket. I'm gonna walk right by it. Yeah, put it in my pocket. I'm gonna double bag. I'm gonna double bag.
He woke up feeling good this morning.
She was happy so I pissed her off.
Yeah, no, she be on fire.
She's running around. Actually.
I was kind of great name. I couldn't put that on you.
It actually was on you, guy, when you told her what the subject is.
Yeah, man. That's what tipped me off.
I felt Dylan devilish, man, though. I had to tell her.
You ain't wrong.
It ain't me, because I got it. I already got my 120. I already got these teachers. So I did it. It's like, if you ain't here, that's on you.
Yeah, no, that's right, exact. But to use that as an excuse was crazy.
Yeah, I know, man, but it just now it's like I don't even want to have this discussion later on, probably later on tonight, where it's like, why the fuck did you lie to me? Like that's weird as hell. Why not just say that this is what it is? You telling motherfuckers that you work on that.
This your in-house?
Yeah.
Shit, let me mute the fuck.
Yeah, because it's like it's in-house, but there's no sexual nothing. Like I don't do that. I'm not crossing lines. Like this ain't a joke where you standing and then behind the scenes God is waxing cheeks. Like that's not what it is. Like it's seriously like, yo, where you at? You got the understanding degree, let me get that. Okay, where you got the coaching degree now? Here's the coaching degree. It's like that, like teaching, whether it's God or
I kind of feel what verse. Listen, this ain't to insinuate that you're giving any type of low wisdom. I'm just saying I can understand now why the earth is lying. You ain't leave the water running a little bit too long. At no point, like
right.
Your food on the plate at some point.
No, she was right. But the only thing was that my interjection was once you recognize that it's problematic and it attempted to stop when another individual was basically like, well, I don't want that. I don't want it to stop. Well, I'm telling you, I don't want that, so it has to stop. And they continue to keep going forward only with the man and not the plan. Then what?
You gotta come about it.
Right.
Yeah, because God, really that kind of goes to the knowledge degree. I understand God has some situations where I just had to own that shit. I made it.
Right. That's real.
I made it. I just had to own that shit. That ain't no condescending shit. I'm just saying.
No, that's real. One thing about me is I know how to take the approach correctly. There's something you do, it does say you make it go. I mean, whatever you make, you gotta own up to. You cause that shit. Cause and effect. Causation has an effect. That's what the karmatic shit that the religious people talk about. It's karmatic law. What goes around comes around. And to us, it's just that's the natural order of justice. It's not nothing spooky or karmatic about it. It's justice. If you do something, there's a penalty or reward according to the cause. There's an effect. But it's like, however, if we're the best knowers and we're all wise to do everything right, it's at the moment that you recognize that something was done incorrectly, whether it's on you or that other person, you cremate. Yeah, no, we ain't doing this. This is not what I'm here for. Like,
It's a touchy, it's a sticky situation.
It is. It really is, because in dealing with the earth, there will always be in that emotional current that deals with that, not the water not being able to rise above 6 miles from their own surface. So it's like, I hear what you're saying, but I understand. But you need to understand that I love you or this and that and all the other shit. Feelings aren't facts. That's what I was taught, and that's how I always convey it, because what we feel don't always equal out to what it actually is. So it can be a fact. Just dealing with diplomacy when it comes to that, because there's a million people asking me to teach them. However, it seems like
intentions are leading towards something that's like, why would I get the best part? Why would I go into the knowledge degree, the 1 to 14, and start, looking at the other parts of the population? If I'm not trying to place you on the poor and worst part, but you can't be on the best part because your intentions is wrong, where do you get put? Where do they place you at? You don't want to put a person on the worst or the poor part because that's not deserving. It's not like they're maliciously attacking you. They just love who you are. They love God. They seen God in the flesh. And now they're in love with God. So you can't place them on the worst part for that. That's not something that a person should be like beaten with many stripes for. So where you place them. Because the best part is where you're at. You need your peace in order to operate. So if it disturbs your peace like that, every 5 minutes I feel like I'm going to see having some discussion about my feelings and shit, and I can't operate like this. Where do you place them at?
Or then you coming off the surface, because remember that everything that happened in 120 still took place on the planet Earth.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he good people.
I mean, my parameters to my situation is a little different, only because, like, I had something that's bound to me here where I can't just leave. I mean, for the moment, like, there's a legal situation that has me stuck here. I need house arrest. So it's impossible to leave. That's why, like, even with teaching, I sleep downstairs. That person sleeps upstairs. I don't sleep in the bed with them. So it's like I'm doing everything I'm supposed to, the duty of a civilized person, which all really civilization.
You ain't made no trick symbols.
Insight. Yeah, insight. Like, if anybody would get lied to him, it wouldn't be my brother or my sister. So, insightful, like, I'm very diplomatic when it comes to teaching this because this is the only thing I saved us when we was upstate in the penitentiary. This is all we had. So it's like when I came out, I treated it the same exact way with the reverence of something that saved my life. So giving it to somebody else, I don't really play at all when it comes to that. Like when it's time to teach, yo, what you doing? You ain't doing nothing. You watching TV. You be quoting a degree. You know what I mean? You be going through some history or something. We could be chopping and building on something that's going to stimulate the mind instead of watching love and hip hop or some stupid shit that's social equality. I mean, like, I'll take this shit seriously. That's why I know a lot that I know. Because it's like I did nothing but study. When we was up there, we stayed in the library. So you got the degrees. Okay, since Christopher Columbus is a half original man, how do you show and prove that? Because it's cool to just say he was a half original man, yet how do you show that he was actually a half original person? Or the history and the power degree, the 1 in 14 that speaks on Saladin, the Muslim conqueror, and the Crusades. Like, all of this had to be laid out and shown and proven. So once I got to the street, it was the same type of intensity when it came to, getting my fruit and then making my fruit be as strong as me. Because a tree through the fruit it bears. That's man and woman. So it's like if I'm teaching you and it seems I'm being hard on you because women ain't supposed to be taught the same way men are. Like, my educator was called me all types of names and shit like that. And eventually it just became like, oh, I see what you're doing. You're trying to piss me off, so I fuck this degree up when I'm telling it to you. You're trying to make me mad. Alright, that shit ain't gonna work because I'm gonna tear you down. However, with a woman, it's like, I can't come with the same ferocity, ferocious type of energy. Like, yo, motherfucker, what the fuck is you doing? You sitting there laying down, you only got the power degree in the 1 to 10, you still got 5 more degrees to complete that set. Like, what's up, right out? And knowledge means no. Like, you don't really smash on their asses like that. Some women have been taught like that, and it reflects in the way that they build. And to them, I tell them, I had to stay peace when you find the ones that be bombing the gods and shit like that, because they can see right through a person that's not 100% on their shit. I mean, like, hold up, this dude's running around here talking all of this shit in this room, but none of this shit's at, like you said, the 1 to 20. I'm pretty sure Virtue was in the room when she probably immediately caught that sound like, hold up. Who the fuck are you?
basically what I'm saying. Like it is a refreshing thing to see the earth be that short because it's expected out of us. When I stand in front of the tree, I'm supposed to know my shit. Yeah, in these days and times, it's like I don't be really coming across too many earths that can say I actually do more than just knowledge 120 I build in my community. I'm a part of the family days. I'm living this shit out. Like it's a total difference. So coming into this room and have that virtue and divine and being, I'm like, man, it restores like the reality that there are, earths in this nation that are truly steadfast to a law will manifest. Like that's all I want to see. I want to see all my sisters and my brothers be right. Exactly. If you are God, you're wrong, I'm bombing you because you should be right. Exactly. Like that's how I'm coming. If you don't like it, then make sure I can't bomb. That's all you gotta do. And get sharp enough to not get lit up. But that's a part of everyone's journey. Every time somebody bombs you, you get a jewel out of it. That's what I was taught. A jewel comes out of the smoke as soon as it clears. I don't remember mine getting bombed. Like you see, the last time we was in there, we was building, I was like, well, I didn't really chop it. It wasn't right exact. I still caught myself. I'm like, hold on, ain't nothing to be mad about, motherfucker. You know how many different shit. I listened to I got fuck a degree up. And that shit made me, like my jaw was hanging like, I can't believe he just fucked that degree up. This is I got. Meanwhile, you're sitting there thinking like, how the hell is he above the program? If you don't learn the lessons or something's wrong, it don't matter who you is, Dr. Janelle or any person. And they all have like great history in this nation, birthing their own kids in the nation and so on and so forth. And they're still fucking degrees up. Like because it's a constant thing. Every day you wake up, you're supposed to go to your lessons. So if you don't, you're only the person to be held accountable for that. So I'm easily able to take mine. I came in the cypher as the youngest one, so I was always getting bombed. 22 years old, running around, playing and shit. Motherfuckers like, yo, everything's real. You keep running around joking and shit just because you got 120. The fuck else is you doing? Right. Like you're not doing nothing with it. Now that you got the knowledge of 120, you need the wisdom to understand that thing. Because I was taught there's 9 different ways to born a degree. That's what makes everyone's understanding so unique. Because you're going to see it differently. Even though there's common grounds, because the degrees say the same thing with little word nuances. Wisdom degree in 1 to 10, somebody might say skunk of the planet Earth. It's still telling you that it's something that's not right and exact belonging. You're sitting on the planet Earth, regardless if it says that or not. Skunk, because my degrees never said skunk. However, when I heard it, I didn't just immediately light it to somebody's ass. Because they're going to give me their understanding as why they see the degree like that according to the degrees that they got.
Yeah, and I was always taught the father took skunk out because some of us were, like I was building on in the beginning, I think before you came into the room, some of us were, all of us at some point was grafted. Something made other than ourselves. With the rules, the minister, the light. Like we had to place that one back before that too. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was through educator or situation, whatever the case may be, we made the decision to change ourselves. So, saint, like you ain't the worst of this motherfucking planet Earth because you grafted, because you was made into be something other than yourself. Like that's what I was, that's how I was given the reason that skunk was taken out.
That's peace. That's why I said I was immediately attracted to this room because every single person's energy in here shows me that it traces itself back and returns to the origin where knowledge and wisdom of the original man started when the planet was first founded. Like these are the lost teachings, not ours. We didn't create no mathematics. We didn't create no alphabets. We didn't create the supreme 120 lessons. So it's like everyone that I built with in here, the reason why it's easy to take reproach from people because you see that everyone in here, you bring your verse truly right is that. The truth is like everything that I was taught in dealing with the origins of how this nation started, I can hear it. I hear it when I build you. I hear it when I build virtue. I hear it with divine and be. I mean, it's a resounding sound to know your brother and sister. According to the things that they say and do. Or, true and virtue trying to get this off the ground with the family day and, say the baby's day. Like y'all ain't just rapping. Like y'all literally trying to put this into play where y'all are doing things to be active or proactive. Where y'all at, fuck what everyone else is doing. Like Law said, forget what they're doing, you don't do it. So everything that anyone else ain't doing or taking part of it doesn't really how true bills or how many students you got, or because, another city operates like this and it's something, like, I know y'all saying that criminal God stuff. Criminal God? Anybody?
Nah, I did. What is that was,
He made a gun.
Yeah,
And a corner flag. Like, and I'm like, and then my brother, like, when I catch him, I'm beating his ass. I'm whooping his ass. I'm like, man, listen, the law serves some people to do this shit on purpose. It's called stirring the pot. Like, if a person's not meant to be here, if it's unlike attractive, like males, they're going to come just because they're attractive, which is repellent then. You ever see when we was kids, remember when we was kids, you had the one geek person that used to run around with you. And even though you was grabbing him up and ripping on his clothes and stuff, he still wanted to be close. And you're like, I don't understand why you take this type of abuse. Like, it doesn't make sense that all we do is rip on you and make fun of you, and you still want to be around us.
I saw that, and the earth was born, and a few other understand the nation was like, when we see this, we have to shut these things down and not continue to share this and bring attention to it, because that's going to give them the attention that they seek, right? And I learned in the simplest form that even with children, when they act out, if they want attention, they don't care if it's poor attention or positive attention. They just want attention regardless. So that's why I just kept pushing, because I'm like, I don't have time for that, because I know that's not right for that. And I'm not getting ready to bring more attention to that, because that's going to make it seem like I'm feeding into it. Does that make sense?
No, that makes 100% sense. The only reason why I feel like something should be done is because of the knowledge that it's like it's allowed to live, it stings someone else. So my whole thing is, this dude is running around saying it's the new flag, and I don't care what none of y'all say, is how we move in our justice. So basically, you're saying you're doing exactly what Robert Walker did. You're creating a nation based off of the principles that was started by somebody already. You're saying, fuck what y'all are doing. I'm doing this, and can't nobody tell me otherwise. Like, you're not supposed to let that shit
right.
So
Yeah, absolutely, brother. I agree. I'm not saying that we should not, stand up and say something when it does absolutely need to be said.
Here's the perfect example. Like, even with the history that had just had you out, like, I don't gotta say nothing. My sister Virtue already said something. It's like, imagine if you let that shit live, because we know and understand that the Puerto Ricans are the original. Indians are the original people as well. So it's like you immediately look at a person's complexion and think that they're not original, and that makes you not want to join the class. That right there is the stupidest shit I've heard. Instead of doing the knowledge and asking the question, and be like, yo, is this woman, is the head of the class, is she original? Like, what's her thing? And then you get to understand it. So we're a person to tell you, like, no, she's original, she's powerful, she's Puerto Rican, or whatever you choose to slice it up with. Then the person like, oh, okay. Now you have a different understanding, because instead of just letting it go like how she did, I'm not going to say nothing, I'm going to just tell you this is how I feel, that's the reason why. Now there's a misunderstanding, because she didn't know that this person is Puerto Rican. Even though it shouldn't matter, it's still like not saying nothing or not doing nothing causes shit like that. So where it's like both of the earths was there, like, what the fuck? I know you made that shit the fuck up.
Okay, because listen, when that comes in, and the beautiful thing about staying in the understanding is because understanding is something that is continuous. You're supposed to be constantly adding to your understanding. You should be, every single day, your understanding should be growing as you grow within your living mathematics, right? And so, because I'm being honest, the earth in this cycle outside of Virtue, because she's a presiding earth, we have not missed the class, brother. Do you hear what I'm saying? And so, you know what I'm saying? So she absolutely, we have several women in this cycle. We go, y'all not working, everyone's getting, does different things. More universal truth, we are all connected with each other. There are other earths that I build with. We're building with earths in Japan, we're building with everywhere. All of us are. And not just one of us, we're all reaching out to one another. We're all making those connections, right? And so you didn't utilize the first step, which was the knowledge. There are people for you to be able to build with in order, and sisters for you to be able to share equality with, who can explain something to you, like the lesson that says we teach all human families of the planet Earth. You see what I'm saying? And so because you don't have that understanding, it is your place to be, not you, I'm speaking of her personally. Right. And she is supposed to reach out like, okay, listen, this is the earth that invited you to the cipher. This is the earth that I've been building with. Let me go ahead and have this conversation so that way I can get an understanding. And just like we all know, you can can't force nobody to get an understanding before they're ready. That's sowing the seed out of the seed. And so that, you know, you did exactly what you were supposed to do. And now you have all of the information and you can go back, big brother. You can go, okay, so I've got 3 herbs that I know are credible, that I build with, you know, frequently. And I know who have not missed the class, and one of them runs the class. And
she knows, though, not to cut your wisdom, because literally, when I was talking to her, I was like, I was doing my duty before. Like, it was pre-written. I'm like, well, little earth, you know, I got a piece of land right now, I'm trying to civilize. However, because the energy is on some sexualized charge shit, I would rather her be in there and build with the herbs. So I looped it. I'm like, here, I don't really want to teach you 120 because I don't want you to try to reflect my life, and that's the only energy you're giving me. So I would rather you be around virtue and divine and be and you know all of the herbs that's going to give it to you from a perspective like, yo, I know that it's cool to have a God, and the first thing that you should be doing is the knowledge to, you know, what these teachings are about, so you could even see if you want to be here in the first place. Because a lot of people will get there and decide, like, oh, I don't really want this shit for real. Like, it's too much. So, oh, what you mean I can't eat pork? What you mean I got to dress a certain way? What you mean this? What you mean that? Well, I'm cool off that. So it's like to be around the earth, like, y'all, my only goal was, yo, so you don't think that it's just the God being hard on you when it comes to certain shit? Why don't you talk to these earths that show up like us? I did my duty as a civilized person, just teaching civilization to others, like, it's knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. That's why I understand the refinement. Now, I don't even bust people's ass when I hear them say power refinement. I might not agree, but refinement is there in certain people's mathematics because it's supposed to be. Your ass needs to be refined. Your power needs to be refined.
Absolutely. Because, you know, and a lot of it, you know, just like, you know, virtue, and it's everyone is different, right? So my God didn't tell me I had to cover. My God didn't tell me. These were things that I already was doing for myself.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I was coming into my own understanding because I was refining myself. And so the further that I got into it, I was raised modestly, yes. But I was also raised modestly in the AI world. I'm coming over here to Allah world manifest. It's a different type of modesty. So I had to go under the science, right? I had to go under the study of that, which means I had to go under the study of myself. I had to go back to the knowledge on the things that I had consumed, not just the physical wrong food, but the mental as well. And I had to make sure that the things that I knew, I was able to stand on it properly with the proper foundation. Those things were not founded in proper foundation. So I had to go back into the knowledge to myself and start redefining, I don't think redefining, but refining myself. And that comes in time. And so like you said, whether you did your duty in getting her to where she needed to be, because I cleaned myself up for not only myself, but like you said, the plan, there's a bigger plan, there's a bigger scheme at hand here that we are striving to do, which means that we are striving to make sure that we are doing something better than what we found here. And that's including ourselves. A lot of people like to say, oh, there's other things, yes, but how am I going to leave something else better if you haven't started with yourself? Ground zero. You're patient zero, you're ground zero. So you have to start by cleaning up yourself. And we, as the first teachers of the children, because we rear the children, what are you teaching the young ladies that are coming out? And you want to know why these men do not treat you with the respect that you want. And that's because you don't respect yourself, so that you don't hold yourself in high regard. So why in the world would someone else do that for you, but not just
And that's why I said I did my duty, because it's like every single earth I put you in contact with is a starter something where y'all all have to figure it out together. They're already sweating they 9,000 miles, so they're trying to pull you up to your level of perfection. Yeah, I mean, so that way you can get to be the best earth that you could possibly be, devoid of the God. That's the best part of it, because it's like even if the God does you dirty, you still have your lessons as a focal point to go off. Like, man, that shit ain't knocking me out. It's not making me feel less of the woman I know these teachers. All you did was lose out on me. So it's like all I was trying to do was put her in the best possible position. And like I told her, I said, Dylan, truth, if it's anything you feel was done wrong on my side, pertaining to us or whatever, I'll allow you to speak freely to like Jersey. And any of your sisters that's in the class, but she couldn't say that, because from my perspective, I'm not doing anything other than trying to make you the best person you can be. My name is Elsa Knowledge. Knowledge means to know life stage or be fully developed in greatness every day. So it's like I'm either earth or your God. All I'm trying to do is make you the greatest you could possibly be, because I know a lot. I mean, we're the best knowers. So, I don't do time to be or want to be. It's just like I feel as though I still need to have a conversation now to discuss like, yo, what's the real reason? Is it because she's white or because she got to work super late? There's no miracle. Like at the end of the day, you're working late to me as a really working late. When you're talking about getting off like the equality hour, winding down, still I don't know when the classes start for y'all yet. I'm pretty sure it's about time.
It's about it's 8 or 9.
Right, so usually there's the hour to the bill hour, like you get off at that latest at the power hour, the equality hour late, so you could have been in there building. It's something what you want to do with your free time. If it's dealt with social equality, you just want to spend it with God, and I would rather you build with the earth and its movement. But I'm gonna tell you the truth, like
got equality minutes. They can give look if there's 6 seconds of doubt, God hears without, and the earth give you equality minutes, then I just think that that's more than enough time.
it is. I mean, at the end of the day, have your ass present. Because you might miss something. That's the main thing. You got 6 minutes to get yourself ready so that way you don't miss any part of whatever the deal is. Like, that's why you said to be on time is late.
Right, and whether to be right, we have earths that are in motion during crimes, and they make 1-9. Hey, I'm in motion. I'm still at the justice show. I'm still here. I'm having what I'm doing. The only thing that's required is that if you are a new incoming earth, you just need to introduce yourself and say something, regardless of wherever you are within your lessons. If you don't have lessons, if you're dealing in civilization and righteousness, that allows us to be able to draw it up as we see fit, and the providing earth will move accordingly as to what your education needs to encompass. After that, you also have to take responsibility. You can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make them drink it.
And that's the reason why I wanted, that specific woman to build, because you already have a name broken down in the mathematics alphabet. You're already on. Going into a culture degree. What are you so afraid of about building with your sisters? Sometimes she doesn't feel like she's sharp as she actually is. So I'm like, why don't you take that around the women? That way you see how short you are.
Told me that she has a certain type of relationship with that feminine energy. Some people gravitate easier to masculine energy than they do feminine energy, and it doesn't mean that it's right or wrong. I'm just stating what it was right or exact. You have that mistrust in your system, or you don't have the proper sisterhood to show and prove that we are genuine people, and that's what we do. That can be scary, because while you're going to face yourself, I'm a reflection of who you are too. When we see each other, we're supposed to see each other.
Yeah, I know. I already know how you get down. That's why I said 6 minutes is 6 minutes. You have your ass there, you ready to build.
Hey, this is when the window closed. That's it. I can't sign it. See what I'm saying? That's it.
Hey, Birch, I wish y'all would let us sit in there. I won't say nothing. I won't say nothing. I promise. Please let me stand up. Please.
I wish I could you. And I don't know how many gods have tried to do that.
Brother, and the reason why we do that, big brother, is so that way our sisters can be one, so that we can build that sisterhood and that bond and development, giving respect, so that way you have the ability to share, openly, of course, respectfully, within.
I have to change my PPR.
And we don't talk about
Absolutely not. It's not.
I believe that. I know how virtue is. I know you're not with that shit. But at the end of the day, it's like telling the truth about everything that you said. Man, me and my guy had things that are actually things that would make people break up. They're deal breakers. That shit brought us closer. Everything you spoke, always pay attention to the things that you say. So I already know you're not going to diss because even with your own God, there's probably a million things that go on in your life that you're just be in the cycle. Building on. Yeah, I know that's really one of those.
Because some
that is a cultural thing. That's a class thing. And we're caught speaking poorly about God in our class. We kick your ass out.
Not at all. And we start off with the peace protocols because our sisters let us know, like, if there is something that you do need guidance on, or you do need assistance on, you can reach out to a providing herb that will allow you the ability, that will aid you and utilize the service that will be given to you. And so that it's never okay for you to be able to come. We will always say, whatever you're sharing, make sure you're using proper judgment and discernment in doing so. That doesn't mean that you still can't bring those and weave into the earth, into that community, so that way they are comfortable enough to share with us, because there are real things that are happening. There are new mothers. There are women who are going through different parts and where they are in their supreme mathematics. And so that allows us the ability to be able to build together and equally, and that allows for everyone to be to keep that modesty intact, if that makes sense.
We tell you, we'd rather you use your keys and tools that you have in your possession to solve your problems. But if you cannot, and have tried all of the above, then yes, reach out to a presiding sister like the outside of the classroom to do so, to build research. And even then, we move with such a one-mindedness, we all gonna say the same thing too.
I would be real with you, but the best part about this whole thing is this virtue is the fact that y'all still, and people like me, like, yo, it is possible that sometime down the line I'll find a woman that actually builds like that to where she draws you up with her too. Because it's not like you can't be in the same rotation.
It all starts with you,
huh?
It all starts with you, baby.
Right.
That's how I started. The sisters came in and they did what they were supposed to do. They added refinement.
Right.
I was still a little rough around the edges.
Right.
But God did that.
Right.
God led the way. He laid the foundation.
Right. And it's only refreshing because it's like, from the first moment I heard you open your mouth and be and desire, I'm like, damn, you can't complain, because they're gonna let you know. Like, yo, yeah, I understand I'm the earth, but yeah, I got this from the gods. Like, so you got another thing coming if you think you're gonna use strict knowledge on me.
You want some booze to me?
We even remind the sisters, because just because you don't have a physical God that is present, it does not mean that you are still not reflecting that of the mind of the original man. So you have to understand the foundation of where it starts and where it comes from.
Right.
You cannot be revolving around a physical. Come on now, come on.
Drop that.
Because that's right, exactly. That's right, exactly. Because if that's not correct, then that means I would be out here just doing whatever. Just because my God and I are not in the same physical cipher does not change the fact.
Does not have residences in both locations.
Wait.